Tonight we begin the profound and often painful story of slavery in America, a story that stretches from the arrival of the first enslaved Africans in 1619 to the long-awaited promise of emancipation. It is a history shaped by suffering and survival, injustice and resistance, and one that continues to echo through the soul of a nation. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. In the late summer of 1619, a ship called the White Lion appeared off the coast of the English colony of Virginia. Aboard were about 20 Africans who had been captured from the kingdom of Ndongo in present-day Angola. These people were not free. They had been taken during a war with Portuguese colonizers, imprisoned, and sold into the transatlantic slave trade. The White Lion was an English privateer, a pirate vessel sanctioned by England to attack enemy ships. It had intercepted a Portuguese slave ship, the São João Bautista, and seized a portion of its human cargo. The privateer brought these captives to Point Comfort, near the Jamestown settlement. There the Africans were traded for food and supplies. This event is widely considered the beginning of African slavery in what would become the United States. At this time, the English colonies were still in their infancy. Jamestown, founded just 12 years earlier in 1607, had struggled to survive. Labor was in high demand. Tobacco, a lucrative cash crop, had taken root in the colony, but it required intense and constant labor to cultivate. To meet this demand, the English relied on indentured servants from Europe. These were individuals who agreed to work for a period of 4 to 7 years in exchange for passage to the New World, food and shelter. After serving their term, they were typically granted their freedom and sometimes land. When the first Africans arrived in 1619, it was not immediately clear how they would be classified. Some may have entered into arrangements similar to indentured servitude, but the lack of clear records makes this uncertain. What is clear is that over the next few decades, the legal and social status of Africans in Virginia began to diverge sharply from that of white indentured servants. By the 1640s and 1650s, court records began to reflect this change. African laborers were increasingly treated as property rather than as contract-bound workers. One significant case was that of John Punch in 1640. Punch, an African man, attempted to escape servitude along with 2 European men. When they were caught, the 2 Europeans had their indentures extended by a few years. But Punch was sentenced to a lifetime of servitude. This is one of the earliest documented cases in which a black person was legally condemned to lifelong slavery in the English colonies. It set a precedent for the treatment of Africans as inherently different from Europeans under colonial law. During the same period, some Africans, like Anthony Johnson, did manage to gain their freedom and even own land and enslaved laborers themselves. But these cases became rarer as laws increasingly codified racial slavery. In 1662, Virginia passed a law that stated the status of a child would follow that of the mother. This principle, known as partus sequitur ventrum, ensured that the children of enslaved women would also be slaves, regardless of the father's status. This law solidified the hereditary nature of slavery. By the end of the 17th century, slavery had become institutionalized in Virginia and throughout much of the English colonies. Africans and their descendants were no longer seen as individuals who might earn their freedom. They were viewed as property, to be bought, sold, and passed down through generations. This system was built not only through legal codes but also through violent enforcement and social norms that reinforced white supremacy. The arrival of the first enslaved Africans in 1619 was not the beginning of slavery in the Americas, but it was a pivotal moment in the history of what would become the United States. It marked the start of a system that would shape the country's economy, society, and politics for more than 2 centuries. From a murky beginning, where Africans were ambiguously placed between servitude and slavery, a brutal and rigid system of racial bondage took hold. The foundations laid in these early years would have consequences that reverberate to the present day. In the decades following the arrival of the first enslaved Africans in Virginia in 1619, the English colonies of North America began to lay the foundation for a racialized system of slavery. Between the 1620s and the early 1700s, slavery evolved from a relatively undefined status into a legally codified institution that would shape every aspect of life in the colonies, especially in the South. This transformation was driven by economic needs, cultural perceptions, and deliberate legislative action. In the early years, the distinction between indentured servitude and slavery was not always clear. Africans and Europeans worked side by side in the tobacco fields of Virginia and Maryland. Some Africans, like Anthony Johnson, managed to gain their freedom, acquire land, and even own servants. But as the number of Africans in the colonies grew, and as the demand for cheap, controllable labor increased, colonial governments began to pass laws that entrenched the enslavement of Africans and their descendants. One of the earliest and most important shifts came with laws that made slavery hereditary and race-based. In 1662, the Virginia General Assembly passed a law stating that children born in the colony would inherit the status of their mother. This principle, partus sequitur ventrum, was a stark departure from English common law, which usually followed the status of the father. It meant that the children of enslaved women would automatically be enslaved, regardless of the father's identity or status. This law effectively made slavery a permanent, self-replicating institution. Other laws quickly followed. In 1705, Virginia enacted a comprehensive slave code that defined all non-Christian imported servants as slaves and placed harsh restrictions on the lives of enslaved people. These laws forbade enslaved Africans from owning weapons, traveling without permission, or gathering in large groups. Physical punishment for disobedience was legalized. Similar codes were adopted in other colonies, such as South Carolina and Maryland. Over time, these laws created a rigid racial caste system in which African descent was equated with lifelong bondage. The social justification for this system was deeply rooted in racist ideology. Colonists increasingly viewed Africans as inherently inferior and suited only for servitude. This ideology was reinforced by religious arguments, pseudo-scientific claims, and the desire to maintain control over a growing enslaved population. Enslaved people were dehumanized in both law and culture, stripped of legal rights and protections, and treated as property to be bought, sold, and exploited. As the legal foundation of slavery solidified, the economies of the southern colonies became increasingly dependent on enslaved labor. Large plantations producing tobacco, rice, and indigo emerged in Virginia, the Carolinas, and Georgia. These crops were labor-intensive and required a stable, low-cost labor force. Enslaved Africans provided that labor, and their numbers grew rapidly through both importation and natural increase. The transatlantic slave trade became central to the colonial economy. Ships from Europe carried manufactured goods to Africa, where they were exchanged for captives. These captives were transported across the Atlantic in brutal conditions during the Middle Passage, with high mortality rates. Survivors were sold in the Americas, and the profits from their labor flowed back to Europe. This triangular trade enriched colonial elites and fueled the expansion of slavery. By the end of the 1600s, slavery was no longer a marginal or temporary system. It had become a defining institution of colonial America. Laws, economies, and social structures had all adapted to support and sustain it. The southern colonies, in particular, were completely dependent on enslaved labor. In some areas, the enslaved population outnumbered free whites, creating a society built on surveillance, control, and violence. Resistance to this system existed from the beginning. Enslaved people ran away, sabotaged equipment, slowed down work, and occasionally revolted. But the legal system and social order were designed to suppress resistance and maintain the status quo. Colonial America had become a society where race and slavery were inextricably linked, laying the groundwork for the deep racial divisions that would persist for centuries. The codification of slavery in the 17th and early 18th centuries transformed the English colonies into a racially stratified society. What began as an ambiguous labor system had evolved into a brutal, legally sanctioned regime of oppression. This system would grow even more entrenched as the colonies moved toward independence, with consequences that would reach far beyond the colonial period. Between the 15th and 19th centuries, the transatlantic slave trade emerged as one of the most brutal and consequential systems of human exploitation in history. Over 12 million Africans were forcibly taken from their homelands and shipped across the Atlantic Ocean to labor in the Americas. The majority were sent to plantations in the Caribbean and South America, but hundreds of thousands were brought to North America. This trade was not random or disorganized. It was a highly coordinated and immensely profitable enterprise that connected Europe, Africa, and the Americas in a vast economic network, driven by greed and supported by violence. The process began in the interior of West and Central Africa. European traders rarely ventured far inland. Instead, they relied on African middlemen, including local rulers and merchants, to capture and sell prisoners of war, victims of raids, or individuals kidnapped from rival communities. These captives were marched to coastal forts and trading posts, often enduring weeks or months of confinement under appalling conditions while awaiting transport. In exchange for slaves, Europeans provided firearms, textiles, alcohol, and manufactured goods, reinforcing cycles of violence and dependency in African societies. Once sold to European traders, the captives were forced aboard ships for the Middle Passage, the transoceanic journey from Africa to the Americas. The Middle Passage was notorious for its cruelty and deadly conditions. Men, women, and children were packed tightly into the holds of ships, with barely enough room to move. They were chained together, denied proper sanitation, and given minimal food and water. Disease spread rapidly, and the psychological trauma of the voyage was immense. Death rates during the Middle Passage were staggering. Estimates suggest that 10 to 20% of captives did not survive the journey. Their bodies were thrown overboard into the Atlantic. Despite these horrors, the slave trade continued to thrive because it was extraordinarily profitable. European merchants made vast fortunes by selling enslaved people in the Americas, where demand for labor on sugar, tobacco, coffee, and cotton plantations was insatiable. The labor of enslaved Africans was the backbone of colonial economies, and the wealth generated by their exploitation fueled the rise of powerful European empires and financial institutions. Profits from the slave trade helped build cities like Liverpool, Nantes, and Lisbon. Insurance companies and banks also grew rich by underwriting voyages and investing in the trade. In the Americas, newly arrived Africans were sold at auction blocks, separated from their families, and subjected to systems of forced labor that varied by region. In the Caribbean and Brazil, conditions were particularly deadly, and life expectancy for enslaved people was often just a few years. In North America, while conditions were marginally less lethal, slavery became more deeply entrenched and self-sustaining through the natural reproduction of the enslaved population. The human cost of the transatlantic slave trade is incalculable. Families were torn apart. Cultures were disrupted. Languages, traditions, and spiritual practices were suppressed or lost. Yet, enslaved Africans also carried with them rich cultural legacies. They preserved elements of their heritage through music, food, religion, and oral traditions, which in turn shaped the culture of the Americas. Resistance began at every stage. Some captives resisted even before boarding the ships. Others fought back during the voyage, staging uprisings that were often met with deadly force. There are documented cases of revolts aboard slave ships, where captives attempted to seize control and return to Africa. Though few were successful, these acts of defiance demonstrated the unbreakable will of those who refused to accept bondage without a fight. The transatlantic slave trade officially ended in the 19th century, with Britain banning its participation in 1807 and the United States following suit shortly thereafter. However, illegal trading continued for decades. By the time the trade was finally suppressed, it had left a permanent scar on the global landscape. The transatlantic slave trade was not simply a byproduct of history. It was a deliberate system of exploitation that commodified human lives for profit. Its legacy continues to shape societies on both sides of the Atlantic. The Middle Passage and the broader trade system were acts of immense cruelty, but they also revealed the strength, resilience, and humanity of the millions who endured it. Understanding this chapter of history is essential to understanding the modern world. Life as an enslaved person in 18th century America was defined by constant hardship, forced labor, and systemic violence. Across the southern colonies in particular, enslaved Africans and their descendants formed the backbone of the plantation economy. Whether working in the fields, in homes, or in skilled trades, their days were shaped by back-breaking labor, social control, and an ever-present threat of punishment. Yet, even within this brutal system, enslaved people found ways to resist, maintain their humanity, and preserve elements of their cultural identity. Most enslaved people in the 18th century were forced to work on plantations that grew cash crops, such as tobacco, rice, sugar, and later cotton. Field hands worked from sunrise to sunset, 6 days a week, under the supervision of overseers or enslaved drivers. The work was grueling and repetitive. In rice plantations of South Carolina and Georgia, the labor was particularly deadly due to mosquito-borne diseases and the hazardous nature of the wet fields. In the Chesapeake, enslaved people worked in gangs under strict oversight. In some areas, a task system was used, where individuals were assigned daily goals and could sometimes use leftover time for personal needs, but this did not lessen the brutality of their conditions. Beyond the physical toll, enslaved people endured constant psychological and emotional trauma. They had no legal rights and were considered property under the law. Families could be, and often were, separated at the whim of enslavers. Children could be sold away from their parents. Husbands and wives could be split apart by sale or inheritance. The fear of separation hung over every family, creating a climate of perpetual insecurity. Despite this, many enslaved people formed strong familial bonds. They married, often in ceremonies not legally recognized, and raised children within the constraints of the system. These relationships were a source of strength and resilience. Punishment was an ever-present part of life. Enslavers used violence as a tool of control. Whippings, beatings, and other forms of physical abuse were common. Some punishments were carried out in public to serve as warnings. Runaways, rebels, or those who disobeyed orders were often made examples of. Enslaved people had no recourse to legal justice. The laws were designed to protect the rights of slaveholders and to suppress any form of resistance. Yet resistance persisted. It took many forms. Some enslaved people fled, attempting to escape to free territories or to communities of maroons, runaway slaves who formed independent settlements. Others engaged in subtle forms of resistance, such as working slowly, feigning illness, breaking tools, or stealing food. Rebellions were rare but not unheard of. The fear of uprisings led enslavers to impose even stricter controls. Despite the risks, enslaved people continued to resist in whatever ways they could, affirming their dignity and autonomy. Cultural survival was another powerful form of resistance. Enslaved Africans brought with them rich cultural traditions. Despite efforts to erase these identities, many customs endured. Music, dance, storytelling, and spiritual practices served as means of expression and cohesion. African rhythms and melodies merged with Christian hymns to create spirituals. Folk tales and oral histories passed down lessons and preserved collective memory. Enslaved people created new identities, drawing from African, American, and Christian influences to form a culture that was uniquely their own. Religious life also played an important role. Some enslaved people adopted Christianity, often reshaping it to reflect their own experiences of suffering and hope. Biblical stories of liberation, such as Moses leading the Israelites out of Egypt, resonated deeply. Secret prayer meetings, often held at night in the woods, became places of community and resistance. Religion offered both a means of psychological survival and a vision of future freedom. There were countless stories of individual resilience. One example is Phyllis Wheatley, who was enslaved in Boston and became the first African-American woman to publish a book of poetry. Despite the odds, she achieved literary fame and became a symbol of intellectual and cultural resistance. Another is Venture Smith, who wrote an autobiography detailing his capture in Africa, his life in bondage, and his eventual purchase of his own freedom. His story offers a rare first-hand account of the enslaved experience and the determination to reclaim autonomy. Enslaved artisans such as blacksmiths, carpenters, and coopers often worked in towns and plantations. Their skills were essential to colonial economies, and some managed to earn money through extra work, eventually buying their freedom or that of family members. These individuals navigated a dangerous and repressive system with courage and ingenuity. The daily life of enslaved people in the 18th century was marked by suffering, but also by extraordinary resilience. They endured physical hardship, emotional trauma, and systemic oppression, but they also forged communities, preserved their cultures, and resisted their oppressors in countless ways. Their lives and legacies form a foundational chapter in American history, one that continues to influence the nation to this day. Throughout the history of American slavery, resistance and rebellion were constant. Enslaved people resisted their bondage in countless ways, through escape, subtle acts of defiance, work slowdowns, and at times violent uprisings. From the Stono Rebellion of 1739 to the Nat Turner Rebellion of 1831, enslaved people's efforts to reclaim their freedom were met with brutal repression, but their actions also left a lasting legacy on both the enslaved community and the white South, shaping the future of slavery in profound ways. The Stono Rebellion of 1739 was one of the first major slave uprisings in colonial America. It began in South Carolina, where a group of approximately 20 enslaved Africans, led by a man named Jemmy, organized a march from the Stono River toward Florida, hoping to reach Spanish-controlled Florida, where enslaved people were promised freedom. Along the way, the group attacked white settlements, killing several people. The rebellion quickly grew to over 100 enslaved people, but the rebellion was brutally suppressed by a militia. Many of the participants were killed, and their bodies were displayed as a warning to others. The rebellion, however, instilled a deep fear in the white South, leading to even stricter slave codes. South Carolina passed the Negro Act of 1740, which placed more restrictions on enslaved people, including limits on assembly, education, and movement. Despite the heightened repression, uprisings did not cease. In the late 18th century, as the nation began to fight for its independence, enslaved people increasingly saw the contradictions between the fight for freedom and their own enslavement. One of the most significant instances of resistance during this period was the escape of thousands of enslaved people during the American Revolution. Both the British and the American sides promised freedom to enslaved people who would fight for them. In exchange for joining British forces, over 30,000 enslaved people escaped to British lines, particularly in the southern colonies. Many of these individuals were evacuated to British-held territories such as the Bahamas, where they found freedom after the war. The 19th century saw a shift in the resistance strategies of enslaved people, with many seeking freedom through escape and organizing covert rebellions. However, the most significant and violent uprising of the time came in 1831, when Nat Turner, an enslaved preacher in Virginia, led a revolt that would shake the nation to its core. Nat Turner's rebellion is one of the most famous slave uprisings in American history. Turner, who had been deeply influenced by religious visions, believed that he was chosen by God to lead his people to freedom. In August 1831, Turner and a group of followers launched an attack on slave-owning families in Southampton County, Virginia. The group moved from plantation to plantation, killing approximately 60 white men, women, and children. As they moved, they were joined by other enslaved people, swelling the ranks of the rebellion. The rebellion only lasted for 2 days before it was crushed by local militias and federal troops, but the impact was profound. Turner was captured, tried, and executed, along with many of his followers. In the aftermath of the rebellion, white Southerners were filled with fear. It led to a violent crackdown on enslaved people. Virginia and other southern states passed even more stringent laws aimed at preventing further revolts. The state of Virginia, in particular, further restricted the ability of enslaved people to gather, learn, or even practice religion freely. The rebellion also triggered widespread panic, and groups of enslaved people were routinely executed or punished without trial as a way of deterring future uprisings. Turner's rebellion left a deep scar on the national conscience, and it intensified the already growing divide between the North and South over the issue of slavery. The fear of rebellion and the growing realization that slavery was no longer sustainable in its present form led to even greater levels of control and violence. In response, enslaved people continued to resist, but their acts of defiance became more covert. Many fled to the north via the Underground Railroad, a network of safe houses and routes leading to free states and Canada. Harriet Tubman, perhaps the most famous conductor on the Underground Railroad, made at least 13 missions to rescue over 70 enslaved people. But the fight for freedom was not just about violent uprisings or escape. Enslaved people resisted daily through small acts of rebellion that were often more difficult for slaveholders to detect. They broke tools, worked slowly, feigned illness, sabotaged crops, and pretended to be loyal while secretly plotting escape. These quieter acts of resistance were vital to undermining the institution of slavery, as they wore down the system from within. While the fear of rebellion had a profound effect on Southern society, it also spurred reform and resistance in the North. Abolitionists such as Frederick Douglass, Harriet Beecher Stowe, and William Lloyd Garrison worked tirelessly to expose the horrors of slavery, galvanizing a movement that would eventually lead to the end of the institution. The rebellions, uprisings, and subtle defiance of enslaved people proved to be a persistent reminder to all of America that the institution of slavery was untenable and that the fight for freedom was a moral battle. From the Stono Rebellion in 1739 to the Nat Turner Rebellion in 1831, the history of resistance and rebellion in slavery is a testament to the resilience of enslaved people. They fought against an oppressive system through all means available to them: violence, escape, subtle defiance, and most importantly, the belief that they deserved freedom. Though the rebellions were often violently suppressed, they contributed to the abolitionist movement and ultimately played a crucial role in the end of slavery. Their efforts laid the groundwork for future generations in the fight for freedom, justice, and equality. The American Revolution, fought between 1775 and 1783, was a defining moment in the history of the United States. On one hand, it was a fight for liberty, equality, and the right to self-determination, with the colonists seeking independence from British rule. On the other hand, the revolution was paradoxically occurring in a land where millions of people were enslaved. This contradiction raised critical questions about the nature of freedom and equality, and highlighted the tensions between the revolutionary ideals of the new nation and the reality of slavery. For enslaved people, the American Revolution presented both opportunities and dangers. Many saw the revolution as an opportunity to gain their freedom. Enslaved people were aware that both sides, British and American, had used the issue of freedom to gain support, and some saw the war as a chance to escape the brutal institution of slavery. The British, in particular, made promises of freedom to enslaved people who joined their ranks. In 1775, the British governor of Virginia, Lord Dunmore, issued a proclamation offering freedom to any enslaved person who escaped from their masters and joined the British forces. This promise was part of a broader British strategy to weaken the American economy, which was heavily dependent on slavery in the southern colonies. Dunmore's proclamation was a direct challenge to the institution of slavery in the colonies and prompted many enslaved people, especially in the South, to flee their masters in hopes of gaining freedom by joining the British Army. Thousands of enslaved people took advantage of this opportunity. Many ran away from their plantations and sought refuge with the British forces. Some joined the British Army, while others worked as laborers, cooks, or servants for the soldiers. One of the most famous of these individuals was a man named James Somerset, who became a symbol of the fight for freedom. Somerset escaped his enslavers in Virginia and made his way to the British lines, where he joined the British Army and fought for freedom. In contrast, the American Revolutionary Forces also promised freedom to enslaved people, albeit in a more limited way. The Continental Army was initially hesitant to recruit enslaved people, as many American leaders, especially in the South, feared that armed black people would pose a threat to the institution of slavery. However, as the war progressed and manpower shortages became more acute, the Continental Army began to offer freedom to enslaved people who fought on their side. The most famous example of this is the case of Crispus Attucks, a black man who is often considered the first martyr of the American Revolution. Attucks, an escaped enslaved man, was killed in the Boston Massacre in 1770, and his death was used as a rallying point for the revolution. His story symbolized the complex relationship between slavery and the struggle for independence, as many black men, both free and enslaved, fought in the war for the promise of liberty. As the revolution progressed, Both sides continued to recruit enslaved people for military service, despite the inherent contradictions. The idea of fighting for freedom while maintaining slavery was a source of tension, particularly in the southern colonies, where slavery was deeply entrenched in the economy. The presence of black soldiers in the Continental Army was a point of contention, especially in places like South Carolina, where enslaved people outnumbered free whites. Yet, as the war effort became more desperate, the need for soldiers outweighed concerns about race. In the North, the revolution had a different impact on slavery. Although slavery was still legal in many northern states at the time, the revolutionary ideals of liberty and equality began to influence public opinion. After the war, many northern states began to gradually abolish slavery, with some states enacting gradual emancipation laws. Vermont, Massachusetts, and Pennsylvania were among the first to take steps toward abolition. However, these laws were not without limitations, and slavery continued to exist in the North, in varying degrees well into the 19th century. In the South, the Revolution had a much more complicated effect on slavery. While the war had led to some changes in the social and political landscape, slavery remained an entrenched institution in the Southern economy. The end of the war saw the British departure, but the institution of slavery was left largely intact. While the Revolution did not lead to the immediate abolition of slavery, it did sow the seeds of resistance to the system. The idea of liberty that had been central to the Revolution would eventually fuel the abolitionist movement and lead to growing tensions between the North and South. In conclusion, the American Revolution was a time of great contradiction for enslaved people. On one hand, it was a war for liberty and freedom, but on the other hand, it was fought in a land where slavery was widespread. Enslaved people saw the revolution as an opportunity to escape bondage and claim their freedom, and many fought for both the British and the American forces in hopes of achieving that goal. The revolution marked a turning point in the history of slavery in America, setting the stage for the eventual abolition of slavery, but it also highlighted the deep divisions within the young nation over the issue of slavery. The promises of freedom made during the revolution were not fully realized for enslaved people, but the seeds of resistance were planted, and the struggle for freedom would continue for generations to come. The expansion of slavery in America during the late 18th and early 19th centuries was directly tied to economic, technological, and territorial developments that reshaped the South and the nation. One of the most important events in this period was the invention of the cotton gin by Eli Whitney in 1793. This invention, which revolutionized cotton processing, played a pivotal role in the dramatic expansion of slavery in the South and into the new Western territories. As the demand for cotton soared, so too did the demand for enslaved labor. The rise of the cotton economy fueled the internal slave trade, which forcibly relocated hundreds of thousands of enslaved people, tearing families apart and displacing entire communities. Before the cotton gin, cotton was a relatively small-scale crop in the United States. It was time-consuming to separate cotton fibers from their seeds by hand, limiting its profitability. Whitney's cotton gin, a mechanical device that rapidly separated cotton fibers from seeds, dramatically increased the efficiency of cotton production. This made cotton a highly profitable crop, particularly in the Deep South, where the soil and climate were ideal for its cultivation. The cotton gin's impact was immediate and profound. Cotton quickly became the most important crop in the Southern economy, and the demand for enslaved labor to cultivate, harvest, and process cotton skyrocketed. As cotton became the driving force behind the Southern economy, new areas of the South and the West became prime land for cultivation. The agricultural expansion was particularly marked by the rise of large-scale cotton plantations in states such as Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. These new territories, which were previously sparsely populated, became increasingly important in the growing cotton industry. The expansion of cotton production in these areas required more enslaved labor, as cotton was a labor-intensive crop that required workers to plant, tend, and harvest it. The westward expansion of slavery was directly tied to the demand for land to grow cotton. As settlers pushed into newly acquired territories, such as those gained from the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, and later from the annexation of Texas in 1845, they brought enslaved people with them. The Southern economy, which had long been based on tobacco and rice, increasingly became dominated by cotton. Cotton plantations flourished in the Mississippi Valley and in states like Arkansas, Alabama, and Georgia, as well as new frontier states like Texas, where slavery was a central part of the agricultural economy. The demand for enslaved labor to cultivate cotton led to the rise of the domestic slave trade, a vast internal system of buying and selling enslaved people that primarily served to meet the needs of the expanding cotton economy. As the cotton boom spread westward, enslaved people were forcibly uprooted from their homes in the Upper South, states like Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware, and sold to new plantations in the Deep South and the West. The domestic slave trade became a brutal, profitable industry, with traders facilitating the forced relocation of hundreds of thousands of people. The internal slave trade was a central feature of the American slavery system in the 19th century. Slave markets, such as those in New Orleans, Charleston, and Richmond, became notorious centers of commerce, where enslaved people were auctioned off to the highest bidder. This trade resulted in the forced displacement of families and individuals. Enslaved people were often sold away from their families and communities, creating a profound sense of trauma. Mothers were separated from children, husbands from wives, and siblings from each other. The impact of the internal slave trade on family structures was devastating, as bonds of kinship and community were repeatedly torn apart. The physical journey to new territories was harsh and dehumanizing. Enslaved people who were sold to new owners were often transported over long distances in overcrowded and unsanitary conditions. Many died during the journey due to illness, exhaustion, or abuse. Those who survived were delivered to new plantations where they would begin a new life of grueling labor. The internal slave trade was marked by extreme violence, exploitation, and degradation, but it was also an integral part of the expansion of the American cotton economy. In addition to the economic and social consequences, the rise of the cotton economy and the domestic slave trade deepened the political divide between the North and the South. As the cotton industry boomed, the South became more reliant on slavery, while the North increasingly moved away from slavery and embraced industrialization. The differences in economic systems and labor structures led to growing tensions over the issue of slavery. The expansion of slavery into the new Western territories exacerbated debates over whether slavery should be allowed in these areas. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 and the Compromise of 1850 were attempts to address these tensions, but they were ultimately temporary solutions that failed to resolve the fundamental disagreement over slavery. In conclusion, the expansion of slavery in the early 19th century was directly tied to the rise of the cotton economy and the invention of the cotton gin. This technological advancement made cotton a cornerstone of the Southern economy, and the demand for enslaved labor grew as cotton plantations spread across the South and into the Western territories. The domestic slave trade became a critical mechanism for supplying the labor needed to support this expansion, forcibly displacing hundreds of thousands of enslaved people and causing immense suffering. The consequences of this period were felt not only by those directly involved in the system of slavery, but by the nation as a whole, as the debate over slavery's expansion contributed to the political and sectional conflicts that ultimately led to the Civil War. The abolition movement in the United States was a defining chapter in the country's fight against the institution of slavery. Beginning in the early 19th century, abolitionists, both black and white, dedicated themselves to the moral, political, and social fight to end slavery. The movement was multifaceted, with leaders like Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, William Lloyd Garrison, and Sojourner Truth, driving change through moral arguments, speeches, writings, and the creation of escape routes like the Underground Railroad. These efforts would eventually culminate in the end of slavery through the 13th Amendment, but the road was long and filled with challenges. One of the most influential figures in the abolition movement was Frederick Douglass. Born into slavery in Maryland in 1818, Douglass escaped to freedom in the North and became one of the most articulate and powerful voices in the fight to abolish slavery. His autobiography, Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, an American Slave, published in 1845, was a groundbreaking work that gave a first-hand account of the brutalities of slavery, helping to galvanize the abolition movement in the North. Douglass's eloquent speeches, his activism in the abolitionist press, and his ability to advocate for the rights of all oppressed people made him a global figure. He emphasized that slavery was not only a moral evil, but also a violation of the basic principles of human rights and equality. Douglass also worked tirelessly for the abolition of slavery in his capacity as an editor of the abolitionist newspaper, the North Star. His writings reached a wide audience and were instrumental in bringing the issue of slavery to the forefront of national discourse. Douglass's appeal to both moral conscience and political action helped build the momentum for the emancipation movement. He would continue his work throughout the Civil War, eventually serving as an advisor to President Abraham Lincoln, advocating for the inclusion of black soldiers in the Union Army, and pushing for full equality for African Americans. Harriet Tubman, perhaps the most famous conductor of the Underground Railroad, was another key figure in the abolition movement. Born into slavery in Maryland, Tubman escaped to the North in 1849, but rather than enjoy her own freedom, she risked her life repeatedly to help other enslaved people escape. Tubman made 13 missions back to the South, guiding hundreds of enslaved people to freedom through a series of safe houses and secret routes known as the Underground Railroad. Her efforts were marked by bravery and resourcefulness. She employed a network of supporters, used covert signals, and often traveled under the cover of darkness to evade capture. Tubman was not only a conductor, but also a spy for the Union Army during the Civil War, using her knowledge of the terrain and the Underground Railroad network to help plan raids and sabotage Confederate efforts. Her courage, selflessness, and leadership made her a symbol of resistance and a celebrated figure in the abolition movement. Tubman's legacy endures as one of the most remarkable figures in American history, embodying the spirit of defiance against the oppression of slavery. William Lloyd Garrison was another leading abolitionist who made a significant contribution to the movement. A white journalist and editor, Garrison founded the influential abolitionist newspaper, The Liberator, in 1831. In its pages, Garrison called for the immediate emancipation of enslaved people and argued that slavery was morally indefensible and incompatible with the principles of liberty upon which the nation was founded. He rejected gradual emancipation and instead called for the immediate end of slavery without compensation to slaveholders. Garrison's uncompromising stance made him a controversial figure, but it also galvanized abolitionist sentiment and provided a rallying point for those who demanded an end to slavery. Garrison also helped found the American Anti-Slavery Society in 1833, which became the leading organization dedicated to the abolition of slavery. He believed that moral suasion, convincing people of the immorality of slavery, was the best method for securing freedom for enslaved people. Garrison's influence extended beyond his writings. He was a tireless advocate who used his position as a public speaker to make the case for abolition in front of crowds across the North. Sojourner Truth was another prominent voice in the abolition movement, known not only for her work against slavery, but also for her advocacy for women's rights. Born Isabella Baumfree in 1797 in New York, Truth was enslaved for the first 30 years of her life. After gaining her freedom, she became an outspoken abolitionist and women's rights activist, traveling the country to give powerful speeches advocating for the emancipation of enslaved people and the rights of women. Her most famous speech, "Ain't I a Woman?", delivered at the 1851 Women's Rights Convention in Akron, Ohio, was a scathing critique of both the oppression of black people and the disenfranchisement of women. In it, she powerfully challenged the prevailing notions of racial and gender inferiority. Truth's activism was grounded in her own experience as an enslaved woman and her deep sense of moral righteousness. She argued that freedom and equality should extend to all people, regardless of race or gender. Truth's influence was profound, and she helped to shape the abolition movement by calling attention to the intersection of race and gender in the struggle for equality. She was a key advocate for women's suffrage and equal rights for African Americans, and her work laid the foundation for future civil rights movements. The Underground Railroad, a network of safe houses, routes, and individuals that helped enslaved people escape to freedom, was another critical component of the abolition movement. The network was not a formal organization, but rather a collection of people, black and white, free and enslaved, who worked together in secret to provide escape routes for enslaved individuals. The routes were spread across the North from Pennsylvania to Canada and helped thousands of enslaved people make their way to freedom. Conductors like Harriet Tubman played a crucial role in guiding people to safety, but the Underground Railroad was also supported by abolitionists who provided shelter, food, and supplies. The success of the Underground Railroad relied on secrecy and trust, as anyone involved in helping enslaved people escape faced the risk of severe punishment or even death if caught. Escapees would often travel by night, taking advantage of the cover of darkness, and rely on a network of sympathetic individuals who would shelter them until they could safely move to the next stop. Many escapees made the dangerous journey to Canada, where slavery was outlawed, but others found refuge in northern cities where they could live as free people. In conclusion, the abolition movement and the Underground Railroad were essential in the fight against slavery in the United States. Figures like Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, William Lloyd Garrison, and Sojourner Truth were instrumental in spreading the message of abolition and working toward the goal of emancipation. Their strategies ranged from moral persuasion and publishing to direct action, speeches, and aiding escapes, and their contributions helped bring about the eventual end of slavery. The Underground Railroad, while dangerous and secretive, was a lifeline for thousands of enslaved people seeking freedom. The bravery, tenacity, and dedication of these abolitionists left a lasting impact on the United States, contributing to the eventual abolition of slavery with the passage of the 13th Amendment in 1865, forever ending the legal institution of slavery and marking a turning point in the nation's long struggle for justice and equality. The road to the Civil War was marked by a series of political, legal, and social events that gradually deepened the divide between the North and the South. Between 1820 and 1860, tensions over slavery, particularly its expansion into new territories and states, sparked fierce debates, political maneuvering, and even violence. The Missouri Compromise, the Compromise of 1850, the Kansas-Nebraska Act, and the Dred Scott decision each played crucial roles in exacerbating sectional conflict and pushing the nation closer to war. These events not only highlighted the stark ideological differences between the North and the South, but also demonstrated the inability of political leaders to resolve the question of slavery in a way that satisfied both sides. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 was one of the first significant attempts to address the growing tension over slavery in the United States. As the nation expanded westward, the question of whether new states should permit slavery became a central issue. In 1820, Missouri applied for statehood, and its admission to the Union threatened to upset the delicate balance of power between slave and free states in Congress. To resolve this crisis, Congress passed the Missouri Compromise, which admitted Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state, thus maintaining an equal number of slave and free states in the Union. However, the compromise included a provision that drew an imaginary line across the Western Territories at the 36° 30 parallel, with the understanding that any new state north of this line, except Missouri, would be free, and any new state south of the line would allow slavery. While the Missouri Compromise temporarily eased tensions, it ultimately proved to be a short-term solution. The question of slavery in the newly acquired territories continued to loom large as the nation expanded. As the 1840s and 1850s unfolded, political leaders began to realize that the Missouri Compromise's geographical boundary was no longer sufficient to address the complex issue of slavery's expansion. The growing importance of the West, both economically and politically, made the question of whether slavery would extend into these new territories even more critical. The Compromise of 1850 was another attempt to resolve the conflict over slavery, but it too only served to heighten sectional tensions. After the Mexican-American War, the United States acquired vast new territories in the West, and the question of whether these territories would permit slavery became the central issue. The Compromise of 1850 consisted of 5 separate laws which sought to balance the interests of both slave and free states. One of the most significant provisions was the admission of California as a free state, which angered the South, as it upset the balance of power in Congress. To appease the South, the Compromise included the Fugitive Slave Act, which required citizens to assist in the capture of runaway slaves and penalized those who helped slaves escape. The Compromise also allowed the territories of New Mexico and Utah to decide the slavery issue through popular sovereignty, essentially letting the settlers in those territories vote on whether to permit slavery. While this was intended to give people in the territories more control over their future, it sparked heated debates, particularly in the North, where many abolitionists feared that it would open the door for the expansion of slavery. The Compromise of 1850 also abolished the slave trade in Washington, D.C., but slavery itself was allowed to continue. Although the Compromise was hailed as a temporary resolution, it only served to expose the deep divisions between North and South, and it failed to provide a lasting solution to the issue of slavery. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 further complicated the situation. Proposed by Senator Stephen A. Douglas, the act sought to organize the territories of Kansas and Nebraska for settlement and potential statehood. To gain Southern support, Douglas included a provision that allowed the settlers of these territories to decide the issue of slavery through popular sovereignty. The act effectively repealed the Missouri Compromise by opening up areas that had previously been designated as free to the possibility of slavery. This decision infuriated Northern abolitionists and anti-slavery advocates who saw it as a betrayal of the earlier agreement to limit slavery's expansion. The passage of the Kansas-Nebraska Act led to violent conflict in Kansas, where pro-slavery and anti-slavery forces fought for control of the territory. This period, known as Bleeding Kansas, saw widespread violence between the two factions. Armed groups, including the notorious Border Ruffians from Missouri, flooded into Kansas in an attempt to sway the vote on slavery. In response, anti-slavery settlers organized their own militias to resist the pro-slavery forces. The violence in Kansas, which included massacres and retaliatory attacks, was a preview of the larger conflict that would eventually engulf the nation. The Kansas-Nebraska Act revealed the failure of popular sovereignty as a solution to the slavery issue and highlighted the extent to which the nation was divided over the question of slavery. In 1857, the Dred Scott decision added another layer of tension and legal complexity to the slavery debate. Dred Scott, an enslaved man, had been taken by his owner to the free state of Illinois and the free territory of Wisconsin. He sued for his freedom, arguing that because he had lived in free territories, he should be considered a free man. The case eventually reached the Supreme Court, where the justices issued a landmark decision that would have profound implications for the nation. The Supreme Court, in a 7-2 decision written by Chief Justice Roger Taney, ruled that Dred Scott was not a citizen and therefore had no right to sue in federal court. More importantly, the court ruled that Congress had no authority to prohibit slavery in the territories, declaring that the Missouri Compromise was unconstitutional. The decision effectively opened the door for the expansion of slavery into all U.S. territories, further inflaming Northern opposition to slavery. The ruling also denied any legal standing to African Americans, whether free or enslaved, and declared that they had no rights under the Constitution. The Dred Scott decision was met with outrage in the North, where abolitionists and anti-slavery activists saw it as a direct assault on their efforts to limit the spread of slavery. The decision deepened the rift between the North and the South, with Southerners celebrating it as a victory for their way of life and Northerners condemning it as evidence of the South's growing dominance over the federal government. The decision made it clear that the federal government was unwilling to intervene in the expansion of slavery, furthering the sense of impending conflict. By the 1860s, the political compromises and decisions made in the previous decades had failed to resolve the issue of slavery. The growing sectional divide was evident in the rise of the Republican Party, which was founded on an anti-slavery platform and the belief that slavery should not be allowed to expand into the new territories. The election of Abraham Lincoln as president in 1860 was the final straw for many Southern states, who saw Lincoln's victory as a threat to their way of life. Within months of his election, several Southern states seceded from the Union, forming the Confederate States of America. In conclusion, the events leading up to the Civil War, such as the Missouri Compromise, the Compromise of 1850, the Kansas-Nebraska Act, and the Dred Scott decision, were critical in deepening the national conflict over slavery. These events highlighted the inability of political leaders to find a lasting solution to the slavery issue and showed how deeply divided the nation had become. The failure of these compromises, coupled with the expansion of slavery and the legal and moral debates surrounding it, made the outbreak of the Civil War nearly inevitable. The tensions between the North and South were no longer reconcilable through political means, and the nation was on the brink of a conflict that would ultimately reshape the United States forever. The Civil War, fought from 1861 to 1865, was a pivotal chapter in the history of the United States, and slavery was central to the conflict that tore the nation apart. The war was initially fought to preserve the Union, but as it progressed, the abolition of slavery became a key objective for the Union. In the South, slavery was deeply ingrained in the social, economic, and political fabric, while in the North, the institution was increasingly seen as a moral evil that had to be eradicated. The war, then, became a battle not only for the future of the Union, but also for the future of slavery itself. The secession of Southern states from the Union in late 1860 and early 1861 was the direct result of the intensifying sectional crisis over slavery. When Abraham Lincoln was elected president in 1860, many in the South saw it as the final sign that their way of life, built on slavery, was under threat. Lincoln's position on slavery was clear. He opposed its expansion into the new territories and states, but he did not initially advocate for immediate abolition where it already existed. However, this stance was enough to drive the southern states to secede from the Union, culminating in the formation of the Confederate States of America under President Jefferson Davis. The Civil War officially began in April 1861 when Confederate forces attacked the Union-held Fort Sumter in South Carolina. At first, the Union's goal was not to abolish slavery, but to preserve the Union. However, as the war continued and the death toll mounted, the issue of slavery increasingly became a moral and political imperative for the North. While both sides initially underestimated the length and scale of the conflict, the war quickly revealed the deep divisions between the North and South and the crucial role that slavery played in the Southern economy. Enslaved people played an important role during the Civil War, and their actions, whether in direct support of the Union or in seeking their own freedom, shaped the course of the conflict. Many enslaved people took advantage of the chaos of war to escape from their owners and seek refuge with Union forces. They fled to Union lines, where they were often treated as contraband of war, property seized from the enemy. These enslaved people, referred to as contraband, were given protection by Union forces, and many went on to contribute to the war effort by working as laborers, cooks, and even spies for the Union Army. These escapes were not only acts of defiance, but were also crucial in the Union's war effort. In addition to the escapes, enslaved people's resistance to their conditions became increasingly evident. Some enslaved men and women joined the Union Army, notably the United States Colored Troops, USCT, which was established in 1863. By the end of the war, nearly 180,000 African American men had served in the Union Army and Navy, playing a critical role in the eventual victory. These soldiers were motivated by a desire for freedom and the opportunity to fight for the abolition of slavery, and their participation in the war helped change public perception of African Americans in the military and in society at large. One of the most significant actions taken by President Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War was the Emancipation Proclamation, issued on January 1, 1863. This executive order declared that all enslaved people in Confederate-held territory were to be set free. While the proclamation did not immediately free all enslaved people, since it only applied to states that were in rebellion and not to border states or Union-controlled areas, it was a landmark moment in the fight for emancipation. It also shifted the Union's war aims from merely preserving the Union to actively abolishing slavery. The proclamation symbolized a commitment to the principles of freedom and equality, and it galvanized enslaved people to escape, join the Union forces, and fight for their liberation. While the Emancipation Proclamation was a significant step toward the abolition of slavery, it did not permanently end the institution. To achieve the complete abolition of slavery, the 13th Amendment to the Constitution was necessary. After years of political struggle and with the war drawing to a close, the 13th Amendment was passed by Congress on January 31, 1865, and ratified by the states on December 6, 1865. The amendment forever abolished slavery and involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime. The passage of the 13th Amendment marked the official end of slavery in the United States. It was a monumental achievement, but the legacy of slavery did not end with its legal abolition. Although slavery was now outlawed, its impacts were still deeply felt across the nation. The former enslaved population faced significant challenges in their transition to freedom as they confronted economic hardship, racial discrimination, and social inequality. In the South, many African Americans found themselves bound to the land through sharecropping and tenant farming, systems that often mirrored the conditions of slavery, with little opportunity for upward mobility. Moreover, while the abolition of slavery was a victory for African Americans, it did not immediately grant them full citizenship or equal rights. The Reconstruction period, which followed the Civil War, sought to rebuild the South and integrate formerly enslaved people into American society. However, Reconstruction faced intense resistance from white Southerners who sought to maintain their control over African Americans through discriminatory laws, intimidation, and violence. The legal and social fight for civil rights would continue for decades, leading to the civil rights movement of the 1960s. The legacy of slavery also influenced the course of American history in ways that continue to shape the nation today. The struggle for racial equality, the fight for civil rights, and the ongoing debate over issues like systemic racism and reparations can all trace their roots back to the centuries of enslavement that preceded the Civil War. The Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th Amendment were critical milestones in the fight for freedom, but they were only the beginning of a much longer struggle for full equality and justice. In conclusion, the Civil War and the Emancipation Proclamation were transformative events in the history of the United States. The war not only determined the fate of the Union, but also put an end to the institution of slavery that had been a central part of American life for over 2 centuries. The abolition of slavery through the passage of the 13th Amendment was a significant achievement, but it was only one chapter in a long, ongoing struggle for racial equality. The legacy of slavery continues to shape the United States in profound ways, and the fight for freedom, justice, and equality is far from over. Roughly 15,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, early humans began their journey into the uncharted and vast lands of North America. This migration marks one of the most significant events in human history. It set in motion the long development of Native American civilizations that would eventually stretch from the Arctic Circle to the tip of South America. At that time, much of the Earth's water was locked in massive glaciers, causing sea levels to drop and exposing a land corridor now known as Beringia. This land bridge connected present-day Siberia to Alaska. It is believed that small bands of nomadic hunter-gatherers crossed this bridge while following large Ice Age mammals like mammoths, mastodons, and steppe bison. These people were not moving with the intention of settling a new world. Rather, they were in pursuit of food, adapting to the challenges of a cold and unfamiliar landscape. The environment of prehistoric North America during the late Pleistocene was dramatically different from what it is today. Glaciers covered much of Canada and the northern United States, while the southern regions offered tundra and steppe ecosystems. As these early migrants moved further inland and southward, they encountered vast plains, rich woodlands, river valleys, and highlands teeming with wildlife. The land was raw, wild, and untamed, a continent in its natural state. These first Americans gradually spread out, adapting to new climates and ecological niches. Over generations, their survival strategies evolved. They became masters of their environments, learning to hunt, forage, and craft tools suited to their needs. Among the earliest well-known cultures to emerge were the Paleo-Indians. These people are known today mostly through their distinctive stone tools. One of the most famous tool-making traditions was the Clovis culture, named after a site near Clovis, New Mexico, where finely crafted fluted spear points were first discovered in the 1930s. Dated to around 13,000 years ago, Clovis points were designed for hunting large game and are considered some of the earliest evidence of widespread human presence in North America. The technology spread rapidly across the continent, suggesting that early humans shared ideas or migrated quickly. The Clovis people were highly skilled hunters who targeted megafauna and traveled in small mobile groups. As the climate continued to warm and megafauna began to disappear, other cultures adapted to the changing environment. The Folsom culture, which followed the Clovis tradition around 10,000 years ago, produced smaller and more refined projectile points. Folsom points were used to hunt bison and other smaller game, reflecting a shift in prey and hunting techniques. These developments mark a transition in human adaptation. Societies became more regionally distinct as groups settled into particular territories, each with its own food sources and environmental conditions. These Paleo-Indian cultures laid the foundation for the incredible cultural diversity that would later define Native American life. Archaeological evidence suggests that the Clovis and Folsom people not only hunted but also gathered wild plants, berries, and roots. They may have used seasonal camps and returned to the same locations annually, suggesting an early form of mobility tied to resource availability. Fire was used to shape the landscape, driving game and encouraging the growth of desirable plants. Their knowledge of animal behavior, weather patterns, and geography was critical for survival. These early peoples did not leave behind cities or temples. Instead, they left stone tools, butchered animal bones, hearths, and the occasional burial. But even these remnants tell us a story of resilience, ingenuity, and an intimate connection to the land. The migration across the Bering Land Bridge and the spread of Paleo-Indian cultures did not happen overnight. It likely took generations, with families traveling by foot and perhaps by small watercraft along coastal routes. Newer theories suggest that some groups may have arrived earlier than Clovis, with coastal migration paths offering a way into the Americas along the Pacific shoreline. Archaeological sites like Monte Verde in Chile and Bluefish Caves in Canada offer tantalizing evidence of pre-Clovis presence, though this remains a subject of ongoing debate. Still, what is clear is that these people were the first to call the Americas home. They were explorers in the truest sense, entering a new world and laying the groundwork for millennia of cultural development. By the end of this period, the initial wave of migration had given rise to a continental presence. Human beings were living across what is now the United States, Mexico, and parts of South America. Their lives were shaped by the pursuit of food, the demands of the seasons, and the rhythms of nature. They lived in small groups, moved frequently, and developed tools and strategies for survival. This era represents the dawn of Native American history. It is a time of bold movement, critical adaptation, and the first human footprints on a land that would one day be home to countless nations. Their legacy lives on in the archaeological record and in the descendants who continue to honor the memory of the first Americans. Between roughly 13,000 and 9,000 BCE, North America was a continent in flux. The Ice Age was drawing to a close, glaciers were retreating, and the climate was undergoing a dramatic transformation. It was in this volatile environment that early hunter-gatherer societies thrived. These were the Paleo-Indians, descendants of the first migrants who had crossed the Bering Land Bridge and spread across the continent. They lived in small mobile bands and relied on their knowledge of the land, animals, and seasons to survive. Their lives revolved around the hunt, particularly of the now extinct megafauna that once roamed in abundance. Mammoths were among the most prized and formidable of their prey. These massive relatives of modern elephants provided a wealth of resources. A single kill could feed a group for weeks. Meat was consumed fresh or dried, bones and tusks were used to make tools and shelters, and hides were fashioned into clothing and coverings. Hunting mammoths required planning, teamwork and courage. Groups likely used spears tipped with finely made clovis, or later falsum points to target vulnerable areas. They may have driven mammoths into bogs, ambushed them at watering holes, or coordinated attacks using fire and noise to direct the animals into traps. Other megafauna included giant ground sloths, saber-toothed cats, short-faced bears, camels, mastodons and enormous bison. The diversity of large animals provided hunters with opportunities and challenges. Tracking these creatures demanded an intimate understanding of animal behavior, migration routes, and seasonal patterns. As prey populations moved, so did the people. Campsites were often temporary, set up in places where game was plentiful and abandoned when resources grew scarce. This pattern of seasonal mobility defined Paleo-Indian life. Social structure in these early societies was likely egalitarian. With survival dependent on cooperation, decisions were probably made collectively and resources shared among the group. Leadership was based on skill, experience, and knowledge rather than formal authority. Tasks were divided by ability, with hunters, tool makers, gatherers, and caregivers all playing crucial roles. Elders were valued for their wisdom, while children were taught from a young age through observation and participation. Spirituality was likely centered around nature, animals, and the cycles of life and death, though direct evidence is sparse. Burial sites and cave paintings hint at a worldview that respected the power of the natural world. As the Ice Age ended and the climate warmed, dramatic changes swept across the continent. Glaciers receded, forests expanded, and sea levels rose. With these changes came the extinction of many megafauna species. While the reasons are still debated, it is likely that a combination of climate change and human hunting pressure led to their disappearance. For the hunter-gatherer societies that depended on these animals, this was a profound shift. They were forced to adapt quickly, diversifying their diets and refining their survival strategies. Smaller game animals like deer, rabbits and birds became more important, as did fishing and the gathering of edible plants, seeds, nuts and roots. Tools evolved to match these new needs. Spears and atlatls remained in use, but were supplemented by traps, fishing hooks, and grinding stones. Campsites began to show evidence of more varied diets and more permanent seasonal use. People returned to the same locations year after year, suggesting the beginnings of territoriality and more defined social identities. These adaptations led to the emergence of regionally distinct cultures. People in the Great Basin, the Southwest, the plains and the eastern woodlands began to follow different ways of life suited to their environments. Trade networks began to form, allowing groups to exchange materials like obsidian, shells and ochre over long distances. This exchange of goods likely included ideas, rituals and technologies. Even without written language, these societies developed complex oral traditions that passed knowledge from generation to generation. The end of the Ice Age marked both a loss and a new beginning. While the era of mammoth hunting faded, the foundations were laid for more complex societies to emerge. The skills learned during this period of great challenge and change became the basis for later innovations in agriculture, settlement, and social organization. These early Americans were not primitive. They were resourceful, observant, and deeply connected to the land. They responded to one of the greatest environmental transformations in human history, not with collapse, but with adaptation and resilience. By 9000 BCE, the world these people had known for millennia had transformed. Forests replaced tundra. Rivers swelled with melting ice. New species of plants and animals appeared, and the people who had once followed mammoth herds across icy plains were now shaping new ways of life. This period stands as a testament to the enduring spirit and ingenuity of the first Native American ancestors. They were survivors and innovators, the architects of a legacy that would shape the continent for thousands of years to come. Between 8000 and 2000 BCE, a major transformation began to unfold across what is now the southwestern United States and parts of northern Mexico. This was the gradual shift from a nomadic lifestyle based on hunting and gathering to a more settled way of life, supported by agriculture. The introduction and domestication of key crops, especially maize, beans, and squash, fundamentally altered how people interacted with the land and each other. This shift laid the foundation for the rise of villages, more complex social structures, and eventually the development of ancient civilizations in North America. The origins of agriculture in North America are closely tied to earlier developments in Mesoamerica. In southern Mexico, indigenous peoples began domesticating maize from a wild grass called teosinte as early as 7000 BCE. Through generations of selective planting, they developed a crop that produced larger and more nutritious kernels. Over time, this knowledge and the seeds themselves spread northward. The Southwest, with its arid climate and unique geography, became a key area for early farming in North America. The first evidence of maize cultivation in the region appears around 2100 BCE, and by 1500 BCE, it had become a significant part of the diet for many groups. The adoption of agriculture did not happen overnight. It occurred alongside traditional foraging and hunting practices, forming a mixed subsistence strategy that allowed communities to gradually experiment with crop cultivation. Early farmers planted maize in floodplains and along stream banks where natural irrigation helped the plants grow. As their understanding of planting cycles improved, they began developing techniques to manage water more efficiently, including the use of check dams, canals, and dry farming methods suited to the desert environment. Beans and squash were added to the agricultural toolkit over time, and together with maize, they formed the basis of what became known as the Three Sisters. These three crops complemented each other, both nutritionally and agriculturally. Maize provided carbohydrates, beans supplied protein and helped fix nitrogen in the soil, and squash offered essential vitamins and ground cover that helped retain moisture and reduce weeds. The introduction of these crops enabled people to produce a more reliable food supply, which in turn supported population growth and the development of permanent settlements. By 1200 BCE, some groups in the southwest had begun building small villages with pit houses dug partially into the ground and covered with brush and mud. These early communities were often located near water sources and were inhabited seasonally or year-round depending on local conditions. Social organization began to evolve as people spent more time in one place. Villages required cooperation in planting, tending, and harvesting crops. Storage of surplus food became important, leading to the construction of storage pits and granaries. With more stable food supplies, populations increased, and people began to establish more permanent ties to specific territories. Trade networks expanded, allowing for the exchange of not only goods but also ideas and cultural practices. Obsidian, turquoise, and shell beads were traded across vast distances, linking early farming communities to other regions. In the Four Corners region, where modern-day Utah, Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico meet, early agricultural communities took root in sheltered valleys and along riverbanks. Archaeological evidence shows that by 1000 BCE, Inhabitants of this area were living in semi-subterranean homes, growing crops, and participating in complex social networks. Over the centuries, these communities developed increasingly sophisticated agricultural practices and architectural styles that would eventually lead to the rise of the ancestral pueblos. But even in this early stage, we see the emergence of cultural traits that would define the region for generations, such as communal labor, ceremonial practices, and a deepening relationship with the land. Despite the advantages of farming, early agricultural life was not without its challenges. Crops could fail due to drought, pests, or soil depletion. Settled life made communities more vulnerable to environmental changes and sometimes to conflict with neighboring groups. Still, the benefits of reliable food production and the ability to sustain larger communities outweighed the risks for many people. Over time, agriculture became central to life in the Southwest, and its influence would continue to spread to other parts of North America. The rise of agriculture marked a turning point in Native American history. It was not a single event, but a long process of adaptation and innovation that changed how people lived, thought, and organized their societies. This transition from mobile bands of foragers to settled agricultural communities laid the groundwork for the great cultural and architectural achievements that would follow. The seeds planted in this period would grow into cities, civilizations, and enduring traditions that continue to shape native identity today. Between 1000 BCE and 500 CE, a series of interconnected Native American cultures flourished in the fertile Ohio River Valley and surrounding regions. These societies, commonly referred to as the Mound Builders, are best represented by the Adena and Hopewell cultures. Though distinct in time and characteristics, both left behind a striking archaeological legacy of ceremonial earthworks, burial mounds, and trade networks that stretched across much of eastern North America. Their achievements challenged the misconception that pre-Columbian societies in North America were uniformly simple or undeveloped. The Adena culture emerged first, around 1000 BCE, centered in what is now southern Ohio, northern Kentucky, and parts of Indiana and West Virginia. These people lived in small villages and practiced a mixed subsistence strategy that included hunting, gathering, and the early stages of horticulture. They cultivated native plants such as sunflower, squash, and goosefoot, and supplemented their diet with game like deer and turkey. Adena people are most famous for their burial mounds, some of which reached heights of over 20 feet. These mounds were constructed with deliberate planning and labor, often layered with soil, clay, and gravel brought from distant locations. The mounds served primarily as burial sites, and their construction reflected social and spiritual beliefs. Inside, archaeologists have discovered human remains often accompanied by elaborate grave goods, including stone pipes, copper ornaments, and carved effigies. The inclusion of such items suggests a belief in an afterlife and a stratified society where individuals of high status were honored with complex burials. Adena earthworks also show early signs of ceremonial function, with circular enclosures and pathways aligning with solar or lunar events, pointing to an emerging understanding of astronomy and ritual timing. Around 200 BCE, the Adena culture gradually evolved or gave rise to the Hopewell tradition, which expanded the mound-building phenomenon both in scope and sophistication. The Hopewell culture reached its peak between 100 BCE and 400 CE and spread over a vast area from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. Its most prominent centers were located in present-day Ohio, especially around the Scioto and Miami River valleys. Hopewell earthworks are among the most impressive in North America. They include massive geometric enclosures, some spanning hundreds of acres, formed with astonishing precision. Circles, squares and octagons were constructed with embankments and ditches, often aligned with celestial events. These earthworks were not defensive fortifications, but served ceremonial and social purposes. They likely functioned as gathering places for feasts, rituals, and political meetings. The scale of construction indicates a high degree of social organization, with coordinated labor and leadership capable of mobilizing communities for large-scale projects. The Hopewell also developed extensive trade networks, exchanging goods over thousands of miles. Archaeological finds include obsidian from the Rocky Mountains, mica from the Appalachian Mountains, copper from the Great Lakes, and shells from the Gulf Coast. These items were crafted into intricate artworks and tools, often used in ceremonial contexts. The presence of such exotic materials underscores the complexity and connectivity of Hopewell society. Trade was not just economic but also symbolic, reinforcing alliances, spiritual beliefs, and cultural identity. Artistic expression was central to Hopewell life. They produced finely carved stone pipes, detailed pottery, woven textiles, and effigy figures representing animals, humans, and mythical beings. Many artifacts exhibit a sophisticated aesthetic and spiritual symbolism, often related to shamanistic practices and cosmological beliefs. Burial mounds became even more elaborate during the Hopewell period, with log-lined tombs, multiple interments, and rich grave goods. These structures suggest a more stratified society, with religious leaders, skilled artisans, and community organizers. The decline of the Hopewell culture after 400 CE remains a subject of scholarly debate. It may have been caused by environmental changes, resource depletion, social upheaval, or shifting trade patterns. Whatever the reasons, the grand ceremonial centers were gradually abandoned, and the mound-building tradition entered a period of transformation. Yet, the legacy of the Adena and Hopewell did not disappear. Their knowledge, beliefs, and social practices influenced later cultures across the Midwest and Southeast, including the Mississippian peoples who would build even more monumental cities centuries later. Today, the surviving mounds and earthworks stand as silent monuments to the ingenuity and spirituality of their builders. Sites like the Newark earthworks and the Serpent Mound in Ohio continue to captivate archaeologists and visitors alike. They remind us that the pre-Columbian history of North America was rich with innovation, artistic achievement, and complex social organization. The mound builders were not a single tribe or empire, but a constellation of cultures linked by shared ideas and practices. Through their monumental architecture and far-reaching networks, they helped shape the cultural landscape of native North America long before the arrival of Europeans. Between 200 and 1300 CE, the American Southwest was home to some of the most remarkable ancient civilizations in North America. These societies developed in arid and often unforgiving environments, yet they built thriving communities marked by architectural achievement, agricultural innovation, and cultural complexity. Chief among them were the ancestral Pueblones, also known historically as the Anasazi, as well as the Hohokam and Mogollon cultures. Each adapted in unique ways to the landscape and left behind a legacy that still shapes the identity of the Southwest today. The ancestral Pueblones occupied the Four Corners region, where present-day Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona meet. Their culture developed over centuries and is best known for its extraordinary stone and adobe dwellings built into cliffs and mesas. One of the most iconic of these sites is Mesa Verde in southwestern Colorado. Here, multi-story structures such as Cliff Palace were constructed within natural alcoves high in the canyon walls. These buildings featured kivas, circular ceremonial rooms used for spiritual and communal gatherings. The scale and precision of their architecture reflect a deep understanding of engineering and social organization. Chaco Canyon in northwestern New Mexico was another major center of ancestral Puebloan culture. Between the 9th and 12th centuries, the Chacoans built massive complexes known as great houses using sandstone blocks and wooden beams. These structures were aligned with astronomical events, indicating advanced knowledge of the cosmos. Roads radiated from Chaco to outlying settlements, suggesting the existence of a regional network of trade, communication, and religious pilgrimage. The society was not only architectural, but also spiritual, with rituals, ceremonies, and cosmological beliefs at the heart of daily life. Further west and south, in the low deserts of the Sonoran region, the Hohokam culture flourished. The Hohokam were master engineers who developed one of the most extensive prehistoric irrigation systems in North America. Using a series of canals, they diverted water from the Salt and Gila rivers to irrigate their fields, enabling the cultivation of maize, beans, squash, and cotton. These irrigation networks supported large villages and towns, some with platform mounds, ball courts, and ceremonial plazas. Hohokam pottery and shell jewelry reveal connections with Mesoamerican cultures, suggesting long-distance trade and cultural exchange. The Mogollon people lived primarily in what is now southeastern Arizona and southwestern New Mexico. Their culture emerged around the same time as the ancestral Puebloans and Hohokam, but developed its own distinctive traits. Early Mogollon communities lived in pit houses and later in above-ground pueblos. They are especially known for their intricately painted pottery, featuring geometric patterns and animal motifs. Over time, Mogollon groups began building in cliff alcoves, similar to the ancestral Puebloans, particularly in places like the Gila cliff dwellings. Their societies were smaller and more dispersed, yet they displayed a deep connection to the land and spiritual life. These desert civilizations were all rooted in agriculture. The domestication and cultivation of maize, beans, and squash allowed them to settle permanently, build surplus food stores, and develop complex social structures. Their survival in arid environments required careful water management, communal labor, and intimate ecological knowledge. Religious and ceremonial life often revolved around the cycles of nature. Art, pottery, and architecture were not merely functional, but deeply symbolic, reflecting beliefs about the world, ancestors, and the spirit realm. By around 1300 CE, environmental pressures including drought, resource depletion, and social stress led to the decline or transformation of these cultures. Chaco Canyon was largely abandoned by the late 1200s. The great cliff dwellings of Mesa Verde were vacated around the same time. Hohokam canal systems fell into disrepair. While the reasons for these changes remain debated, it is clear that migration played a key role. Many descendants of these ancient peoples moved to other regions, forming the basis of the modern Pueblo communities of New Mexico and Arizona. Their cultural traditions continue in the Hopi, Zuni, Tewa, and other Puebloan peoples. The achievements of the ancestral Puebloans Hohokam and Mogollon represent a high point in pre-contact Native American history. Their innovations in architecture, agriculture, astronomy, and social organization demonstrate a level of sophistication that rivals ancient cultures anywhere in the world. They created vibrant societies that thrived in some of the harshest environments on the continent. Their legacy endures not only in ruins and artifacts, but in living traditions, oral histories, and the continued presence of their descendants in the modern American Southwest. Between 800 and 1500 CE, a complex and powerful civilization rose in the heart of North America. Known as the Mississippian culture, it spread along the Mississippi River and its tributaries, creating networks of cities, trade routes, and ceremonial centers. At the center of this civilization stood Cahokia, located near present-day St. Louis, Missouri. Cahokia was the largest pre-Columbian city north of Mexico and a marvel of Native American ingenuity. It reached its peak between 1050 and 1200 CE, when its population may have exceeded 20,000 people, rivaling European cities of the same era. Cahokia's most striking features were its massive earthen mounds. The largest, known as Monk's Mound, covers over 14 acres and rises more than 100 feet above the surrounding plains. It was constructed using baskets of soil carried by hand, an extraordinary feat of labor and coordination. Atop Monk's Mound likely stood the residence or temple of a paramount chief, symbolizing both political power and spiritual authority. Surrounding the central plaza were dozens of smaller mounds, each serving specific ceremonial, residential, or burial purposes. Cahokia's layout reveals a high degree of urban planning. The city was organized around a central plaza and aligned according to astronomical events. One of the most significant structures was Woodhenge, a large circle of wooden posts used to track solstices and equinoxes. This suggests that the Mississippians possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy and used it to guide agricultural and ceremonial calendars. The city's organization reflects both religious beliefs and a centralized authority capable of mobilizing labor and resources. Social hierarchy was a defining feature of Mississippian society. At the top were elite rulers, often considered divine or semi-divine, who lived atop platform mounds and directed both governance and ritual life. Below them were specialized artisans, traders, farmers, and laborers. Burial sites provide insight into these social divisions. High-status individuals were interred with elaborate grave goods such as shell ornaments, copper artifacts, and finely crafted pottery, while commoners received more modest burials. These distinctions indicate a stratified society with inherited status and organized leadership. Agriculture formed the backbone of Cahokia's economy. The Mississippians cultivated maize as their staple crop, supplemented by beans, squash, sunflowers, and native fruits. Their agricultural success supported dense populations and freed some individuals to engage in non-subsistence activities such as craftsmanship, trade, and religious service. Pottery, stone tools, textiles, and ornamental goods were produced with remarkable skill. Cahokia's artisans used local and imported materials, demonstrating access to distant trade networks that extended to the Great Lakes, the Gulf Coast, and the Appalachian region. Trade was vital to Cahokia's influence. Exotic items like Gulf Coast shells, Great Lakes copper, Appalachian mica, and obsidian from the Rocky Mountains have been found at the site. These materials were not only valued for their rarity, but also for their spiritual significance. Trade brought not just goods but also ideas, technologies, and religious practices, helping to unify distant communities under shared cultural norms. As the central hub of this network, Cahokia played a dominant role in the political and spiritual life of the broader Mississippian world. Religious and ceremonial life were integral to Cahokian culture. Temples, plazas, and mound complexes served as stages for rituals that reinforced social cohesion and the divine authority of leaders. The alignment of structures with celestial bodies points to a cosmology that emphasized harmony between the earthly and spiritual realms. Public ceremonies likely included processions, feasting, dance, and offerings to deities or ancestors. These events brought people together and reaffirmed community bonds and hierarchical roles. Despite its success, Cahokia began to decline in the late 13th century. The reasons are not fully understood, but likely include a combination of environmental stress, resource depletion, social unrest, and climate change. Deforestation, soil exhaustion, and flooding may have undermined agriculture. Internal conflict and the breakdown of centralized authority could have weakened the social fabric. By 1350, the city had been largely abandoned, and by 1500, the Mississippian culture had fragmented into smaller chiefdoms. The legacy of Cahokia and the Mississippian civilization remains profound. Their achievements in urban planning, engineering, agriculture, and social organization rival those of any ancient society. Monk's Mound still stands today as a testament to their vision and perseverance. Descendant communities, including the Natchez and other southeastern tribes, carried forward many Mississippian traditions, especially in art, leadership structures, and cosmological beliefs. Cahokia challenges misconceptions of pre-contact North America as sparsely populated or culturally simple. Instead, it reveals a continent filled with dynamic and sophisticated civilizations. The story of Cahokia is a reminder of the enduring human capacity to adapt, organize, and create in harmony with the land. Between 500 and 1500 CE, the Great Plains of North America were home to diverse Native American cultures that adapted to the expansive grasslands long before the introduction of the horse. These groups developed complex societies that combined agriculture, seasonal hunting, and trade. Far from being the stereotypical horse-mounted nomads, often associated with Plains Indians, the early cultures of this region were more varied, with many living in semi-permanent villages and organizing their lives around the rhythms of the land and the great bison herds. The Great Plains stretch from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains and from present-day Canada to Texas. This vast region was rich in grasses that supported immense herds of bison, elk, and other game. Early Plains cultures learned to live in balance with these ecosystems, crafting economies and social structures that reflected both mobility and settlement. Among the most prominent of these early Plains cultures were the Mandan, Hidatsa, Arikara, and Pawnee. The Mandan and Hidatsa lived primarily along the upper Missouri River in present-day North Dakota. They established large fortified earth lodge villages that could house hundreds of people. These lodges were built with wooden frames and covered in earth, making them warm in winter and cool in summer. The villages were often surrounded by palisades and strategically located near rivers for transportation, fishing, and fertile farmland. These tribes cultivated maize, beans, squash, and sunflowers, using tools fashioned from bone and stone. Agriculture formed the backbone of their subsistence, complemented by seasonal bison hunts. The Pawnee, based further south along the Platte River in present-day Nebraska, had a similar village-based lifestyle. They lived in earth lodges during the planting and harvesting seasons and undertook communal bison hunts in the summer and fall. These hunts required careful coordination and were often imbued with spiritual significance. Pawnee cosmology was highly developed, with elaborate ceremonies tied to the agricultural calendar. Their religion centered around the stars, and they built their villages according to celestial alignments. The morning star ceremony was one of their most sacred rituals, expressing their worldview and spiritual connection to the cosmos. Although mobility was important to these groups, they were not fully nomadic. The seasonal bison hunts involved temporary movements, but their base lifestyle was rooted in permanent or semi-permanent settlements. The reliance on both farming and hunting allowed for a balanced and resilient way of life. Surplus crops were stored in underground caches or traded with neighboring tribes. Trade routes connected the plains peoples to regions as far away as the Southwest, the Great Lakes, and the Mississippi Valley, allowing for the exchange of goods like shells, copper, obsidian, and pottery. Social organization in early plains cultures varied, but many tribes had councils of elders, clan systems, and hereditary leadership. These institutions governed daily life, managed resources, and coordinated defense. Villages were tightly knit communities where cooperation was essential. Tasks such as farming, hunting, and constructing lodges were often communal efforts. Gender roles were well defined, with women typically managing agriculture and domestic affairs, while men hunted and protected the community. Spiritual leaders, or shamans, played an important role in healing, divination, and maintaining balance between people and the spirit world. The plains cultures placed great spiritual value on animals, particularly the bison. Every part of the bison was used: meat for food, hides for clothing and shelter, bones for tools, sinew for thread. The bison was honored in ritual and story, symbolizing strength, abundance, and the sacred connection between humans and nature. Ceremonial dances, offerings, and storytelling reinforced cultural identity and passed down essential knowledge to future generations. By the late 1400s, these societies were flourishing in their own right, maintaining vibrant traditions, governing their communities, and engaging in wide-ranging trade. Their lifeways were sustainable and deeply integrated with the landscape. It wasn't until the 17th century, after European contact and the reintroduction of the horse by the Spanish, that plains cultures began to shift toward the fully nomadic, horse-mounted lifestyle most familiar to popular imagination. That transformation would drastically alter the dynamics of power, mobility, and warfare on the plains. Yet before the horse, the tribes of the Great Plains had already achieved a remarkable adaptation to their environment. Their earth lodges, agricultural practices, and bison hunting strategies formed a balanced way of life, rooted in deep knowledge of the land. Their stories, ceremonies, and social systems reflected a rich and enduring cultural legacy. Understanding this era challenges common stereotypes and highlights the ingenuity and diversity of Native American societies in pre-contact North America. Between 1000 and 1500 CE, the Pacific Northwest coast was home to some of the most culturally rich and environmentally adapted native societies in North America. Stretching from present-day northern California to southern Alaska, this coastal region provided abundant resources that supported complex sedentary cultures. Among the most prominent were the Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian, and Coast Salish peoples. Their way of life was shaped by the temperate rainforests, rivers, and the Pacific Ocean, where annual salmon runs, towering cedar trees, and marine life such as whales played central roles in both economy and spiritual life. Unlike many indigenous cultures that depended on agriculture, the Pacific Northwest peoples built their societies around the wealth of natural resources, particularly from the sea. The most critical of these was salmon. Salmon runs were predictable and abundant, allowing communities to harvest large quantities during the summer and preserve them for winter. This food surplus supported large, stable populations and enabled the development of permanent villages. These villages often featured large, elaborately carved cedar longhouses that housed multiple families and served as centers of communal life. The cedar tree was essential to Pacific Northwest cultures. From its bark to its massive trunks, cedar provided the materials for homes, canoes, clothing, baskets, and ceremonial objects. The art of carving reached extraordinary levels of sophistication in this region. Totem poles, carved from single cedar logs, stood in front of homes and ceremonial sites. These towering works of art depicted clan crests, mythological beings, and ancestral stories. Each figure on a totem pole held symbolic meaning and recorded family lineage, spiritual beliefs, and historical events. Contrary to common misconception, totem poles were not objects of worship, but were visual representations of cultural heritage. Clan and kinship systems formed the foundation of social organization. Societies like the Tlingit and Haida were matrilineal, meaning descent and inheritance passed through the mother's line. Clans were divided into moieties or social halves, such as Raven and Eagle, which regulated marriage and social responsibilities. Inter-clan relationships were maintained through complex rituals and a powerful institution known as the potlatch. The potlatch was a ceremonial feast where wealth was displayed and redistributed. Chiefs and nobles gave away gifts such as blankets, food, copper plates, and other valuable items to assert status, honor ancestors, and mark important life events like births, marriages, and deaths. Spiritual life in the Pacific Northwest was deeply intertwined with the natural world. Animals, rivers, mountains, and celestial bodies were believed to possess spiritual power and consciousness. Storytelling preserved oral histories and mythologies that explained the origins of the world, the roles of supernatural beings, and the laws of human conduct. Shape-shifting spirits, guardian animals, and trickster figures like Raven featured prominently in traditional stories. Ceremonies often included song, dance, masks, and dramatic performances to bring these stories to life and reinforce moral lessons. Whaling was a significant practice for coastal groups such as the Makah and Nu Cha Nulth. It required immense skill, teamwork, and ritual preparation. Whales provided food, oil, and bone, and their hunting was surrounded by spiritual observances to ensure respect for the whale's spirit and the success of future hunts. Whalers were often members of elite lineages who underwent strict purification rites and training. The entire community participated in processing the whale, turning the event into a communal celebration that reinforced social bonds. Art and symbolism permeated every aspect of life. Carved masks, woven blankets, and decorated tools were not only utilitarian, but also carried deep cultural significance. The use of formline design, with its characteristic curves and ovoids, became a defining feature of Northwest Coast art. These artistic traditions were passed down through apprenticeships and clan teachings, ensuring continuity across generations. Despite regional differences, Pacific Northwest societies shared a worldview that emphasized balance, reciprocity, and respect for the environment. This ethos was reflected in their governance systems, which involved councils of elders, clan leaders, and ceremonial figures who mediated disputes, managed resources, and upheld traditions. The role of women was especially important in maintaining clan structure, property rights, and oral heritage. By the 1500s, these cultures had developed sophisticated political, economic, and spiritual systems deeply rooted in their environment. Their coastal villages were vibrant centers of life, art, and knowledge, connected by trade routes that extended inland and along the coast. The wealth generated by the land and sea did not lead to widespread warfare, but instead encouraged ceremonial competition and generosity through institutions like the potlatch. These values fostered stability and cohesion in a landscape marked by seasonal cycles and ecological abundance. The legacy of the Pacific Northwest societies continues today, in the traditions, art, and cultural resurgence of their descendant communities. Totem poles still stand as symbols of identity and resilience. The potlatch, once banned by colonial authorities, has been revived and remains a cornerstone of cultural expression. The stories of Raven and the spirits of the cedar forest still echo in the oral traditions passed from elder to youth. In remembering these vibrant civilizations, we recognize the profound ways in which people can thrive in harmony with their environment, guided by deep spiritual vision and enduring cultural wisdom. The Iroquois Confederacy, also known as the Haudenosaunee, is one of the most influential political unions in pre-Columbian North America. Formed around 1100 CE, the Confederacy brought together 5, and later 6, distinct nations: the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, Seneca, and Tuscarora, into a powerful union that would shape the political landscape of the Northeast for centuries. At the heart of their society was the Great Law of Peace, a sophisticated system of governance that emphasized diplomacy, consensus, and unity. The origins of the Haudenosaunee lie in the traditions and cultures of the eastern woodland peoples. The Confederacy arose in response to centuries of conflict between the nations of the region. The story of the Confederacy's formation is rooted in the teachings of the Peacemaker, a legendary figure who united the warring nations through the concept of peace, justice, and power shared equally among the people. According to oral traditions, the Peacemaker worked alongside Hiawatha, a leader from the Onondaga Nation, to bring about this union. The Great Law of Peace was the foundation of the Iroquois Confederacy's governance. It outlined a system based on consensus decision-making, where all decisions were made collectively rather than by a single leader. Each nation within the Confederacy retained its own leaders and traditions, but was bound by the Great Law to maintain peace and cooperation with the other nations. The Confederacy's decisions were made by a council of chiefs, and the council's role was to ensure that the voices of all members were heard and respected. The structure of the Confederacy was designed to prevent the rise of despotic power and to promote equality among the nations. The Onondaga, often considered the firekeepers of the Confederacy, held a special role as the central guiding force. The Mohawk and Seneca nations, located at the eastern and western ends of the Confederacy, acted as the protectors of the Union. The Oneida and Cayuga served as mediators and advisors. The Peacemaker's teachings encouraged a system that balanced power among all the nations and ensured that decisions were made for the good of the whole community, not just one individual or group. The Confederacy's governance structure had profound implications for the way the Iroquois organized their societies. It created a political system that emphasized unity and the importance of maintaining peaceful relations among the nations. This system also extended to the Confederacy's interactions with other tribes, including the Algonquin and Lenape. Although these groups were not part of the Iroquois Confederacy, the Confederacy's diplomatic practices and governance model had a lasting influence on the political structures of neighboring tribes. Socially, the Haudenosaunee were a matrilineal society. In this system, lineage was traced through the mother, and women played a central role in both family and community life. Clan mothers held significant authority as they were responsible for selecting the male chiefs who would represent their clans in the Confederacy's council. Women also had the power to remove chiefs if they were not fulfilling their duties. This matrilineal structure not only placed women at the heart of governance, but also ensured that the welfare of the community was prioritized. The Iroquois Confederacy was a sophisticated and highly organized society with a rich cultural tradition that included unique art, oral storytelling, and spiritual practices. The Iroquois were skilled farmers, hunters, and traders, and they maintained a deep connection to the land. They cultivated crops like maize, beans, and squash, often referred to as the Three Sisters, and they used these crops as the basis for their sustenance. Their skill in hunting and fishing complemented their agricultural practices, ensuring that they could sustain their communities year-round. The Iroquois also had a complex spiritual belief system. Their spirituality was closely tied to the natural world, and they believed in the existence of a creator, as well as a variety of spirits that inhabited the land, sky, and water. Rituals and ceremonies were conducted to honor these spirits and to ensure harmony between the people and the natural world. The Confederacy's council decisions often involved spiritual considerations, as leaders would consult spiritual advisors and elders before making important decisions. In addition to their internal governance, the Iroquois were also a powerful force in the broader Northeast region. They were formidable warriors, and their military alliances and diplomacy were key to their influence. They frequently engaged in warfare with neighboring tribes, including the Algonquin, but also formed alliances with some of them to resist European encroachment. The Iroquois played a crucial role in the fur trade, which became a primary source of economic power in the region. Their strategic location and diplomatic skill allowed them to maintain a degree of autonomy even as European powers began to exert control over North America. The Algonquins, a group of related tribes that occupied much of the northeastern part of the continent, had a different social and political structure from the Iroquois. While the Algonquins were organized into independent bands, they were united by language and shared cultural practices. The Algonquins had a more decentralized system of governance, where decisions were made by individual bands rather than a central authority. The Lenape, another important tribe in the region, lived along the eastern seaboard and had a similar social structure. Despite their differences, both the Algonquins and the Lenape were deeply impacted by the Iroquois Confederacy's influence, especially in terms of diplomacy and alliances. The Iroquois Confederacy's political structure, social organization, and cultural practices provide an invaluable example of Native American governance and diplomacy before European contact. The Confederacy's enduring legacy can still be seen today in the governance of Native American tribes and nations, as well as in the broader political history of North America. The Haudenosaunee's Great Law of Peace, which emphasized unity, peace, and respect for all voices, remains a powerful symbol of Native American resilience and governance. As the 15th century drew to a close, the vast landmass of North America was home to a dazzling diversity of Native American nations, each with its own unique culture, language, economy, and spiritual beliefs. Long before the arrival of European explorers and settlers, the continent was a thriving tapestry of interconnected societies that had developed sophisticated systems of governance, trade, and knowledge. From the lush Pacific Northwest to the arid deserts of the Southwest, from the fertile river valleys of the East to the expansive Great Plains, these nations had lived and adapted to their environments for thousands of years. In the Northeast, the Iroquois Confederacy, or Haudenosaunee, had established a political and social system based on the Great Law of Peace. This union of 5 nations, Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca, had created a model of governance that valued diplomacy, consensus, and peace. Their intricate network of alliances and their ability to maintain harmony between distinct nations made them a dominant force in the region. Meanwhile, the Algonquin-speaking tribes, including the Lenape and the Wampanoag, thrived in the forests and coastal areas, developing systems of agriculture, fishing, and hunting. In the southeast, nations like the Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, and Seminole had long histories of complex social structures and extensive trade networks. These societies built large towns and villages with sophisticated agricultural systems centered around the cultivation of maize, beans, and squash. The mounds of the Mississippian culture, particularly in places like Cahokia, stand as monumental reminders of the advanced urban planning and political organization of these people. Their societies were interconnected by extensive trade routes that stretched from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. Farther to the west, the Southwest was home to the ancestral Pueblones, Hohokam, and Mogollon cultures. These desert civilizations were skilled in agriculture, especially the cultivation of maize, and were known for their intricate pottery, weaving, and cliff dwellings. The ancestral Pueblones in particular built elaborate cliff dwellings such as those at Mesa Verde, while the Hohokam developed complex irrigation systems to support their agriculture in the arid Sonoran Desert. In the Great Plains, the tribes that lived there before the arrival of the horse had developed complex systems of agriculture, social structure, and bison hunting. Tribes like the Mandan, Pawnee, and Hidatsa lived in large, semi-permanent villages and relied on a combination of farming and seasonal bison hunts for survival. These cultures were not fully nomadic, but lived in a way that balanced mobility with settled life, and they developed intricate trade networks that spanned the continent. The Pacific Northwest was home to rich maritime cultures, such as the Tlingit, Haida, and Coast Salish, whose societies revolved around the abundant salmon runs, cedar forests, and marine resources. These peoples built large, permanent villages and relied on fishing, hunting, and gathering for their sustenance. They were skilled artisans, creating elaborate totem poles and masks that reflected their spiritual beliefs and clan structures. Potlatch ceremonies were an essential part of their social fabric, where wealth and resources were redistributed in elaborate feasts. By the time of European contact, North America was also home to a number of other significant nations. The Pacific coast featured the Chumash and Pomo, whose basket weaving and fishing skills were renowned. The Great Basin was inhabited by groups such as the Shoshone, Ute, and Paiute, who had adapted to the harsh desert environment with their own unique systems of resource management. The California region, with its diverse ecosystems, was home to a multitude of groups, including the Miwok, Yurok, and Pomo, each with distinct cultures and languages. The Southeast and the Midwest were home to agricultural societies like the Mississippian culture, which built large mound complexes and developed extensive trade networks that connected them to other cultures across North America. They had complex ceremonial practices, and their chiefdoms were among the most advanced in pre-Columbian North America. These cultures were vibrant, with complex social hierarchies, religious practices, and economies built around maize cultivation. Across the continent, languages were as diverse as the landscapes themselves. There were hundreds of distinct language families, with each tribe and nation speaking its own tongue or dialect. These languages reflected the unique ways in which different cultures interacted with their environments, governed their societies, and passed down their histories and traditions. Native American languages remain an essential part of cultural identity for many tribes today, and efforts are underway to preserve and revitalize them. As the 1490s came to a close, Native American societies were at a pivotal moment in their history. The complex web of trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange that had developed over millennia was poised to change forever. While these societies had already faced challenges such as climate change, resource depletion, and intertribal conflict, nothing would prepare them for the arrival of European explorers and the catastrophic impact that colonization would have on their lives. The arrival of Christopher Columbus in 1492 and the subsequent waves of European exploration and settlement would bring disease, warfare, and displacement to Native American nations across the continent. Entire societies would be wiped out, their land taken, and their ways of life forever altered. Yet even as these nations were subjected to the violence and disruption of colonization, their resilience, ingenuity, and cultural richness would continue to shape the history of North America for centuries to come. The pre-contact era is a testament to the diversity, innovation, and resilience of Native American nations. These societies were not isolated, primitive peoples but sophisticated cultures with rich traditions, governance systems, and relationships to the land. The history of Native America before European contact is not just a story of tragedy, but also one of achievement, adaptation, and survival. It is a history that deserves to be remembered, honored, and celebrated as a vital part of the American past. Julius Caesar was born in 100 BC into the patrician Julia family, an ancient but not particularly wealthy lineage in Rome. His family claimed descent from Venus through Aeneas, reinforcing their aristocratic status, but by the time of Caesar's birth, their political influence had waned. His father Gaius Julius Caesar served as a minor official, and his mother Aurelia was known for her intelligence and strong will. It was Aurelia who would have the most profound influence on young Caesar, instilling in him the discipline and ambition that would define his life. Rome at the time was in turmoil. The Republic was racked by social and political conflicts between the populares, who sought to represent the common people, and the optimates, who upheld the power of the Senate and the aristocracy. The violent struggles between these factions shaped Caesar's early worldview. The legacy of Gaius Marius, his uncle by marriage and a leader of the populares, loomed large over his youth. When Marius and his ally Cinna seized control of Rome, it seemed as though Caesar's future was secure. However, power shifted rapidly. In 82 BC, the ruthless general Sulla emerged victorious in a brutal civil war and declared himself dictator, launching purges against Marius's supporters. Thousands of people were executed, their properties confiscated, and their families ruined. As a young teenager, Caesar suddenly found himself in grave danger. Sulla ordered the execution of many populares, and as the nephew of Marius, Caesar became a target. Sulla specifically demanded that Caesar divorce his wife Cornelia, the daughter of Cinna. Defying a dictator was a death sentence, but Caesar refused. His courage impressed some of Sulla's allies, who petitioned for his pardon. Sulla reluctantly spared him, but is said to have remarked that in Caesar he saw many Mariuses, predicting the young man's potential for greatness and chaos. This chilling prophecy would prove to be true in the years to come. Knowing that he was still at risk, Caesar left Rome and joined the military in Asia Minor. His first campaigns took place under the command of the Roman governor of Bithynia. Caesar quickly distinguished himself through acts of daring, including a mission to win the allegiance of a local king. His military talents and ability to command loyalty were evident even in his early years. It was during this time that he received the civic crown, one of Rome's highest military honors, for saving the life of a fellow soldier in battle. This award granted him significant prestige upon his return to Rome. It also showed his willingness to put himself in danger, a trait that would define his military career. However, his journey back was interrupted by one of the most famous episodes of his youth: his capture by Cilician pirates. The pirates underestimated their prisoner. While awaiting ransom, Caesar treated them not as captors but as inferiors, jokingly warning them that he would return and have them crucified. He demanded they increase his ransom, asserting his own value. Once freed, he wasted no time in raising a small force, hunting down the pirates, and carrying out his promise. He personally oversaw their executions, ensuring that they suffered the fate he had warned them of. This act cemented his reputation as a man of both charisma and ruthless determination. It also displayed his ability to turn any situation to his advantage. Returning to Rome in the late 70s BC, Caesar began his political career. He leveraged his connections, charm, and oratory skills to rise quickly. He started as a prosecutor, taking on corrupt officials, showcasing his intelligence and flair for drama in the courtroom. He also spent lavishly to win public favor, organizing games and spectacles that made him immensely popular, but also left him in debt. Still, his ability to connect with the masses set him apart from many other aristocrats. He was not just a noble, he was a man of the people. He knew that Rome's future would be decided by public opinion as much as by senatorial politics. By the time he reached his early 30s, Caesar had positioned himself as a rising star in Roman politics. His alliances, strategic marriages, and willingness to take risks had already made him a formidable figure. He was ambitious, calculating, and utterly relentless. The chaotic Rome of his youth had shaped him into a man who understood that power was not given but seized. His early experiences, defying Sulla, surviving war, outwitting pirates, and mastering political maneuvering, laid the foundation for the legend he would become. But his story was only beginning. The challenges ahead would test his resilience, his loyalty, and his ability to control the ever-changing tides of Roman politics. Rome was a city in crisis, and Caesar was a man who thrived in crisis. He had already proven that he would not be a passive observer in history, he would be its architect. Julius Caesar's rise to prominence truly began in the 60s BC, a period that tested his resilience, military capabilities, and political acumen. His early military service had already earned him a reputation, but it was his ambition and ability to navigate the treacherous waters of Roman politics that set him apart. As he returned to Rome after his campaigns in Asia, he faced a city still embroiled in power struggles. The Republic was in a constant state of turmoil, and Caesar knew that to succeed, he had to play the game of politics masterfully. His career gained momentum when he was elected quaestor in 69 BC, a position that placed him within the Roman administration and gave him his first formal experience in governance. That same year, tragedy struck. Both his wife Cornelia and his beloved aunt Julia passed away. Caesar used their funerals as a stage for political maneuvering, delivering eulogies that emphasized his family's connection to the legendary Marius and the Popule's cause. By openly honoring Marius, he was making a bold statement, aligning himself with the people rather than the Senate's conservative factions. Following his quaestorship, he was sent to govern parts of Spain, where he began to display the leadership qualities that would define his later years. In Spain he encountered a land riddled with corruption and instability, yet he proved to be an effective administrator, settling debts and ensuring justice for the local populations. He also demonstrated his military brilliance by leading successful campaigns against rebellious tribes, earning his soldiers' respect and further solidifying his reputation. However, his ambition extended far beyond provincial rule. He saw the grander picture, Rome itself, and knew that his path to ultimate power lay there. In 65 BC, Caesar was elected aedile, a role that allowed him to oversee public works and entertainment in Rome. He seized this opportunity to further win over the masses, organizing extravagant games and events that outshone those of his rivals. Though this lavish spending left him deeply in debt, it also made him one of the most popular figures in the city. His ability to connect with the people, to inspire loyalty and admiration, set him apart from many other senators who relied solely on wealth and heritage. By 63 BC, Caesar was elected Pontifex Maximus, the highest religious office in Rome. This was a significant achievement, as it granted him immense influence over Roman society and politics. Many had underestimated him, assuming he was too young and unseasoned for such a role, yet he had outmaneuvered his competitors with a combination of charm, bribes, and strategic alliances. His growing power did not go unnoticed, and his rivals in the Senate began to take him more seriously. His tenure as praetor in 62 BC saw him continue to rise, but it was his appointment as governor of Hispania Ulterior in 61 BC that provided him with the opportunity to truly prove himself. Spain was a volatile province, plagued by unrest and financial troubles. Caesar wasted no time in securing the region, subduing rebellious tribes with swift and decisive military actions. His victories were not only tactical but also psychological. He ensured that his name struck fear into his enemies and admiration into his followers. His governance was efficient, and he made sure to distribute wealth among his soldiers, further solidifying their loyalty. By 60 BC, he had amassed enough wealth and military glory to return to Rome and seek the highest office, the consulship. But Rome was still a battlefield of political factions, and Caesar knew that he needed powerful allies. It was then that he formed one of the most famous political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate, with Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, and Pompey, the greatest general of the time. This alliance would propel him to the heights of Roman politics, setting the stage for his eventual domination of the Republic. Julius Caesar's rise from a debt-ridden politician to a powerful statesman was not merely the result of luck. It was a testament to his relentless ambition, his ability to adapt, and his unparalleled understanding of both military and political strategy. He had already tasted power, and he would not stop until he had taken complete control of Rome. The next chapter in his journey would see him achieve just that, but it would also set into motion the events that would ultimately lead to his downfall. By 60 BC, Julius Caesar had positioned himself as one of the most ambitious politicians in Rome. However, ambition alone was not enough to secure power in a republic dominated by rival factions and entrenched elites. He understood that to achieve his ultimate goals, he needed allies, powerful ones. Thus he orchestrated one of the most influential political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate. At the time, Rome was divided between the Optimates, who represented the interests of the Senate and the aristocracy, and the Populares, who sought the support of the common people. Caesar had already aligned himself with the Populares, but he needed the backing of two of Rome's most influential figures to truly dominate the political scene. His first ally was Marcus Licinius Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, known for his vast fortune amassed through real estate, business ventures, and the suppression of the Spartacus rebellion. Crassus had political ambitions of his own and sought greater military command, something the Senate had repeatedly denied him. The second ally was Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, better known as Pompey the Great, a brilliant general who had expanded Rome's territories but was struggling to secure land grants for his veterans due to opposition from the Senate. Caesar, the rising star, saw an opportunity to unite these two powerful but frustrated men into a mutually beneficial arrangement. The First Triumvirate was not an official government institution, but rather a private agreement among three men who agreed to use their collective influence to dominate Roman politics. Each had something to gain. Caesar sought the consulship and a governorship that would provide him with military command. Pompey wanted legitimacy for his veterans' land grants, and Crassus aimed to secure financial and political power through military campaigns in the East. With their combined resources, they effectively sidelined the Senate and restructured Roman politics to serve their interests. In 59 BC, with the full backing of the triumvirate, Caesar was elected consul, Rome's highest political office. Traditionally, consuls worked together to balance power, but Caesar's co-consul, Marcus Bibulus, was a staunch conservative aligned with the Optimates. Determined to push through his agenda, Caesar bypassed Bibulus entirely, often ignoring him and even resorting to public intimidation. At one point, Bibulus withdrew from public life entirely, leading Romans to joke that the year was not consular under Caesar and Bibulus, but rather under Julius and Caesar. As consul, Caesar introduced sweeping reforms, including land distributions to Pompey's veterans and economic measures that benefited Crassus and his allies. He also ensured that he would receive a long-term military command by securing governorship over Cisalpine Gaul, Transalpine Gaul, and Illyricum. This governorship was crucial. It provided him with legions, resources, and the autonomy to wage wars that would not only bring him wealth, but also enhance his reputation as a military leader. The Senate, wary of Caesar's growing power, sought to undermine him, but with the backing of Pompey and Crassus, he remained untouchable. However, cracks within the triumvirate soon began to form. Crassus and Pompey were never natural allies. Crassus resented Pompey's military successes, and Pompey viewed Crassus as a mere financier rather than an equal. Caesar acted as the mediator between the two, but the alliance was fragile. In 56 BC, the three men met in the town of Lucca to reaffirm their pact. They agreed that Caesar would continue his campaigns in Gaul, Crassus would receive command of an army in the east to pursue his ambitions against Parthia, and Pompey would be granted control over Spain. This renewed alliance temporarily strengthened their hold on Rome, but fate would soon intervene. Crassus, eager to match the military glories of his counterparts, led an ill-fated campaign against the Parthians in 53 BC. At the Battle of Carrhae, his forces were utterly annihilated, and Crassus himself was killed, allegedly executed in a humiliating fashion by having molten gold poured down his throat. His death shattered the balance of power within the triumvirate. Without Crassus as a counterweight, tensions between Caesar and Pompey escalated. Rome was now headed toward an inevitable confrontation between its two most powerful men. The first triumvirate, once an unstoppable force, had unraveled. Caesar's rise to power was far from over, but his greatest challenges were yet to come. With Crassus gone, Pompey shifting allegiances, and the Senate growing increasingly hostile, the stage was set for a conflict that would change the course of Roman history forever. In 58 BC, Julius Caesar embarked on one of the most legendary military campaigns in history, the conquest of Gaul. What began as a governorship quickly transformed into an all-out war that would shape the fate of Rome and solidify Caesar's reputation as one of the greatest generals of all time. Over the next 8 years, he would face fierce resistance, battle formidable enemies, and ultimately achieve a triumph that would send shockwaves through the Republic. At the time, Gaul was a vast and fractured region, home to a collection of fiercely independent tribes. Though culturally rich and militarily capable, they lacked unity, making them vulnerable to Rome's expansion. Caesar, always looking for opportunities to enhance his power, saw Gaul as the perfect proving ground. His pretext for war came in 58 BC, when the Helvetii, a large Gallic tribe, began migrating westward in search of new lands. Their movement threatened Roman interests, and Caesar seized the opportunity to intervene. In a decisive battle, he crushed the Helvetii, forcing them to retreat and re-establishing Roman authority in the region. Soon after, Caesar turned his attention to the Germanic king Ariovistus, who had settled in Gaul, and posed a direct challenge to Rome. In a bold and risky maneuver, Caesar engaged Ariovistus in battle, using superior tactics to rout the Germanic forces. With this victory, he not only secured Rome's northern borders, but also sent a clear message: Gaul belonged to Rome, and resistance would be met with overwhelming force. The following years saw Caesar systematically subjugate the Gallic tribes through a combination of military brilliance, diplomacy, and psychological warfare. He used speed and unpredictability to outmaneuver his enemies, often marching his legions through difficult terrain to strike where least expected. He built alliances with certain tribes, playing them against each other while slowly expanding Roman control. His campaigns were brutal, marked by siege warfare, scorched earth tactics, and mass executions of those who defied him. But not all of Gaul would surrender so easily. In 52 BC, a young and charismatic chieftain named Vercingetorix emerged as the leader of the Gallic resistance. Uniting the warring tribes under a single banner, he waged a highly effective guerrilla war against Caesar, using hit-and-run tactics and scorched earth strategies to weaken the Roman supply lines. For the first time, Caesar faced a real challenge. The conflict culminated in the siege of Alesia, one of the most extraordinary battles in military history. Vercingetorix and his forces retreated to the fortified hilltop city of Alesia, believing they could outlast the Roman siege. But Caesar, ever the master tactician, responded by constructing a massive double-layered fortification, one ring facing inward to trap the defenders, and another facing outward to hold off Gallic reinforcements. As Vercingetorix's allies attempted to break through from the outside, the Romans held firm, repelling wave after wave of attacks. Starvation and desperation soon took hold inside Alesia. Eventually, Vercingetorix had no choice but to surrender, riding out on his horse and dramatically laying down his arms before Caesar. The conquest of Gaul was complete. Over 1 million Gauls had perished, countless more were enslaved, and Rome now controlled a vast new territory rich in resources. Caesar's triumph was unparalleled, and his name became synonymous with military greatness. He had turned his legions into an unstoppable force, proving that superior strategy, discipline, and leadership could overcome even the fiercest resistance. Yet, while Gaul was now his, Rome was slipping out of his grasp. The Senate, wary of his growing power, began plotting against him. Pompey, once his ally, now viewed him as a threat. As Caesar basked in the glory of his victories, he knew that an even greater battle awaited him, the battle for Rome itself. By 49 BC, Julius Caesar had become the most powerful man in Rome, but his success had made him enemies. The Senate, now firmly under the influence of Pompey, feared that Caesar's ambition threatened the very foundations of the Republic. As his campaigns in Gaul came to an end, the Senate issued an ultimatum: Caesar must disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen, or he would be declared an enemy of the state. It was a demand meant to strip him of power and leave him vulnerable to his rivals. Caesar faced a choice: submit to the Senate and risk political oblivion, or defy their orders and seize control by force. He chose the latter, setting in motion one of the most defining conflicts in world history. At the heart of this moment stood the Rubicon River, a small but symbolic boundary separating his province from Italy proper. Roman law strictly forbade generals from bringing their legions into Italy, as it was considered an act of war against the Republic. On the night of January 10th, 49 BC, Caesar and his army reached the banks of the Rubicon. There he hesitated. He knew that crossing the river with his legions would mean war, a war against the Senate, against Pompey, and against the very system that had ruled Rome for centuries. According to legend, he finally declared, "Alia ike te deste," the die is cast, and led his men across. The Rubicon had been crossed. There was no turning back. The news sent shockwaves through Rome. Panic gripped the Senate. Pompey, who had once been Caesar's ally, but was now his greatest rival, had not expected him to move so decisively. With little time to organize a defense, Pompey and the majority of the Senate fled the city, retreating to the south to raise an army. Caesar, meanwhile, entered Rome unopposed, portraying himself not as a conqueror, but as a leader seeking to restore order. He reassured the people that he did not intend to rule as a tyrant, but rather to reclaim his rightful place in the Republic. However, this was only the beginning. The real war was yet to come. Pompey commanded vast resources, including legions stationed in Spain and the East. The Senate still held considerable influence, and many in Rome remained loyal to the traditional republican cause. But Caesar had something more powerful than resources. He had momentum. His legions were battle-hardened from years of campaigning in Gaul, fiercely loyal to him and ready to follow wherever he led. He wasted no time consolidating his power, securing key cities, and preparing for the inevitable clash with Pompey. Over the following months, Italy fell under Caesar's control with minimal resistance. His strategy was swift and methodical. Rather than engaging in prolonged battles, he used speed and tactical brilliance to force his opponents into retreat. His greatest challenge, however, lay ahead. Pompey had escaped to Greece, where he was gathering an army larger than Caesar's own. The war for Rome's future would not be decided in Italy, but on the battlefields beyond. With the Rubicon behind him, Caesar had declared war on the old order. He had defied the Senate, shattered the Republic's traditions, and positioned himself as the master of Rome's destiny. But to truly claim victory, he would have to defeat Pompey, the only man left who could challenge him. As he prepared to set sail for Greece, he knew that the fate of Rome itself hung in the balance. The Republic was no more. Only Caesar or Pompey could rule. The final confrontation was near. The civil war that began with Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon in 49 BC would plunge Rome into years of chaos, reshape the political order, and mark the final collapse of the Republic. The decisive battles of this conflict, Pharsalus, Thapsus and Munda, would test Caesar's military genius against formidable opposition, culminating in his ultimate triumph as the undisputed ruler of Rome. After taking control of Italy, Caesar turned his attention to Pompey, who had retreated to Greece with a large army. Pompey had the advantage. His forces outnumbered Caesar's, and he had the support of the eastern provinces, as well as many of Rome's senators. But Caesar had something Pompey lacked: experience in fast, decisive warfare. In 48 BC, after months of maneuvering, the two armies met on the plains of Pharsalus in central Greece. Pompey initially held the upper hand. He positioned his legions strategically, confident in his superior numbers. But Caesar, ever the tactician, devised a plan to counter Pompey's cavalry, which formed a crucial part of his army. As the battle commenced, Pompey's cavalry charged, expecting to break through Caesar's lines. Instead, they were met by a concealed force of seasoned infantry, trained to stab at the faces of the riders. The cavalry panicked and fled, exposing Pompey's flank. Seizing the opportunity, Caesar's legions advanced, crushing Pompey's army in a decisive and brutal victory. Pompey, realizing his defeat, fled to Egypt, hoping to find refuge with Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII. But the young ruler, seeking to gain Caesar's favor, betrayed Pompey. As soon as Pompey stepped ashore, he was ambushed and assassinated. His severed head was later presented to Caesar as a gift. However, rather than celebrating, Caesar reportedly wept at the sight of his former ally-turned-rival's remains. He had sought to defeat Pompey in battle, not to see him die as a fugitive. Caesar now found himself entangled in Egyptian politics. Cleopatra, the deposed queen, sought his aid in reclaiming the throne from her brother Ptolemy XIII. Enchanted by her intelligence, charm, and ambition, Caesar sided with Cleopatra. What followed was the Alexandrian War, in which Caesar's forces clashed with Ptolemy's army. After months of intense fighting, Ptolemy was defeated and drowned in the Nile. With Cleopatra now in power, Caesar remained in Egypt for some time, fathering a child, Ptolemy XIII, later known as Caesar, before continuing his campaigns. Meanwhile, opposition to Caesar still lingered. His enemies regrouped in Africa, led by the remnants of Pompey's supporters and King Juba of Numidia. In 46 BC, Caesar confronted them at the Battle of Thapsus. Once again his tactical brilliance proved decisive. His veteran legions overwhelmed the enemy, leading to another resounding victory. Many of his opponents, including Cato the Younger, one of the staunchest defenders of the Republic, chose suicide over surrender. Yet even after Thapsus, resistance to Caesar's rule persisted. In 45 BC, the final battle of the Civil War took place in Spain at Munda. Here the last of Pompey's sons made a desperate stand. This was one of Caesar's hardest fought battles. For a moment, it seemed as though his forces might be defeated. But he personally entered the fray, rallying his men, and after a bloody struggle, he secured victory. With this, all organized resistance crumbled. The war was over, and Caesar was now the unrivaled master of Rome. The Republic, in all but name, was dead. Caesar had dismantled the old order and forged a new path, one that would lead Rome into an era of imperial rule. Yet, while he had won the war, the peace he envisioned would be short-lived. His triumph had made him powerful, but it had also made him vulnerable. In Rome, whispers of conspiracy had already begun. The Senate, though subdued, had not forgotten its resentment. The final act of Caesar's story was yet to come. After Caesar's final victory in the Civil War, the Republic was effectively no more. The old political system was in tatters, and Caesar stood as the unrivaled ruler of Rome. In 45 BC, he was appointed dictator, a title that under normal circumstances would have been temporary, meant to allow a leader to take swift action in times of crisis. But Caesar, having dismantled his enemies and outmaneuvered the Senate, took the unprecedented step of declaring himself dictator for life. This decision would forever change the course of Roman history. Caesar's rule was marked by a series of sweeping reforms that were designed to stabilize and improve the Roman state, but also to solidify his personal power. He was no longer content with merely winning wars or securing the loyalty of the army. Now he set his sights on reshaping Rome from within, tackling issues that had long plagued the Republic. One of his first major reforms was in the realm of the calendar. In 46 BC, Caesar introduced the Julian calendar, which was a vast improvement over the old lunar calendar. The new system, based on the solar year, was more accurate and would be used in Europe for over 1,600 years. Caesar also enacted a series of political reforms. He reduced the power of the Senate, which had been a key institution in the Republic. Many senators, who once held significant power, now found themselves sidelined or rendered irrelevant. Caesar increased the number of senators to 900, allowing him to pack the Senate with his supporters, ensuring that his policies would be passed without opposition. He also gave more power to the equestrians, the business class, who had previously been excluded from many aspects of Roman government. By doing so, Caesar cultivated a base of support among the wealthy and powerful, ensuring that his rule had both political and financial backing. In addition to political reforms, Caesar embarked on a series of grand construction projects. His most famous project was the construction of the Forum Julium, a massive public square meant to rival the grandeur of the older Roman forums. Caesar's public works program was not just about beautifying the city, it was a way to demonstrate his power and provide tangible benefits to the Roman people. New temples, roads, and public buildings were constructed throughout Rome, and the city's infrastructure was significantly improved. These projects not only provided employment for thousands, but also reinforced Caesar's image as a leader who was actively improving the Roman state. But it was not just the common people who benefited from Caesar's rule. His reforms extended to land distribution as well. As part of his efforts to support veterans and reduce social inequality, Caesar enacted laws that distributed land to his soldiers and the poor. His agrarian reforms, while popular with the lower classes, alienated many of Rome's elite. The wealthy landowners saw their holdings redistributed, and Caesar's populist policies put him in direct conflict with the aristocracy. Caesar also took steps to centralize his power. He made it clear that he was the ultimate authority in Rome. He took the title of Imperator, which, though originally a military title, now signified his absolute control over both the army and the state. He also took on the role of high priest, consolidating religious power in his hands as well. His image was placed on coins, a move that many saw as a blatant attempt to glorify himself and create a cult of personality. But these reforms, while they were meant to stabilize Rome, also served to make Caesar deeply unpopular with the elites. The old republican system, with its checks and balances, was being dismantled in favor of a system where Caesar stood at the top. The Senate, once the powerful body that controlled Rome, was now relegated to a ceremonial role, and many of its members resented Caesar's dominance. His concentration of power, coupled with his disregard for traditional republican ideals, created deep divisions within the Roman elite. This growing resentment would ultimately lead to the conspiracies that surrounded Caesar's rule. While many Romans admired his accomplishments, others feared that he was positioning himself as a monarch, threatening the very foundations of the Republic. Whispers of his potential kingship began to spread, and many saw his reforms as a power grab rather than a legitimate effort to improve Rome. The Senate, in particular, feared that Caesar's ambition would soon lead to the establishment of a dictatorship that would rival that of the kings Rome had overthrown centuries earlier. In the spring of 44 BC, the tension reached its peak. A group of conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, plotted to assassinate Caesar. They believed that by killing him, they would restore the Republic and prevent the rise of monarchy. However, their actions would not have the effect they hoped for. Caesar's assassination on the Ides of March 1544 BC, did not bring about the return of the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into another round of civil war, as Caesar's supporters and enemies vied for control of the Republic he had left behind. His death, far from restoring the old order, marked the end of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire, with Augustus Caesar's adopted heir eventually taking control. Caesar's rule, despite its controversial aspects, undeniably shaped the course of history. His reforms modernized Rome, and his influence extended far beyond his lifetime. Through his political genius, military conquests, and ambitious vision, Caesar transformed the Roman world. His legacy, however, was a double-edged sword. While he was revered by many for his accomplishments, his concentration of power, and the fears of absolute monarchy that it invoked led to his tragic assassination. In the end, Julius Caesar's reign marked the transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire, setting the stage for the rule of emperors for centuries to come. The Ides of March 15th, 44 BC, would go down in history as one of the most dramatic and pivotal moments in Roman history. On this day, Julius Caesar, the man who had transformed the Roman Republic into a personal dictatorship, would be struck down by the very people he had once served alongside in the Senate. His assassination was the result of a conspiracy led by Brutus, the son of Caesar's mistress and one of his most trusted allies, and Cassius, a former general in Caesar's army who felt betrayed by his rise to power. The death of Caesar would not restore the Republic, as his assassins had hoped. Instead, it marked the beginning of a new chapter in Roman history, the transition from republic to empire. The plot to kill Caesar had been brewing for months. The conspirators, including high-ranking senators, were deeply dissatisfied with the way Caesar had consolidated power in his own hands. Despite his many achievements, including his military conquests and political reforms, many saw his dictatorship as a threat to the Roman ideals of the Republic. His concentration of power, his appointment as dictator for life, was the tipping point for many who feared that he intended to establish a monarchy. Some of these men had served Caesar loyally in the past, but now they viewed him as a tyrant who had undone centuries of republican tradition. Brutus, who was perhaps the most famous of the conspirators, had a personal connection to Caesar. He was the son of Servilia, one of Caesar's former lovers, and he had been a trusted ally of Caesar for many years. Caesar had even pardoned Brutus after he had been accused of treason, an act that had only increased Brutus' loyalty to him. But in the years leading up to Caesar's assassination, Brutus began to change. He became disillusioned with Caesar's accumulation of power and began to believe that Caesar's ambitions for Rome would destroy the Republic. For Brutus, the final break came when he was persuaded by Cassius and other senators that the assassination was the only way to preserve Rome's ancient ideals. Cassius, the other leader of the conspiracy, was a seasoned military leader who had once served under Caesar. He had witnessed firsthand how Caesar had become a figure of near absolute authority. He believed that Caesar's power had become so entrenched that it threatened the very foundation of Roman governance. Unlike Brutus, who struggled with his personal feelings toward Caesar, Cassius was determined and unwavering in his conviction that Caesar had to be stopped. The conspirators planned the assassination carefully. They knew that Caesar would be attending a Senate meeting on the Ides of March, and they took advantage of this opportunity. They also knew that they had to act swiftly and decisively to prevent Caesar from having any chance to defend himself. The Senate meeting was held in the theater of Pompey, and as Caesar entered, he was surrounded by the conspirators. They greeted him as they would any other senator, but beneath their smiles and greetings was a deadly intent. The moment of the assassination came when the conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, surrounded Caesar in the Senate chamber. According to historical accounts, the first blow came from a senator named Casca, who struck Caesar in the neck. At that moment, Caesar is said to have looked around at the faces of the senators, and upon seeing Brutus, reportedly uttered the famous words, "Et tu, Brute," and "you, Brutus." This phrase has come to symbolize the ultimate betrayal. Caesar, who had shown Brutus great favor, could not believe that his adopted son and trusted ally would turn on him. After this, the senators who had been waiting for the signal all joined in, stabbing Caesar repeatedly. Caesar was struck 23 times by his assassins. According to some accounts, he tried to defend himself, but he was ultimately overwhelmed by the number of attackers. His last moments were a mixture of shock and betrayal. As he collapsed, he was surrounded by those who had once been his friends, and his death marked the end of an era. The Senate, which had once been the heart of Roman politics, was now forever tainted by the bloodshed. The immediate aftermath of Caesar's assassination was chaotic. Brutus and Cassius, along with the other conspirators, had hoped that by killing Caesar, they would restore the power of the Senate and bring an end to Caesar's reign. But their actions did not have the effect they had hoped for. While some senators celebrated Caesar's death, many others feared that the Republic was now in a more precarious position than ever. Caesar's supporters, including Mark Antony and Octavian, Caesar's adopted heir, quickly moved to consolidate power and avenge his death. Civil war soon followed, leading to the rise of the Roman Empire. Caesar's assassination did not restore the Republic as the conspirators had hoped. In fact, it only hastened its demise. The Senate, once a symbol of Roman democracy, was now a hollow institution, and the power struggles that followed Caesar's death would eventually lead to the rise of the empire. Augustus, Caesar's adopted son, would emerge as the first emperor of Rome, bringing an end to the republican system that had existed for over 500 years. Caesar's death marked the end of one of the most significant and controversial chapters in Roman history. His assassination was an act of political desperation by a group of men who believed they were saving the Republic, but instead they sealed its fate. The legacy of Julius Caesar, his conquests, reforms, and eventual assassination would live on, shaping the future of Rome and the world. The death of Julius Caesar on the Ides of March in 44 BC sent shockwaves through Rome and the entire Roman world. The conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, had hoped to restore the Roman Republic, which they believed had been destroyed by Caesar's rise to power. However, instead of restoring the old order, Caesar's assassination set off a chain of events that would further destabilize Rome and lead to the final collapse of the Republic. In the wake of his death, the power struggle that ensued would change the course of Roman history, culminating in the rise of the Roman Empire under Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. At first, the reaction to Caesar's assassination was one of shock and confusion. While the conspirators had hoped to gain the support of the people and the Senate, the public reaction was far from what they had anticipated. Many Romans, particularly the lower classes, were outraged at the murder of their leader. Caesar had been a champion of the people, enacting reforms that had benefited the poor and the veterans, and his death was seen by many as a betrayal. His supporters, who had been loyal to him for years, now rallied to avenge his death and preserve his legacy. The Senate, too, was divided. While many senators had been complicit in the assassination, they were unsure of what to do next. The power vacuum left by Caesar's death created an opportunity for ambitious individuals to seize control. One of the key players in the aftermath of the assassination was Mark Antony, Caesar's close friend, general, and right-hand man. Antony quickly took control of Caesar's military legions and his political legacy, positioning himself as the natural successor to Caesar's power. However, the true struggle for power in Rome was about to begin, and the most formidable challenger to Antony's ambitions would be Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. Octavian, the 18-year-old great-nephew of Caesar, had been named in Caesar's will as his adopted son and heir. Though he had little military experience and was not widely known, Octavian saw an opportunity to rise to power in the wake of Caesar's death. Octavian returned to Rome from his studies in Illyricum upon learning of Caesar's assassination. Despite his youth, he was astute and quickly understood that he would need both political acumen and military strength to challenge Antony and the other leaders vying for control. Initially, Octavian sought to align himself with Antony and others in an effort to consolidate power and avenge Caesar's death. He presented himself as the defender of Caesar's memory, using his connection to the great general to gain political legitimacy. The conflict between Octavian and Antony escalated as both men sought to dominate the political landscape of Rome. In 43 BC, They formed the second triumvirate with another prominent Roman, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. The triumvirs, though initially united by a common cause, soon began to clash over power. Octavian and Antony were the most ambitious of the three, and Lepidus, though powerful in his own right, was soon sidelined. The triumvirs began a campaign of purges to eliminate their political enemies. Thousands of senators and equestrians were executed or forced into exile, and the political landscape was irrevocably altered. This period of violence and retribution became known as the proscriptions, and it further alienated many of the Roman elite. In the years that followed, the rivalry between Octavian and Antony intensified. The key turning point in their struggle for supremacy came in 42 BC, with the Battle of Philippi. Antony and Octavian faced off against the forces of Brutus and Cassius, the leaders of the conspiracy that had assassinated Caesar. The battle was a decisive victory for Antony and Octavian, and the two men consolidated their control over Rome. The deaths of Brutus and Cassius ensured that the conspirators' cause was extinguished, but it also marked the beginning of an even fiercer competition between the two future rulers of Rome. The rivalry between Octavian and Antony, however, was not just a political struggle, it was a clash of ideologies and personalities. Antony, a seasoned general and politician, had long been associated with the eastern provinces of the Roman Empire, particularly Egypt, where he had developed a close relationship with Queen Cleopatra. Octavian, on the other hand, was firmly rooted in the western provinces and had gained popularity by positioning himself as the champion of Roman traditions and the legacy of Caesar. The final chapter of the power struggle came in 31 BC, with the Battle of Actium. In a climactic naval battle off the coast of Greece, Octavian's fleet, led by Agrippa, decisively defeated Antony and Cleopatra's forces. Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where they both ultimately committed suicide, marking the end of the civil war. Octavian, now the undisputed master of Rome, was left with no serious opposition. In 27 BC, Octavian would be given the title of Augustus, becoming the first Roman emperor and formally ending the Republic. The fall of the Republic, which had begun with Caesar's rise to power, was now complete. Though Octavian would go on to usher in a period of stability and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, it was clear that the Republic, in its original form, had been destroyed by the power struggles and civil wars that followed Caesar's assassination. In the aftermath of Caesar's death, Rome would never be the same. The Republic had fallen, and with it, the old order of governance. The power vacuum left by Caesar's assassination was filled not by the restoration of the Senate, but by the autocratic rule of the emperors. The fall of the Roman Republic was sealed by the deaths of Brutus, Cassius, Antony, and Cleopatra, and the rise of Augustus as the first emperor of Rome. The Republic that had once stood as the model of Roman governance had been replaced by a new political system, an empire that would dominate the world for centuries. Julius Caesar's life and legacy are among the most profound in world history. From his rise as a military genius and political mastermind to his sudden assassination, Caesar's actions shaped not only the fate of Rome, but the world for centuries to come. His influence transcended his time, setting the stage for the Roman Empire, changing the course of modern politics, and leaving a lasting mark on the structure of governance, military strategy, and leadership. First, it's important to recognize the immediate consequences of Caesar's death. His assassination was intended to restore the Roman Republic, but in reality, it set off a chain of events that ended its existence. The power struggle that followed, particularly between Caesar's adopted heir Octavian and his rival Mark Antony, escalated into a civil war. Ultimately, Octavian emerged victorious, and in 27 BC he became Augustus, the first Roman emperor. This marked the beginning of the Roman Empire, a period that would last for centuries. Although Caesar himself never reigned as emperor, his actions and reforms paved the way for the imperial system that followed. Caesar's legacy is most evident in the transformation of the Roman political structure. Under his rule, he centralized power and weakened the Senate, which had been the backbone of the Roman Republic for centuries. By declaring himself dictator for life and using his military victories and public reforms to solidify his position, Caesar set the precedent for future emperors to rule without the need for consensus from the Senate. His concentration of power, though controversial at the time, established the model for autocratic rule in Rome, which would influence the emperors who followed him. Beyond politics, Caesar's military innovations and strategies had a lasting impact on the art of warfare. His campaigns, particularly his conquest of Gaul, were meticulously planned and executed. He was a master of logistics, understanding the importance of supply lines, troop morale, and effective communication. His leadership on the battlefield, his ability to inspire loyalty, make quick decisions, and adapt to changing circumstances became the standard by which later generals, including Napoleon Bonaparte, would be judged. Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars, written in the third person, provided a detailed record of his military campaigns that became essential reading for future military leaders. Caesar's reforms were another cornerstone of his lasting influence. His agrarian reforms, designed to alleviate social inequality by redistributing land to the poor and veterans, addressed some of the economic disparities that had contributed to unrest in Rome. His creation of the Julian calendar, which reformed the Roman calendar and replaced the lunar system with a solar-based one, proved to be one of his most enduring achievements. The Julian calendar, with only minor modifications, became the basis for the Gregorian calendar that we still use today. These reforms reflected his belief in the necessity of practical, rational solutions to Rome's chronic issues. Caesar's impact extended far beyond Rome, as his name and legacy became synonymous with power. The title Caesar itself became a byword for emperor, and it was used by all subsequent Roman emperors as part of their titles. Even after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the term continued to be used by monarchs in various parts of Europe, most notably in the Holy Roman Empire, where the emperors considered themselves the heirs to Caesar's legacy. In modern politics, Caesar's story is often invoked as a cautionary tale of ambition, power, and the fragility of democratic institutions. His rise to power demonstrated the potential for individual leaders to consolidate authority, often by capitalizing on crises and public discontent. His centralization of power, at the expense of traditional republican structures, serves as a warning in contemporary discussions about the dangers of autocratic rule and the erosion of democratic norms. While many leaders in modern history, from Napoleon to Vladimir Putin, have drawn inspiration from Caesar's example, his story also serves as a reminder of the tensions between the needs of the state and the ambition of those who wield power. Finally, Caesar's enduring legacy is cemented in his status as one of the most iconic figures in history. His name remains synonymous with greatness, and his story is taught in classrooms around the world as a lesson in leadership, ambition, and the complex dynamics of power. Caesar's influence can be seen in literature, art, politics, and even popular culture. Shakespeare's play Julius Caesar remains one of the most famous works of the English language, and the image of Caesar, whether as the conqueror of Gaul, the statesman in the Senate, or the ruler betrayed on the Ides of March, has been immortalized in countless works of art and historical narratives. Though his life was cut short, Julius Caesar's impact continues to resonate in the modern world. He reshaped Rome, and in doing so, he helped lay the foundation for the rise of Western civilization. His story is one of brilliance, ambition, betrayal, and the eternal struggle for power. In the end, Caesar's legacy is not just about the man himself, but about the world he helped to create, one that would leave an indelible imprint on history for millennia. The origins of Rome are steeped in myth and legend, with the most famous story being that of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers born of the god Mars and a Vestal virgin named Rhea Silvia. According to the myth, the twins were cast into the Tiber River and rescued by a she-wolf, who nursed them until they were found by a shepherd. They eventually decided to build a city, but a dispute over its location led Romulus to kill Remus. Romulus then became the first king of Rome, giving the city its name. While captivating, this tale is not supported by concrete evidence. Archaeological findings suggest that the area around the Palatine Hill was occupied by small pastoral communities as early as the 10th century BCE. These settlements gradually coalesced into a single political entity by the mid-8th century BCE, consistent with the traditional founding date of 753 BCE. Rome's early political structure was that of a monarchy, and it is believed that there were 7 kings, beginning with Romulus and ending with Tarquin the Proud. Some of these kings, such as Numa Pompilius, were credited with laying the foundations of Roman religion and civil institutions, while others, like Tullus Hostilius and Ancus Marcius, expanded Rome's territory through warfare and colonization. The later kings, particularly the Etruscan rulers like Tarquinius Priscus and Servius Tullius, introduced significant cultural and political changes, including urban planning, religious rituals, and symbols of royal power. The Etruscans themselves were a sophisticated and powerful civilization in northern Italy, and their influence helped shape early Roman art, architecture, and governance. However, the monarchy became increasingly unpopular, especially under the rule of the last king, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, or Tarquin the Proud. His autocratic rule and the infamous incident involving his son Sextus Tarquinius and the noble woman Lucretia sparked a widespread revolt. Lucretia's subsequent suicide galvanized the Roman aristocracy to abolish the monarchy altogether. In 509 BCE, Rome transitioned from a monarchy to a republic, a radical political shift that transferred power from kings to elected magistrates and the Senate. This marked the beginning of the Roman Republic, a system built on a complex balance of power among consuls, the Senate, and various popular assemblies. The transition also laid the groundwork for a new Roman identity, one defined by civic duty, collective decision-making, and a deep mistrust of kingship. The memory of the monarchy, especially the tyranny of its final ruler, would haunt Roman politics for centuries, serving as a powerful warning against concentrated power. The founding myths and early history of Rome were thus not only stories of origin, but also moral and political lessons that shaped Roman culture, institutions, and values throughout its history. The year 509 BCE marked a turning point in Roman history with the overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of the Roman Republic. This new political system was built on the principles of shared governance, legal accountability, and civic duty. Central to the structure of the Republic were 2 annually elected magistrates, known as consuls. These consuls held imperium, the supreme executive authority, but their power was deliberately limited by the fact that they had to serve jointly, thus preventing any single individual from accumulating too much influence. Alongside the consuls, the Senate played a critical role, though it initially functioned as an advisory body composed of aristocratic elders. It quickly evolved into the dominant institution in Roman politics. The Senate guided foreign policy, controlled public finances, and served as the central force in legislative matters. However, the early republic was anything but stable. Beneath the surface of this seemingly balanced government was a fierce struggle for political equality known as the conflict of the orders. This long-standing social tension pitted the patricians, the aristocratic elite, who claimed hereditary political privilege, against the plebeians, the broader body of Roman citizens who had limited rights. The plebeians, frustrated by their lack of representation and legal protection, demanded reforms. One of the earliest and most significant victories for the plebeians came with the creation of the office of the tribune of the plebs in 494 BCE. Tribunes had the power to veto legislation and protect plebeian interests, making them a powerful counterbalance to patrician dominance. The conflict of the orders unfolded over nearly 2 centuries and brought about substantial constitutional reforms. The 12 Tables, Rome's first codified laws, were established around 450 BCE, giving all citizens a basic understanding of their legal rights and responsibilities. In 367 BCE, the Licinian Sextian laws opened the consulship to plebeians, a monumental shift in Roman politics. By the early 3rd century BCE, the plebeians had secured access to nearly all political offices, although the patrician class continued to wield significant social and economic power. While these internal struggles shaped Rome's political identity, its external actions defined its rise as a power. During this period, Rome embarked on a series of military campaigns to secure dominance over the Italian peninsula. These conquests were not the result of a grand strategy, but rather a combination of opportunism, local alliances, and defensive wars. Rome's conflicts with neighboring tribes and city-states, such as the Volsci, Aequi, Etruscans, and Samnites, gradually extended Roman control through central and southern Italy. The Samnite Wars, a series of 3 conflicts fought between 343 and 290 BCE, were particularly critical. These wars tested Roman military resilience and political cohesion, leading to significant territorial expansion. Rome's approach to governance in conquered territories was a key factor in its success. Rather than simply subjugate and exploit newly conquered peoples, Rome often extended varying degrees of citizenship and autonomy. This policy helped integrate diverse communities into the Roman system, fostering loyalty and long-term stability. The Roman military also evolved during this period, shifting from a citizen militia to a more structured and professional fighting force, capable of sustained campaigns and complex maneuvers. By 264 BCE, the year marking the beginning of the First Punic War, Rome had become the dominant power on the Italian peninsula. Its political system had matured through internal struggle, and its military had been tempered by decades of warfare. What had begun as a small republic surrounded by hostile neighbors had grown into a burgeoning power poised to challenge the greatest empires of the Mediterranean world. The foundation was now set for Rome's transformation from a regional force into a global superpower. The Punic Wars were a series of 3 epic conflicts fought between Rome and the powerful North African city-state of Carthage between 264 and 146 BCE. These wars not only determined dominance over the Western Mediterranean, but also reshaped the geopolitical landscape and catapulted Rome from a regional power into a true superpower. The First Punic War began in 264 BCE, over control of Sicily, a strategically crucial island. Although Rome had no prior naval tradition, it quickly adapted by reverse engineering captured Carthaginian ships and building a formidable fleet. The Romans innovated naval warfare with the corvus, a boarding device that allowed Roman soldiers to turn sea battles into infantry skirmishes. After more than 2 decades of brutal conflict, Rome emerged victorious in 241 BCE, claiming Sicily as its first overseas province. This victory set the stage for future expansion and provoked Carthaginian resentment that would soon reignite hostilities. The Second Punic War, which began in 218 BCE, is perhaps the most famous due to the exploits of the Carthaginian general Hannibal Barca. Hannibal's bold and audacious strategy involved leading a massive army, including war elephants, across the Alps into northern Italy. His unexpected route and early victories at battles such as Trebia, Lake Trasimene, and especially Cannae, where he annihilated a much larger Roman force, shocked the Roman world and nearly brought the Republic to its knees. However, despite Hannibal's military genius and over a decade of campaigning in Italy, he failed to capture Rome itself. Rome's response was to avoid pitched battles with Hannibal, while slowly wearing down Carthaginian influence and opening new fronts. The Roman general Scipio Africanus took the war to North Africa, forcing Hannibal to return home. At the decisive Battle of Zama in 202 BCE, Scipio defeated Hannibal, ending the war and cementing Rome's dominance. Carthage was left weakened but not destroyed. The Third Punic War, beginning in 149 BCE, was driven more by Roman fear and ambition than necessity. Despite Carthage having abided by the harsh peace terms from the previous war, some Roman leaders, notably Cato the Elder, insisted that Carthage must be eliminated. The Roman siege of Carthage lasted 3 years and culminated in 146 BCE, with the complete destruction of the city. Carthage was razed, its population enslaved, and its territory annexed as the Roman province of Africa. The conclusion of the Punic Wars marked a dramatic transformation in Rome's role on the world stage. With Carthage eliminated, Rome stood unchallenged in the western Mediterranean. The wars had tested Roman resilience, adaptability, and military prowess, and the lessons learned shaped the empire's future policies of conquest and administration. Rome's naval supremacy, logistical capability, and political tenacity had proven decisive. By the mid-2nd century BCE, the Roman Republic was no longer a regional power limited to Italy, but a Mediterranean empire on the rise, with aspirations that would soon extend to Greece, Asia, and beyond. The period from 146 to 27 BCE was a time of profound upheaval for the Roman Republic. While Rome had emerged from the Punic Wars as the dominant power in the Mediterranean, its internal structure was rapidly eroding. The vast wealth accumulated through conquest led to significant economic inequality, with a small elite controlling much of the land and resources, while the majority of the population, especially the plebeians, suffered from poverty and social instability. The growing wealth gap created a breeding ground for corruption, as politicians and military leaders sought to maintain or expand their power through patronage, bribery, and manipulation of the political system. The Roman Republic, built on the ideals of shared governance and civic duty, found itself increasingly dominated by a few powerful individuals who used their wealth and influence to control the Senate, the assemblies, and even the military. Social unrest became more frequent as the lower classes demanded land reforms, debt relief, and greater representation. The Gracchi brothers, Tiberius and Gaius, were early champions of plebeian rights, pushing for reforms that would redistribute land and address economic inequality. However, their efforts were met with fierce opposition from the Senate, and both brothers were assassinated, setting a dangerous precedent for the political violence that would follow. The Republic's decline accelerated with the rise of powerful military leaders, such as Marius and Sulla, who built personal armies loyal to themselves rather than the state. The use of private armies, coupled with political infighting, turned Rome's political system into a battlefield. The first of a series of civil wars broke out between the forces of Marius and Sulla, and in 82 BCE, Sulla emerged victorious, becoming dictator for an unprecedented term of several years. Sulla's reforms further weakened the power of the Senate, concentrating more power in the hands of the dictator and setting a dangerous precedent for future leaders. The Republic was now in a state of permanent crisis, and it was within this chaotic environment that Julius Caesar emerged. Julius Caesar was a military genius and a shrewd politician. He first gained prominence in the 60s BCE as part of the First Triumvirate, an unofficial political alliance with Pompey and Crassus, two of Rome's most powerful figures. Together they dominated Roman politics and circumvented the traditional power structures. Caesar's military campaigns in Gaul, however, would prove to be his ticket to ultimate power. His conquest of Gaul from 58 to 50 BCE made him one of the most popular and powerful men in Rome, but it also made him a direct threat to the established political order. In 49 BCE, after his term as consul had ended, Caesar crossed the Rubicon River with his army, an act of insurrection that led to civil war. The phrase crossing the Rubicon has since become synonymous with making an irreversible decision. Caesar's forces defeated Pompey's armies, and Pompey himself fled to Egypt, where he was assassinated. Caesar returned to Rome as the undisputed leader of the Republic, and was declared dictator perpetuo, dictator for life. His concentration of power alarmed many, particularly those who feared that he intended to establish a monarchy. On the Ides of March, 44 BCE, a group of conspirators led by Brutus and Cassius assassinated Caesar, believing that they were saving the Republic from tyranny. However, Caesar's death did not restore the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into a new round of civil wars as rival factions fought for control. The power vacuum left by Caesar's assassination was filled by his adopted heir, Octavian, later Augustus, who had been in a position of relative power within Caesar's inner circle. Octavian, Pompey's son-in-law, and Mark Antony, a loyal general under Caesar, initially formed the Second Triumvirate to avenge Caesar's death and consolidate their power. However, tensions soon arose between Octavian and Antony, culminating in the famous Battle of Actium in 31 BCE. Octavian's forces defeated Antony and his ally, Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, ending their aspirations for power. Following his victory, Octavian became the uncontested ruler of Rome. In 27 BCE, Octavian formally ended the civil wars by accepting the title of Augustus, signaling the dawn of the Roman Empire. With his rise to power, the Roman Republic came to an end, and Rome transitioned from a republic to an autocracy, with Augustus as its first emperor. The fall of the Republic was not a single event, but a prolonged process of political decay, military intervention, and social unrest. While the Republic's ideals of shared governance and civic duty had long been abandoned by the time of Augustus's rise, the transformation was complete when he took the title of emperor, signaling the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire. The age of emperors, beginning with Augustus in 27 BCE, marked the start of a new era in Roman history. Augustus, born Gaius Octavius, was the first emperor of Rome, and his reign heralded the end of the civil wars and the dawn of the Roman Empire. Augustus was a master of political strategy, and he skillfully presented himself as the restorer of the Republic, despite holding absolute power. His reign was marked by a series of reforms that stabilized the empire and laid the foundation for a new, enduring political system. One of Augustus's most significant reforms was the restructuring of the Roman state. He maintained the outward appearance of republican institutions, but in reality he held ultimate authority, consolidating power in the office of the emperor. Augustus reformed the Senate, ensuring that it remained a body of loyal supporters, while he personally controlled the military and held the title of princeps, or first citizen, which gave him unparalleled influence over Rome's political and military affairs. Augustus's military reforms were equally important. He created a standing professional army with soldiers who served for fixed terms, which helped ensure the loyalty of the legions to the emperor. Augustus also established the Praetorian Guard, an elite unit tasked with protecting the emperor. He successfully secured the Roman Empire's borders, ensuring the empire's stability by securing the Rhine, Danube and Euphrates frontiers, while also consolidating Roman control over the provinces. Augustus's reign marked a period of relative peace and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, or Roman peace. This period, which lasted from 27 BCE to 180 CE, is considered one of the most remarkable in Roman history. The empire experienced unprecedented stability, which allowed for significant cultural, architectural, and economic development. During the Pax Romana, Augustus undertook an ambitious building program in Rome, transforming the city into a stunning metropolis. He famously boasted that he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. Major projects included the construction of roads, temples, aqueducts, and public buildings, many of which would stand for centuries. The Roman road system expanded dramatically during this time, facilitating communication, trade, and military movement across the vast empire. The famous Roman roads, some of which are still in use today, were key to maintaining the cohesion of the empire. Augustus also promoted the arts and literature, fostering the works of poets such as Virgil, Horace, and Ovid, whose writings became emblematic of Roman culture. Augustus's reign was not without challenges, and the succession of power after his death in 14 CE became a crucial issue for the empire. Augustus did not have a direct male heir, so he adopted his stepson Tiberius as his successor. Tiberius's reign marked the beginning of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, which included the emperors Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. This dynasty was marked by both triumphs and tragedies. Tiberius, though a capable military leader, was often seen as a paranoid and reclusive ruler, leaving much of the administration of the empire to his officials. Caligula, his successor, is infamous for his cruelty and erratic behavior, which included appointing his horse as a consul and engaging in lavish and tyrannical excesses. Caligula's assassination in 41 CE led to the rise of his uncle Claudius, who proved to be a competent and relatively popular emperor. Claudius expanded the empire, notably by conquering Britain in 43 CE, and his reign was marked by reforms to the legal system and the expansion of public infrastructure. However, Claudius's death in 54 CE led to the rise of his stepson Nero, whose rule would be marred by scandal and corruption. Nero's reign was marked by a series of disasters, including the Great Fire of Rome in 64 CE, which many believed he either started or failed to control, and the persecution of Christians. Nero's erratic behavior, along with his failure to respond effectively to various crises, led to widespread unrest and his eventual suicide in 68 CE. The fall of Nero marked the end of the Julio-Claudian dynasty and set the stage for a period of civil war known as the Year of the Four Emperors, during which several military leaders vied for control of the empire. Ultimately, Vespasian, the founder of the Flavian dynasty, emerged victorious and restored stability to the empire. Despite the challenges of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the Pax Romana continued under the Flavians and later emperors, with the empire reaching its territorial peak during the reign of Trajan 98-117 CE. Under Trajan, the Roman Empire expanded to its greatest extent, stretching from Britain in the west to Mesopotamia in the east, encompassing a vast array of diverse cultures and territories. The stability of the Pax Romana allowed Rome to become a cultural and economic powerhouse, creating a legacy that would influence the Western world for centuries. The Age of Emperors, which began with Augustus, was defined by monumental achievements in governance, culture, and infrastructure. Although the emperors who followed Augustus faced their own challenges, the period established a model of imperial rule that would endure for centuries and cement the Roman Empire's place in history as one of the most powerful and influential civilizations the world has ever known. The 1st and 2nd centuries CE marked the height of the Roman Empire, both in territorial extent and cultural influence. Under Emperor Trajan, Rome reached its greatest territorial boundaries, controlling vast areas of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Trajan, who reigned from 98 to 117 CE, is often considered one of the greatest of the Roman emperors due to his military successes and his role in expanding the empire. His most famous military campaign was the Dacian Wars, which took place from 101 to 106 CE. The conquest of Dacia, in modern-day Romania, added immense wealth to the Roman Empire, particularly through the acquisition of gold mines, which funded further imperial expansion and monumental building projects. Trajan's conquest of Dacia was followed by other campaigns, and under his rule, Rome reached its maximum territorial extent, encompassing modern-day Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Italy, Greece, Turkey, parts of the Middle East, and North Africa. The empire's expansion was not simply about military conquests. It was about incorporating and integrating the diverse cultures within its borders. The process of Romanization, the spread of Roman culture, laws, language, and customs, became one of the defining features of Roman imperial rule. As Rome expanded, it encountered a variety of peoples, including Celts, Germans, Greeks, Egyptians, Jews, and Persians. To maintain stability, the Roman Empire encouraged the adoption of Roman culture and institutions. Latin became the dominant language of administration, law, and commerce, while Roman architecture, urban planning, and technology spread across the empire. The Romans built an extensive network of roads, bridges, and aqueducts, facilitating trade, communication, and military movement across the empire. Cities such as London, Lyon, and Antioch flourished under Roman rule, becoming centers of commerce, learning, and culture. The integration of diverse cultures was also evident in religion. While the Romans practiced a polytheistic religion centered around gods like Jupiter, Juno, and Mars, they were generally tolerant of local religious practices. Over time, Roman gods were often syncretized with local deities, creating a religious melting pot. The Roman Empire also contributed to the spread of Greek culture, particularly in the fields of philosophy, art, and science. Roman intellectuals and rulers admired Greek civilization, and many Roman elites sent their children to Greece for education. Roman literature, especially poetry, was deeply influenced by Greek models, and Roman art and sculpture often borrowed from Greek traditions. In addition to cultural integration, the Roman Empire undertook a series of reforms to manage its vast territories effectively. The empire was divided into provinces, each governed by a Roman-appointed official. While the emperor had ultimate authority, many provinces enjoyed a significant degree of local autonomy, allowing them to retain some of their own traditions and customs. This balance between central control and local autonomy helped ensure the stability of the empire. The Roman military played a crucial role in both conquest and maintaining peace within the empire. The Roman legions, highly trained and well organized, were stationed across the empire to defend its borders and suppress any rebellions. While the Roman military was often used to expand the empire's borders, it also played an important role in maintaining internal stability. The presence of the military in conquered regions helped to secure Roman authority and protect trade routes. Rome's expansion and its ability to integrate diverse cultures under its rule were not without challenges. The sheer size of the empire created logistical difficulties, and the integration of so many different cultures sometimes led to tensions. Some regions, such as Britain and Judea, experienced frequent revolts against Roman rule. In Judea, the Jewish people's resistance to Roman occupation culminated in the Jewish-Roman Wars, a series of revolts that ultimately led to the destruction of the Second Temple in Jerusalem in 70 CE. However, the overall success of Romanization is evident in the lasting influence of Roman culture across Europe and the Mediterranean. Roman law, language, and architecture became the foundation for many modern institutions in Europe, and Latin became the precursor to the Romance languages spoken in much of the Western world today. By the end of the 2nd century CE, the Roman Empire had not only expanded to its greatest territorial extent, but had also succeeded in integrating a wide variety of peoples and cultures. The empire stood as the most powerful civilization in the ancient world, its legacy enduring for centuries after its fall. The 3rd century crisis, spanning from 235 to 284 CE, was one of the most tumultuous periods in Roman history. It was marked by political instability, economic decline, external invasions, and the near collapse of the Roman Empire. During this time, the Roman Empire was plagued by a rapid turnover of emperors, with over 20 different men claiming the imperial throne in just 50 years. The political situation in Rome became chaotic, as military leaders, rather than the traditional ruling elite, increasingly determined who would wear the imperial crown. The assassination of Emperor Alexander Severus in 235 CE was the catalyst for the crisis. Severus, a relatively stable and competent ruler, was murdered by his own troops, who were disillusioned with his leadership. This event set off a chain reaction of instability, as one emperor after another was either killed in battle or assassinated by their own forces. The lack of a clear succession system or institutional mechanisms for the peaceful transfer of power exacerbated the problem. The rapid turnover of emperors, with many ruling for only a few months or years, made it difficult for any leader to establish long-term policies or authority. This weakened the central authority of the emperor and created a power vacuum that was filled by military leaders and regional commanders. As a result, the empire was plagued by constant civil war, with different factions fighting for control. Meanwhile, the empire faced multiple external threats. In the east, the Sassanid Empire rose to challenge Roman dominance, launching a series of invasions that threatened Roman territories in the Near East. In the north, the Germanic tribes, such as the Goths, Vandals, and Franks, launched repeated raids along the Roman frontier, further straining the empire's resources. These invasions, coupled with internal strife, put enormous pressure on the Roman military and its ability to defend the empire's vast borders. Another factor that contributed to the crisis was the devastating plague that swept through the empire during the 250 SCE. Known as the Plague of Cyprian, after the Bishop of Carthage who wrote about it, this outbreak killed millions of people and severely disrupted the Roman economy. The death toll from the plague weakened the empire's agricultural base, disrupted trade, and caused widespread famine. The economic collapse that followed the plague was compounded by inflation, heavy taxation, and the debasement of the currency. The empire's finances were stretched thin as it struggled to maintain its military and administrative apparatus. In the face of these challenges, the Roman military itself became increasingly important. The rapid turnover of emperors meant that military leaders, rather than the Senate or the people, held the real power. As a result, a new class of military strongmen began to emerge, men who wielded military power and could command the loyalty of their legions. These generals were often able to seize power for themselves, either by force or by manipulation. One of the most famous of these military strongmen was Emperor Gallienus, who ruled from 253 to 268 CE. Gallienus fought off multiple invasions, including the Gothic raids on the Balkans and the rise of the usurper Postumus in the western provinces. Despite his efforts, however, Gallienus was unable to fully restore order, and the empire continued to fragment. Another significant figure during this period was Aurelian, who reigned from 270 to 275 CE. Aurelian is often credited with restoring the empire's stability after decades of chaos. He successfully repelled invasions by the Goths and the Franks, re-established Roman control over the breakaway Gallic Empire in the west, and defeated the Palmyrene Empire in the east. Aurelian's military successes earned him the title Restorer of the World, and his reign marked the beginning of a slow recovery from the 3rd century crisis. Despite Aurelian's efforts, the empire was still in disarray, and it would take another nearly decade-long process of reforms to fully stabilize the Roman state. The 3rd century crisis ended in 284 CE, when Emperor Diocletian came to power. Diocletian's reign marked a turning point in Roman history. He recognized that the empire was simply too large and too diverse to be ruled by a single emperor. In response, he introduced a series of sweeping reforms, including the division of the empire into two parts, the Eastern and Western Roman empires, and the establishment of the Tetrarchy, a system of joint rule by multiple emperors. These reforms would lay the groundwork for the transformation of the Roman Empire in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries, paving the way for its eventual division into two distinct entities, the Western Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire. The reigns of Diocletian and Constantine in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries CE marked a critical turning point in Roman history. Faced with a crumbling empire, both emperors introduced significant reforms to stabilize and restructure the Roman world. Diocletian, who became emperor in 284 CE, inherited an empire in crisis. The 3rd century crisis had left the Roman Empire divided, weakened, and on the verge of collapse. Diocletian recognized that the empire, due to its vast size and diverse peoples, could no longer be ruled by a single emperor. To address this, he introduced the Tetrarchy, a system of joint rule in which the empire was divided into 4 parts, each ruled by a separate emperor. Diocletian himself ruled the eastern half, while his trusted general Maximian ruled the western half. Each emperor, known as an Augustus, was supported by a subordinate emperor, a Caesar, who would eventually succeed them. The idea behind the Tetrarchy was to make the empire more manageable by ensuring that different regions were governed by experienced rulers who could respond quickly to internal or external threats. This system brought a temporary period of stability to the empire, allowing for better defense along the borders and more efficient governance. Diocletian also implemented sweeping economic reforms. He introduced price controls to curb inflation, reformed the tax system, and attempted to stabilize the currency. However, his most enduring reform was the creation of a more bureaucratic and centralized government. Diocletian strengthened the imperial court and military, dividing the empire into smaller administrative units known as dioceses and provinces. While these reforms temporarily stabilized the empire, they also laid the groundwork for further divisions in the future. After Diocletian's abdication in 305 CE, the Tetrarchy began to unravel as rivalries between emperors escalated, leading to civil wars. Amidst this turmoil, Constantine emerged as a dominant figure. Constantine, the son of the Western Emperor Constantius Chlorus, became emperor in 306 CE after his father's death. Constantine's rise to power was not immediate, and he faced multiple challenges from other claimants to the throne. However, after a series of military victories, Constantine eventually became the sole emperor of both the eastern and western parts of the empire. Constantine's reign marked a series of significant reforms, but none were as transformative as his relationship with Christianity. In 312 CE, Constantine won the Battle of the Milvian Bridge against his rival Maxentius. According to legend, before the battle, Constantine saw a vision of the Christian symbol, the Chi-Rho, along with the words, "In this sign you will conquer." Interpreting this vision as a divine sign, Constantine converted to Christianity and became its first openly Christian emperor. In 313 CE, Constantine issued the Edict of Milan, which legalized Christianity and granted religious tolerance across the empire. This was a monumental shift, as Christians had long been persecuted for their beliefs. Constantine's embrace of Christianity transformed not only the Roman Empire, but also the course of world history. Under Constantine, Christianity began its rise from a persecuted minority religion to the dominant faith of the Roman Empire. Constantine himself became a patron of the Church, commissioning the construction of churches, including the famous Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, and giving the Church a prominent place in Roman society. However, Constantine's relationship with Christianity was not without complexity. While he supported the Christian Church, he also sought to maintain control over its affairs. He convened the First Council of Nicaea in 325 CE, which aimed to resolve theological disputes within Christianity and establish a unified doctrine. The Council of Nicaea produced the Nicene Creed, a statement of Christian faith that remains central to many Christian denominations today. Constantine's decision to favor Christianity had profound consequences for the Roman world. By embracing Christianity, Constantine not only reshaped Roman religious life, but also set the stage for Christianity's eventual dominance across Europe and beyond. Another key reform initiated by Constantine was the relocation of the imperial capital from Rome to Byzantium, a city located on the Bosporus in modern-day Turkey. In 330 CE, Constantine refounded the city as Constantinople, or New Rome, and made it the capital of the Roman Empire. Constantine's decision to move the capital was motivated by both strategic and practical concerns. Byzantium's location at the crossroads of Europe and Asia made it an ideal hub for trade and military operations. Additionally, the city was more defensible than Rome, with natural barriers on three sides and a strong fortified wall. Constantinople quickly became a vibrant center of culture, commerce, and administration, rivaling Rome itself. Constantine's founding of Constantinople marked the beginning of a new era in Roman history. The city would eventually become the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, which would later be known as the Byzantine Empire. Constantine's reign brought significant political, religious, and cultural changes to the Roman world. His reforms laid the foundation for the transformation of the Roman Empire into a new kind of state, one that was increasingly shaped by Christianity and oriented toward the Eastern Mediterranean. Constantine's establishment of Constantinople also symbolized the shift of power from the western part of the empire to the east, a trend that would become more pronounced in the following centuries. While Constantine's reign brought stability to the empire, it also marked the beginning of a new phase in Roman history, one that would eventually see the decline of the Western Roman Empire and the rise of the Eastern Roman Empire as a distinct entity. The decline of the Western Roman Empire during the 4th and 5th centuries CE was marked by a series of military defeats, economic struggles and social upheavals that eventually led to its collapse in 476 CE. This period was characterized by a series of invasions by barbarian groups such as the Visigoths, Vandals, and Huns, which destabilized the empire and exposed its vulnerability. As the empire's internal problems deepened, the pressure from these outside forces increased, pushing the Western Roman Empire toward its ultimate fall. One of the most significant events in the decline of the Western Roman Empire was the invasion of the Visigoths. In 410 CE, under the leadership of King Alaric, the Visigoths sacked Rome itself. This was the first time in over 800 years that Rome had been captured by a foreign enemy. The sack of Rome was a traumatic event for the Roman world, symbolizing the empire's loss of power and prestige. The Visigoths had long been in conflict with the Roman Empire, and their invasion marked the culmination of a series of raids and battles that weakened Rome's grip on its territories. The sack of Rome in 410 CE had a profound psychological impact on both the Romans and their enemies. It demonstrated that the once mighty empire was no longer invulnerable. While the Visigoths would eventually settle in Gaul and Spain, their attack was just one of many barbarian incursions that contributed to the empire's decline. The Vandals, another barbarian group, also played a critical role in the weakening of the Western Roman Empire. The Vandals, led by their king Genseric, crossed into North Africa in the early 5th century and soon took control of Carthage, one of the most important cities in the empire. In 455 CE, the Vandals sacked Rome, further undermining the authority of the Western Roman Empire. Unlike the Visigoths, who had stopped short of plundering Rome in 410 CE, the Vandals looted the city for 2 weeks, taking valuable treasures and desecrating important buildings. The sacking of Rome by the Vandals further diminished the empire's ability to defend itself against future threats. Meanwhile, the Huns, a fearsome nomadic group from Central Asia, had become one of the most significant threats to the Roman Empire during the 5th century. Under the leadership of Attila, the Huns invaded both the Eastern and Western Roman empires. Attila's forces terrorized the empire's northern and eastern borders, and his invasion of Gaul in 451 CE resulted in the famous Battle of the Catalaunian Plains. Although the Romans, led by the general Flavius Aetius, were able to repel the Huns in this battle, the Huns continued to ravage the empire until Attila's death in 453 CE. The Huns' invasions created a sense of urgency within the Roman leadership and accelerated the empire's decline. Despite the external threats, the Western Roman Empire's internal problems were also crucial to its downfall. One of the most significant factors contributing to the empire's weakening was the decline in central authority. As the empire's borders were threatened by barbarians, the emperors of the Western Roman Empire struggled to maintain control over its vast territories. Corruption, inefficiency, and a lack of capable leadership further eroded the empire's ability to function. By the late 5th century, the Western Roman Empire was increasingly fragmented, with different regions controlled by local warlords and military leaders. The imperial throne became more a symbol of power than an effective center of governance. This weakening of central authority left the empire vulnerable to external forces. The final blow to the Western Roman Empire came in 476 CE, when the last Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed by the Germanic chieftain Odoacer. Odoacer, a former soldier in the Roman army, had risen to power in Italy and seized control of the imperial capital, Ravenna. Romulus Augustulus, who was only a teenager at the time, was forced to abdicate, marking the official end of the Western Roman Empire. The deposition of Romulus Augustulus was the culmination of decades of decline, and was seen by many historians as the fall of the Western Roman Empire. It also marked the beginning of a new era in European history, as the various barbarian kingdoms that had settled within the empire's borders began to establish their own independent states. The fall of the Western Roman Empire did not signal the end of Roman influence, however. The Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, continued to thrive for another 1,000 years, preserving many aspects of Roman culture, law, and governance. In fact, many of the territories that had once been part of the Western Roman Empire would later be reclaimed by the Byzantine Empire, such as parts of Italy, North Africa, and Spain. Despite the fall of the Western Roman Empire, its legacy lived on, influencing the development of medieval Europe and the formation of the modern world. The decline and fall of the Western Roman Empire were the result of a combination of internal weaknesses and external pressures. The empire's inability to effectively manage its vast territories, coupled with invasions from barbarian groups, led to its ultimate collapse. While the fall of the Western Roman Empire marked the end of the ancient Roman state, its cultural and political influence would continue to shape the course of history for centuries to come. Despite the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE, the legacy of Rome lived on through the Eastern Roman Empire known as the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire, with its capital at Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, was a continuation of the Roman Empire in the East, preserving much of Roman culture, governance, and law for another 1,000 years. The Byzantines considered themselves Romans and viewed their empire as the legitimate successor to the Roman state. They inherited Roman traditions, such as the imperial system of government, the Senate, and Roman law, and adapted them to their own needs. The Byzantine Empire played a crucial role in preserving the knowledge and culture of the ancient world, especially during the early medieval period when much of Europe was in a state of decline. The Byzantines were also instrumental in preserving Roman law, which would go on to influence legal systems throughout Europe and the Western world. One of the most significant legacies of the Byzantine Empire was its legal code, the Corpus Juris Civilis, also known as the Justinian Code. Commissioned by the Byzantine Emperor Justinian the 6th century CE, the Justinian Code was a comprehensive compilation of Roman legal principles and precedents. It became the foundation for legal systems in many European countries and remains a key influence on modern civil law today. In addition to law, the Byzantines preserved and developed other aspects of Roman culture, such as architecture, language, and art. The architectural styles of ancient Rome were adapted by the Byzantines to create some of the most iconic structures of the medieval world, including the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. The use of domes, arches, and intricate mosaics became hallmarks of Byzantine architecture. The Byzantine Empire also played a key role in the spread of Christianity, which had been adopted by the Roman Empire under Constantine in the early 4th century. The Byzantines continued to promote Christianity and built many churches, monasteries, and theological schools throughout their empire. The Byzantine Empire's commitment to Christianity helped solidify the role of the Church as a dominant force in medieval Europe and influenced the development of the Christian world for centuries to come. The Eastern Orthodox Church, which grew out of the Byzantine Empire, remains one of the world's major branches of Christianity today. Roman influence extended far beyond the Byzantine Empire. Even after the fall of Rome, Roman law, language, and culture continued to shape European society and the Western world. Latin, the language of the Romans, remained the lingua franca of scholarship, the church, and diplomacy throughout medieval Europe. Many modern European languages, including French, Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese, evolved from Latin, and the Roman alphabet became the standard for written communication across Europe. Roman law, especially as embodied in the Justinian Code, continued to shape the legal systems of medieval Europe. Roman architecture, with its emphasis on monumental buildings, roads, and aqueducts, continued to influence European construction practices. Even in the post-Roman period, many medieval kings and rulers looked to Rome as a model for governance and sought to revive the glory of the Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire, which was established in 800 CE by Charlemagne, claimed to be the successor to the Roman Empire, although it was based in Central Europe rather than Rome. The Holy Roman Empire sought to restore the political unity of Europe under the banner of Roman traditions, though it was a much more decentralized and fragmented entity than the ancient Roman Empire. The legacy of Rome also shaped the medieval world in profound ways. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, Europe entered a period of instability and fragmentation known as the Dark Ages. During this time, the institutions of the Roman Empire, such as the Church and the remnants of Roman law, played a key role in providing stability and continuity. The Church, in particular, became a central institution in medieval Europe, preserving Roman cultural and intellectual traditions and acting as a unifying force in a fragmented continent. Christianity, which had been embraced by the Roman Empire, became the dominant religion in Europe and played a central role in shaping medieval society, culture, and politics. The decline of the Western Roman Empire also contributed to the formation of new political entities in Europe, such as the kingdoms of the Franks, the Anglo-Saxons, and the Visigoths. These kingdoms, while distinct from the Roman Empire, were heavily influenced by Roman law, governance, and military organization. In this way, the legacy of Rome continued to shape the development of medieval Europe. As Europe transitioned from the medieval period to the Renaissance, the legacy of ancient Rome became even more pronounced. The Renaissance was a time of renewed interest in the classical world, and many Renaissance scholars and artists looked to ancient Rome for inspiration. Roman literature, philosophy, and art were rediscovered and studied, leading to a revival of Roman ideas in the fields of education, politics, and culture. The Renaissance also saw the rise of humanism, a philosophical movement that emphasized the value of human experience and individual achievement, drawing heavily on the ideas of ancient Rome and Greece. In the modern world, the legacy of Rome is still felt in many aspects of our lives. Roman law continues to influence legal systems around the world, and the Roman architectural style remains a source of inspiration for buildings and structures. The Latin language and its descendants are still spoken by millions of people, and Roman culture continues to shape Western art, literature, and philosophy. Moreover, the Roman Empire's contribution to the spread of Christianity laid the foundation for much of the religious and cultural landscape of the Western world. The rise of Rome, its expansion across Europe, and its eventual decline and transformation have had a lasting impact on world history. Even in its fall, the Roman Empire's legacy endures, shaping the modern world in ways that continue to be felt today. The history of the Great Wall of China begins long before the monumental structure we recognize today. In fact, the origins of this massive defense system trace back to ancient China, during a time when the Chinese kingdoms were in constant struggle against nomadic tribes from the north. These tribes, including the Xiongnu, posed a constant threat to the prosperity and stability of the Chinese states. The Warring States period 475–221 BC, a time marked by frequent warfare and political fragmentation, was when the first rudimentary fortifications began to take shape. During this era, China was not a unified empire, but rather a collection of competing kingdoms, each vying for power and territorial control. The northern frontier was particularly vulnerable, as nomadic groups would often launch raids on Chinese settlements, plundering crops and livestock, and sometimes even taking prisoners. In response to these constant threats, the individual kingdoms in the north began to construct walls and fortifications to protect their borders. The earliest defenses were relatively simple compared to the later grander structures of the Great Wall. These early walls were primarily made of earth, wood, and other locally available materials. The kingdoms of Qi, Yan, and Zhao, among others, built walls to keep the northern tribes at bay. These fortifications were not the continuous stone walls that we think of today, but rather a series of barriers that were constructed in strategic locations along the border. They were designed to deter invasions, slow down enemy forces, and create defensive positions for soldiers. In addition to these rudimentary walls, early fortifications often included watchtowers and signal fires, which allowed defenders to communicate with neighboring cities and warn of an impending attack. The walls, though not particularly strong, were a reflection of the growing realization that defense was vital to the survival of the Chinese kingdoms. These early efforts at building fortifications set the stage for what would later become the Great Wall of China, a symbol of China's resilience in the face of external threats. As the Warring States period continued, the need for a more unified defense system grew stronger. The various kingdoms and states had been constructing walls independently, but the fragmentation of China meant that these walls lacked cohesion. There was no central authority overseeing these defense efforts, and the walls were often disjointed, poorly maintained, and not always effective against the mobile and adaptable nomadic tribes. In this chaotic period, the importance of a unified defense system became apparent, and this led to the beginning of the Great Wall's transformation. The first major step toward the creation of what we now know as the Great Wall occurred during the unification of China under the Qin dynasty. The Warring States period ended in 221 BC, when the state of Qin, under the leadership of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, managed to conquer and unify the 7 warring kingdoms into one centralized empire. The unification of China was a monumental achievement, but it also brought new challenges, particularly the need to secure the empire's vast northern frontier. Qin Shi Huang, determined to maintain control over his newly unified empire, recognized the importance of a defense system that could protect against the northern nomads. By this time, the smaller, fragmented walls built by the individual kingdoms were no longer sufficient to protect the vast empire. Thus, the Qin emperor initiated the first large-scale project to connect and expand the existing fortifications into a more cohesive and formidable defense network. Though the walls of this period were still rudimentary, they marked the beginning of a much larger and more organized effort to secure China from external threats. The Warring States period laid the groundwork for the Great Wall by introducing the concept of border defense, which would eventually lead to the construction of a much more robust and durable wall system. The earliest walls built during this period were modest in their construction, but they played a crucial role in safeguarding the early Chinese states from invasions. They also highlighted the importance of military preparedness and the recognition that defense was a critical element in maintaining stability and security. As the Great Wall evolved over the centuries, its purpose shifted and grew. What began as a series of simple fortifications during the Warring States period gradually expanded into a complex system of walls, watchtowers, garrisons, and fortresses. This early period of construction was foundational to the wall's development and its eventual role as one of the most impressive and enduring defense systems in history. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China, initiated one of the most ambitious defense projects in human history. Before his reign, China was divided into several warring states, each with its own fortified walls built for defense. These walls, though crucial in their respective regions, were isolated and not connected. The need for a more cohesive defense system had long been recognized, but it was Qin Shi Huang who took the monumental step of linking these various structures into one continuous wall that would stretch across the northern frontier of his newly unified empire. After unifying China in 221 BC, Qin Shi Huang faced the looming threat of invasions from nomadic tribes such as the Xiongnu, who constantly raided the northern borders of the empire. The existing walls, built by earlier states like Yan, Zhao, and Qin, were no longer adequate to fend off these invasions. Realizing the need for a unified defense system, Qin Shi Huang ordered the construction of what would eventually become the first major version of the Great Wall of China. Rather than constructing an entirely new wall, the emperor decided to connect and reinforce the existing fortifications. His vision was to create a continuous barrier, solidifying the northern defense and preventing invasions. To achieve this, he ordered the extension of the walls in certain areas and the construction of new sections to close any gaps. The end result was a massive, continuous defensive line that stretched from the east coast to the western deserts. The construction techniques employed during this period were relatively rudimentary but highly effective for the time. The primary material used was rammed earth, a method where soil, clay, and other materials were compressed into molds to form solid walls. This technique was particularly useful in areas where timber and stone were not readily available. In places where stone was abundant, the wall was constructed using stone and brick, making those sections more durable and resistant to erosion. Despite the basic materials, the sheer scale of the wall made it an impressive feat of engineering. The construction of the wall required an immense workforce. Historical records suggest that hundreds of thousands of laborers, including soldiers, peasants, and even convicts, were drafted to work on the wall. The work was grueling, and the workers faced harsh conditions, including extreme weather, inadequate food, and physical exhaustion. The labor force was often poorly paid and subjected to harsh treatment, leading to a high mortality rate. While the wall was intended to protect the empire from external threats, it also became a symbol of Qin Shi Huang's authoritarian rule and the power he held over his subjects. In addition to the wall itself, Qin Shi Huang also ordered the construction of watchtowers and beacon towers along the wall's length. These structures served as communication hubs, allowing the army to signal each other over long distances. Fires lit atop the towers would send signals to other stations, alerting the emperor's forces to potential threats and allowing for a rapid military response. This system of communication was vital in maintaining the effectiveness of the wall and ensuring that any incursions from the north could be dealt with quickly. The wall built under Qin Shi Huang's reign was not the colossal structure we know today, but it laid the foundation for future expansions and renovations that would turn the Great Wall into the iconic symbol of China's strength and resilience. The wall was not only a defense against external threats, but also a representation of the emperor's absolute power. It showcased his vision for a unified China, protected by a strong and centralized government. However, despite the grand scale of the project, the wall built during Qin Shi Huang's reign had its flaws. Many sections were constructed hastily and with substandard materials, making them prone to erosion and collapse. The use of rammed earth, while effective in some areas, was not as durable as stone, and much of the wall began to deteriorate shortly after its construction. Additionally, the wall's defensive effectiveness was limited by the terrain and the resources available at the time. Qin Shi Huang's death in 210 BC marked the beginning of the end for the wall as it stood during his reign. The collapse of the Qin dynasty in 206 BC led to the abandonment of many sections of the wall, and much of the work done during his rule was left to decay. Despite this, the The wall's legacy endured, and future dynasties, most notably the Han dynasty, would continue to expand and reinforce the wall, transforming it into the monumental structure that we recognize today. The first major version of the Great Wall, constructed under the direction of Qin Shi Huang, was a symbol of China's early efforts to secure its borders and protect its people from the dangers of the north. Though it was not as enduring as the later walls, it laid the groundwork for the future evolution of the Great Wall of China. The work of Qin Shi Huang and his massive defense project remains an essential chapter in the history of China's defense system, and his vision would continue to influence the development of the Great Wall for centuries to come. The Han Dynasty, which ruled China from 206 BC to 220 AD, was a pivotal period in the history of the Great Wall. Following the fall of the Qin dynasty, the Han rulers inherited the wall's basic structure but sought to expand it significantly, both in terms of physical size and strategic importance. The Han dynasty's expansion of the Great Wall was largely driven by the need to secure the vast expanse of land they controlled, especially in the context of the Silk Road, which became a crucial trade route linking China with Central Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. One of the key motivations for the Han dynasty's wall-building efforts was the protection of the Silk Road. This ancient network of trade routes was vital for the exchange of goods, culture, and ideas. Silk, spices, and other luxury items were transported westward, while horses, wool, and other materials came from the west. However, the Silk Road passed through regions that were vulnerable to raids and invasions by nomadic tribes, particularly the Xiongnu, a powerful confederation of nomadic people from the northern steppes. The Xiongnu were a constant threat to the stability of the Han dynasty, and protecting the trade routes became a priority. The Han rulers, led by Emperor Wu of Han, who reigned from 141 to 87 BC, understood the importance of controlling these northern territories. In order to protect the Silk Road and ensure the flow of trade, they embarked on an ambitious campaign to expand the Great Wall. This expansion would see the wall extend into regions such as present-day Inner Mongolia, northern China, and parts of modern-day Gansu and Shaanxi provinces. The expanded wall served not only as a physical barrier against invasion, but also as a symbol of Han authority in the north. One of the major challenges faced by the Han dynasty in expanding the Great Wall was the vast and varied terrain it had to cover. The wall stretched across deserts, mountains, and grasslands, each of which presented unique difficulties for construction and maintenance. In some regions, such as the Gobi Desert, the harsh climate made it difficult to gather the materials needed to build the wall. The construction in these areas had to rely on local resources, such as stones and mud bricks, which were often less durable than the materials used in other regions. In addition to the physical challenges, maintaining and guarding the wall over such a large area was a significant logistical problem. The Han dynasty had to station soldiers along the wall, a task that required a vast number of troops. These soldiers were responsible for defending the wall, repairing it when necessary, and ensuring that the trade routes remained secure. The wall was not a single continuous structure, but rather a series of forts, watchtowers, and smaller walls that were connected to form a more comprehensive defense network. The Han dynasty also faced difficulties in coordinating the defense of the wall with their military campaigns in other parts of the empire. At times, the need for troops in other regions, such as the southern frontier, would leave the northern border vulnerable to raids. Despite these challenges, the Han dynasty managed to maintain a strong defensive presence along the wall for much of their rule. The expansion of the Great Wall during the Han dynasty also marked a shift in the role the wall played in Chinese society. While the earlier walls had been primarily military structures designed to keep out invaders, the Han expanded the wall's purpose to include protection of trade routes and communication networks. The presence of the wall facilitated the movement of goods and people, as it allowed for greater security along the Silk Road. This expansion helped to foster a period of economic prosperity and cultural exchange between China and the rest of the world. In addition to its military and economic significance, the Great Wall during the Han Dynasty was also a symbol of the empire's power and unity. As the Han rulers expanded the wall, they were also reinforcing their control over the northern frontier and asserting their dominance over the nomadic tribes that had previously threatened the empire. The wall became a physical manifestation of the Han Dynasty's efforts to maintain a stable and secure China. Despite these efforts, the Great Wall built during the Han Dynasty eventually fell into disrepair. The decline of the Han Dynasty, which came in the 3rd century AD, led to the abandonment of many sections of the wall. The wall's importance diminished as the empire's focus shifted away from the northern frontier and toward internal conflicts and power struggles. However, the legacy of the Han Dynasty's expansion of the wall continued to influence future generations, and subsequent dynasties would continue to reinforce and expand the Great Wall. The Han Dynasty's contribution to the Great Wall was instrumental in establishing the wall as a vital part of China's defense system. The expansion of the wall during this period helped to protect the Silk Road, secure trade routes, and solidify the Han Dynasty's control over the northern frontier. Though the wall's construction and maintenance posed significant challenges, the Han rulers' efforts laid the foundation for the future development of the Great Wall and cemented its role as one of the most enduring symbols of Chinese strength and resilience. The Tang Dynasty 618–907 AD was one of China's most prosperous and influential periods, yet it also marked a period of decline and partial restoration for the Great Wall. During the early years of the Tang Dynasty, China's attention shifted from defending its northern frontier to expanding its territory and consolidating power within its borders. The focus of the empire moved away from the wall as the Tang military strategy evolved, leading to a period where much of the wall fell into disrepair. At the start of the Tang Dynasty, the empire was concerned with internal stability, including the suppression of rebellions, the establishment of a strong centralized government, and the expansion of the empire's reach into Central Asia and the western regions. The Tang emperors were more interested in consolidating power in the heart of China than in maintaining the Great Wall. This led to the neglect of the northern defenses, which had been a key feature of earlier dynasties. The shift in military strategy also led to a new approach to security. During the Tang Dynasty, China relied less on physical barriers like the Great Wall and more on the use of mobile cavalry units and alliances with neighboring tribes. The Tang military sought to control the northern border by establishing a network of alliances with tribes such as the Yuis and the Tibetans, rather than depending solely on the wall as a defense mechanism. The result was a reduced emphasis on maintaining the wall, and much of the structure, especially in the more remote areas, fell into disrepair. However, as the Tang dynasty faced growing threats from the north, particularly from the Tibetan Empire and the Turkic Khaganates, the need for a defensive system became more apparent. In response, the Tang dynasty undertook a partial restoration of the Great Wall during the 8th century. This restoration was not aimed at rebuilding the wall to its former grandeur, but at reinforcing key sections of the northern frontier that were vulnerable to invasions. The restored sections of the wall were focused on areas where the Tang dynasty had experienced significant military pressure, particularly in the northwest and northern China. These sections were built to defend against raids from the nomadic tribes, who continued to pose a threat to the stability of the empire. The wall was reinforced with new construction methods, including the use of stone and brick, which made these sections more durable and resistant to the harsh conditions of the northern steppes. The restoration of the Great Wall during the Tang dynasty also marked a shift in the way China approached its northern defenses. Instead of relying solely on the wall, the Tang military employed a more integrated strategy that combined fortifications with mobile forces and strategic alliances. The wall was seen as one part of a broader military strategy rather than as the sole defense against invaders. Despite these efforts, the Tang dynasty's northern frontier remained vulnerable. The wall, while partially restored, was not sufficient to fully protect the empire from external threats. As the Tang dynasty entered its decline in the 9th century, the northern border once again became a point of instability. The wall's defenses were no longer enough to keep out the various nomadic groups that continued to harass the empire. In the end, the fall of the Tang dynasty in 907 marked the final abandonment of the wall as a primary defense structure. Although the Tang had made efforts to restore parts of the wall, the structure's significance continued to diminish as the empire's military strategy evolved. The wall, while still a symbol of China's past strength, had become less relevant in the face of new military challenges and shifting geopolitical realities. The partial restoration of the Great Wall during the Tang dynasty serves as a reminder of the changing military and strategic priorities of the Chinese empire. The Tang period saw a departure from the wall as a primary means of defense, as the empire adapted to new threats and embraced more flexible mobile forms of warfare. The legacy of the wall, however, continued to influence China's future defense strategies and would see a resurgence during later dynasties. The Ming Dynasty 1368-1644 is often considered the golden age of the Great Wall of China, as it was during this period that the wall reached its most recognizable form. The Ming emperors, facing a new wave of invasions from the north, embarked on an ambitious program to rebuild and fortify the wall, to protect their empire from the Mongols and other nomadic tribes. The result was a transformation of the wall into a massive, formidable defense system that not only protected China, but also became an iconic symbol of Chinese strength and resilience. The rise of the Ming Dynasty in the late 14th century followed the collapse of the Yuan dynasty, which had been founded by the Mongols. The Mongol Empire, having established itself as a dominant power in China, was overthrown by the Ming, and one of the primary concerns of the new dynasty was to secure the northern frontier from any potential Mongol resurgence or threats from other nomadic tribes. The Ming emperors recognized the need for a more permanent and robust defense against these northern threats, and the Great Wall became central to their military strategy. The Ming period marked the beginning of the construction of the most famous and enduring version of the Great Wall that we recognize today. Unlike earlier versions of the wall, which had been built primarily from earth and wood, the Ming Wall was constructed using brick and stone, materials that were much more durable and resistant to the elements. One of the major advances in construction during the Ming period was the widespread use of brick and stone in the building of the wall. This was a significant departure from earlier methods that relied primarily on rammed earth or wood. Brick and stone were more durable, and their use allowed for the creation of much more stable and formidable walls. The bricks used in the wall were often stamped with the name of the laborers or the official in charge of the construction, providing a record of the work done. In addition to the use of more durable materials, the Ming emperors also implemented advanced construction techniques that allowed the wall to be built more quickly and efficiently. The use of mortar and the introduction of masonry arches helped to strengthen the wall, making it more resistant to collapse or erosion. Watchtowers, beacon towers, and military garrisons were added to the wall, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. These towers provided elevated positions for soldiers to observe the surrounding landscape and spot any approaching threats from a distance. The Ming Wall was not simply a continuous barrier, but a complex system of fortifications with multiple layers of defense. In addition to the main wall, which stretched for thousands of miles, there were also smaller walls and fortresses that formed part of a larger defensive network. The wall was designed to funnel invaders towards specific areas where they could be more easily defended or ambushed. Military garrisons were stationed along the wall at regular intervals, and these garrisons played a crucial role in maintaining the wall and providing a quick military response to any incursions. The construction of the Great Wall during the Ming Dynasty was a massive undertaking that required the labor of hundreds of thousands of workers. Many of these workers were soldiers, peasants and prisoners who were conscripted to work on the wall. The work was grueling and dangerous, with many workers dying from exhaustion, accidents or harsh conditions. Despite these hardships, the wall was completed over the course of several decades, and it became one of the most impressive engineering feats in history. The strategic importance of the Great Wall during the Ming Dynasty cannot be overstated. The wall served as both a physical and psychological barrier against invaders. Its towering presence on the northern frontier sent a clear message to potential invaders that China was a strong, unified empire capable of defending itself. The wall also served as a symbol of the Ming Emperor's power and authority, and it was used as a tool of political control, helping to solidify the emperor's rule over the vast empire. While the wall was primarily built for military purposes, it also played a significant role in the economy of the Ming Dynasty. The Great Wall and its surrounding areas became important centers of trade and commerce, as the wall facilitated the movement of goods and people. The presence of the wall helped to secure trade routes and allowed merchants to travel safely between China and other regions of Asia. Despite the immense efforts made to strengthen and maintain the wall, the Ming Dynasty eventually began to decline in the 17th century. The weakening of the empire, combined with internal strife and external threats, led to the eventual abandonment of the wall as a primary defense system. The fall of the Ming Dynasty in 1644 marked the end of the golden age of the Great Wall, though its legacy as one of China's most iconic and enduring symbols remained. The Great Wall, built during the Ming Dynasty, is the version most commonly associated with the wall today. It is the section that has been most extensively preserved and is visited by millions of tourists each year. The Ming Wall's construction techniques, including the use of brick and stone and the addition of watchtowers and military garrisons, made it the most formidable and recognizable iteration of the Great Wall. Though the wall itself eventually became less relevant in the face of new military strategies and technologies, it remains a lasting testament to the ingenuity, determination, and strength of the Ming Dynasty. The Mongol invasions of the 13th century represent one of the most significant challenges to the Great Wall of China. At its height, the Mongol Empire was the largest contiguous empire in history, spanning much of Asia and parts of Europe. The Mongols, led by Genghis Khan and later his descendants, posed an existential threat to China. Their military strategies and unparalleled mobility on horseback made them formidable opponents, and for much of the 13th century, the Great Wall stood as one of the primary defenses against Mongol incursions into Chinese territory. The Mongol invasions began in the early 13th century, when Genghis Khan united the Mongol tribes and set his sights on expanding his empire. The Mongols first attacked the northern Chinese states, eventually conquering the Jin dynasty, which controlled much of northern China at the time. However, despite their rapid conquests, the Mongols encountered significant resistance in the form of the Great Wall, which had been built and maintained by various Chinese dynasties over the centuries. The Mongols, who were highly skilled cavalrymen, initially found it difficult to breach the wall, especially the fortified sections built by the Qin, Han, and later the Tang dynasties. These walls had been constructed to defend against nomadic invaders, but the Mongols' innovative tactics required the Chinese to adapt their strategies to meet this new threat. The Mongols' first major invasion attempt in the early 1200s met with some success, as they adapted their tactics to deal with the Great Wall's defenses. They relied on their extraordinary mobility, using their speed to bypass the wall and launch raids against vulnerable sections. The Mongols also made use of siege warfare, attacking fortified cities and military outposts along the wall. Although the Great Wall was an impressive structure, it was not invulnerable. The Mongols were adept at exploiting weaknesses in the wall's defenses. One of the key strategies the Mongols used to circumvent the wall was to establish alliances with various Chinese tribes and local leaders who were either dissatisfied with the ruling dynasties or hoped to gain favor with the Mongol Empire. These alliances allowed the Mongols to gain valuable intelligence about the wall's vulnerabilities and in some cases to infiltrate Chinese defenses. The Mongols often bribed or coerced local leaders into supporting their cause, ensuring that they could bypass some sections of the wall or gain information about weak points in the fortifications. Despite these challenges, the Great Wall proved to be a significant obstacle to the Mongols. The wall's strategic location and its series of watchtowers and garrisons allowed for the early detection of Mongol movements. The Chinese military would station soldiers along the wall to monitor the movements of Mongol raiders and alert the empire to incoming threats. In addition, the wall's use of beacon towers, which could send signals over long distances using fire or smoke, helped to coordinate defense efforts and mobilize troops quickly. As the Mongols continued their advance into China, they began to adapt their strategies to overcome the Great Wall's defenses. In addition to bypassing the wall, the Mongols began to concentrate their forces on attacking key points where the wall was less fortified. One of the most notable examples of this occurred in 1215, when the Mongols laid siege to the Jin capital of Zhongdu, modern Beijing, which was located near the northern frontier. Although the wall was an important defense, the Mongols were able to use their superior siege techniques to breach the city's defenses and capture it. In response to the Mongol threat, the Chinese attempted to reinforce the Great Wall's defenses, particularly in areas that were more vulnerable to invasion. Some sections of the wall were strengthened with the addition of more watchtowers, and the walls were fortified with bricks and stones, which made them more resistant to Mongol siege weapons. However, despite these efforts, the Mongols were ultimately able to breach the wall at several points, leading to the eventual fall of the Jin dynasty and the Mongol invasion of southern China. By 1279, the Mongols had successfully defeated the Song dynasty in southern China and established the Yuan dynasty. The Mongols had not only breached the Great Wall at several points, but they had also fundamentally changed the way China would be governed. The Mongols ruled China for nearly a century, and the Great Wall, while still a symbol of Chinese resistance, was no longer a primary line of defense against invaders. While the Great Wall was eventually breached during the Mongol invasions, it played a crucial role in delaying the Mongols and inflicting heavy casualties on their forces. The wall gave the Chinese time to prepare for invasions and launch counterattacks. It also served as a rallying point for resistance movements, and many defenders of the wall fought valiantly to prevent the Mongols from entering China. Though the Mongols eventually succeeded in conquering China, the Great Wall's role in their initial resistance remains one of the most significant chapters in the wall's history. The Mongol invasions of the 13th century highlight the challenges of defending a vast empire against a highly mobile and innovative enemy. While the Great Wall was ultimately unable to prevent the Mongols from conquering China, its strategic value in slowing their advance and providing a strong defense for several decades was invaluable. The wall's legacy as a symbol of Chinese resistance and its importance in the defense against the Mongols has continued to resonate throughout Chinese history. The Great Wall of China has always been more than just a physical barrier. It has been a symbol of Chinese strength, national unity and resilience throughout history. While the wall was originally constructed to protect the Chinese Empire from northern invaders, its meaning and significance have evolved over the centuries, becoming an emblem of China's enduring identity and its historical struggle for self-preservation. From the Qin dynasty to the modern era, the Great Wall has symbolized both physical and political boundaries, as well as the determination of the Chinese people to defend their sovereignty and culture. During the early dynasties, such as the Qin and Han, the Great Wall was seen primarily as a military defense structure. Its construction was directly linked to the need to safeguard the empire from nomadic invaders, particularly the Qiannu and other northern tribes. However, even in its early stages, the wall also represented something more than just military strategy. It embodied the ambition and authority of the emperor. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who first unified China and began the construction of the wall, used the Great Wall as a symbol of his power. The wall was a testament to his ability to command vast resources and organize large-scale projects. It symbolized his vision of a unified, centralized empire that could stand against external threats. As successive dynasties, such as the Han, Tang, and Ming, took on the mantle of defense, the Great Wall continued to serve as both a practical defense and a cultural symbol. For the Han dynasty, the wall was not only a means to protect the Silk Road, which was vital for trade and communication, but also a representation of the stability and prosperity that the Han emperors hoped to bring to China. The wall served as a powerful reminder of the dynasty's commitment to protecting China's borders and ensuring the safety of its people and their livelihoods. During the Tang dynasty, as the wall fell into partial disrepair due to internal priorities, its symbolic meaning shifted, reflecting the dynasty's evolving military strategy and expanding influence over a vast territory. The Ming dynasty, in particular, saw the wall reach its most iconic and recognized form. As the Mongols were driven out and China faced new threats from the north, the Great Wall became a symbol of national strength and unity. The wall's reconstruction and fortification during the Ming period was not just about protecting the empire, it was a statement of Chinese resolve. The Ming emperors, through the monumental effort of rebuilding and expanding the wall, demonstrated their commitment to national defense and to the protection of Chinese civilization from foreign invasions. The Great Wall became a national symbol of Chinese resilience, as it stood as the last line of defense against invaders, embodying the determination to preserve China's sovereignty. Culturally, the Great Wall also became a powerful symbol in Chinese literature, art, and philosophy. Throughout the centuries, the wall was frequently referenced in Chinese poetry and songs, often portraying it as a metaphor for the strength and enduring nature of the Chinese people. It became a symbol of the indomitable will of the nation, representing the idea that, like the wall itself, the Chinese people could withstand any external threat. In Chinese culture, the wall was often personified, depicted as a protective guardian watching over the empire and its people. The physical structure of the wall, with its massive scale and imposing presence, mirrored the strength and resilience of the nation. The political significance of the Great Wall also evolved over time. During times of stability, the wall represented the power of the emperor and the unity of the nation, but during times of instability, the wall took on a more symbolic role, representing the division between China and the outside world. In the Ming dynasty, for example, the Great Wall became a clear marker of the boundary between China and the rest of the world, as it effectively separated the vast empire from the nomadic tribes of the north. The wall was seen as a physical manifestation of the political authority of the emperor, who controlled both the empire's internal and external borders. In the modern era, The symbolism of the Great Wall has expanded beyond its historical and military roles. As China entered the 20th century and began to face the challenges of modernization, the Great Wall became a symbol of national pride and unity. It was embraced as a symbol of China's rich cultural heritage and historical resilience. In the face of foreign domination, war, and revolution, the Great Wall became a rallying point for the Chinese people, a reminder of their long-standing ability to overcome adversity and remain united in the face of hardship. Today, the Great Wall stands as one of the most recognizable symbols of China on the global stage. It is not only a tourist attraction, but also a symbol of national identity, resilience, and pride. The wall is a constant reminder of the challenges China has faced throughout its history and its continued ability to adapt, survive, and thrive. The Great Wall has become a powerful representation of the Chinese people's determination to protect their culture, history, and sovereignty. In addition to its role as a symbol of defense and unity, the Great Wall has also become a symbol of endurance and human achievement. The wall is a testament to the incredible feats of engineering and labor that went into its construction. Its sheer scale, stretching over 13,000 miles, and the enduring nature of its structure are a testament to the vision, perseverance, and dedication of the generations of Chinese people who built it. The Great Wall is not just a physical structure, but a living symbol of human resilience, creativity, and the ability to overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges. As a cultural and political symbol, the Great Wall's meaning continues to evolve. It remains a source of national pride for the Chinese people and a potent reminder of the nation's strength, history, and unity. From its origins as a military defense to its current status as a symbol of national pride and cultural heritage, the Great Wall of China remains an enduring testament to the enduring spirit of the Chinese people. The period between the 17th and 19th centuries saw a significant shift in the role and strategic importance of the Great Wall of China. With the fall of the Ming dynasty and the changing nature of warfare, the wall, which had once been a vital defense against external threats, began to lose its relevance. The geopolitical landscape of China underwent profound transformations during this time, and as military tactics evolved, the wall's role as a physical barrier became less significant. In addition to the rise of new military technologies, such as gunpowder and firearms, the Great Wall faced challenges from internal and external forces that would ultimately lead to its decline and abandonment as a primary line of defense. The fall of the Ming dynasty in 1644 marked the beginning of a new era for China and the Great Wall. The Ming emperors, who had invested heavily in the wall's construction and maintenance, were overthrown by the Manchu-led Qing dynasty. The Manchu conquest of China was swift and decisive, and they eventually established the Qing dynasty, which would rule China for over 2.5 centuries. With the Qing dynasty in power, the strategic importance of the Great Wall diminished. The wall, which had once served as a barrier to protect China from nomadic invaders, was no longer as crucial to the defense of the empire. Under the Qing dynasty, China's borders were redefined, and the wall was no longer a necessary defense structure. The Qing rulers, having successfully defeated the Ming and consolidated their rule over China, focused on expanding the empire's borders further into Central Asia and the Mongolian steppes. The Qing military forces, including their elite cavalry, were able to successfully control these new territories, making the Great Wall less relevant. Additionally, the wall's geographic position, largely focused on defending against northern invaders, became less strategically important as the Qing dynasty shifted its focus to other military concerns. As the Qing dynasty expanded its territories and encountered fewer threats from the north, the Great Wall began to fall into neglect. The wall's maintenance, which had once been a top priority for previous dynasties, was no longer a key concern. The changing political and military landscape of China rendered the wall less significant as a defensive structure. Instead of reinforcing and expanding the wall, the Qing rulers turned their attention to other military strategies, such as securing borders through diplomatic means and leveraging the strength of their cavalry forces. As a result, large sections of the Great Wall began to deteriorate and were abandoned over time. During this period, the increasing use of gunpowder and firearms in warfare further diminished the wall's strategic value. The rise of gunpowder weapons, such as cannons, muskets, and firearms, meant that traditional fortifications like the Great Wall were no longer as effective against invaders. The wall, which had been designed to protect against horseback raiders and siege tactics, could not withstand the power of modern artillery. The military landscape of China was changing rapidly, and the wall, which had once been the backbone of defense strategy, was no longer as effective in the face of evolving warfare technologies. The use of gunpowder and firearms in the 17th and 18th centuries revolutionized warfare, rendering traditional defensive structures like the Great Wall obsolete. Cannons and firearms could easily breach the wall's fortifications, and the mobility of gunpowder-equipped armies made it difficult to defend large stretches of the wall. As military tactics evolved, the wall's importance as a strategic defense diminished, and its symbolic role as a military boundary became less significant. The Qing dynasty focused on consolidating its empire and dealing with internal issues such as peasant uprisings and external threats from European powers, did not prioritize the maintenance or reinforcement of the Great Wall. In addition to the changing nature of warfare, the political and economic situation in China also contributed to the decline of the Great Wall during this period. The 18th and 19th centuries saw internal strife, including the rise of peasant revolts and the increasing influence of Western powers in Chinese affairs. The Qing dynasty struggled to maintain control over the vast territories it had acquired, and resources that could have been allocated to the upkeep of the Great Wall were redirected toward addressing other concerns. The wall, once a symbol of Chinese strength and unity, became less relevant as the focus shifted toward modernizing the military and dealing with the challenges of the time. By the 19th century, the Great Wall had largely fallen into disrepair. Large sections of the wall were abandoned, and many parts of it were no longer accessible due to natural erosion and neglect. The rise of European colonial powers, such as Britain and France, also led to increasing foreign influence in China, further diminishing the wall's significance. The Opium Wars and the subsequent treaties with foreign powers exposed China to external pressures that made the Great Wall seem increasingly irrelevant as a means of defending the empire. As China became more involved in global trade and diplomatic relations, the Great Wall was no longer seen as a practical defense against foreign invasions. Despite its decline, the Great Wall continued to hold symbolic significance for the Chinese people. While the wall was no longer a primary line of defense, it remained an important symbol of China's rich history, cultural heritage, and resilience. The wall's legacy as a symbol of strength and endurance continued to resonate with the Chinese people, even as its physical condition deteriorated. The 17th to 19th centuries were marked by significant changes in China's military and political landscape. The fall of the Ming dynasty and the rise of the Qing dynasty, coupled with the increasing use of gunpowder and firearms in warfare, led to the decline and eventual abandonment of the Great Wall as a major military defense. While the wall's strategic importance waned, its symbolic value remained, representing China's resilience in the face of external and internal challenges. Despite its physical decline, the Great Wall continued to be a potent symbol of Chinese identity, and its legacy endured through the centuries. In the 20th century, the Great Wall of China underwent a remarkable transformation from a neglected, crumbling structure to a revered national monument. Despite centuries of decline, the wall regained its place in the cultural and historical consciousness of the Chinese people as a symbol of national pride, strength, and resilience. The rediscovery of the Great Wall's significance in modern China was closely tied to the country's quest for identity and unity, particularly in the aftermath of the turbulent years of foreign imperialism, internal strife, and political upheaval. The early 20th century saw China in a state of transition. After the fall of the Qing dynasty in 1911, China struggled with internal divisions, foreign invasions, and a fractured political landscape. During this period, the Great Wall was largely neglected, and much of its structure fell into disrepair. However, with the rise of nationalism and the push for modernization, the Great Wall began to be reimagined as a powerful symbol of China's glorious past and its future potential. As China faced the challenges of the 20th century, the Great Wall became an iconic representation of the country's resilience and determination. In the years following the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949, the Great Wall was embraced as a symbol of national unity. Mao Zedong and other leaders of the Communist Party saw the wall as a reminder of China's long-standing struggle for sovereignty and independence. The wall's historical significance as a symbol of the nation's ability to defend itself against external threats resonated deeply with the Chinese people, who had recently endured a century of humiliation at the hands of foreign powers. The Great Wall, once a military fortification, was now transformed into a symbol of the Chinese people's strength and their ability to overcome adversity. During the 1950s and 1960s, the government initiated efforts to preserve and protect the wall, which had suffered from neglect and environmental degradation. The wall's deteriorating condition, caused by erosion, weathering, and vandalism, became a growing concern for Chinese authorities. In response, preservation projects were launched to repair and protect sections of the wall, particularly those that were most symbolic and historically significant. The Chinese government recognized the Great Wall as a crucial part of the nation's cultural heritage, and efforts to safeguard it from further damage were stepped up. The increasing importance of tourism in China also played a role in the Great Wall's preservation. As China began to open up to the outside world in the 1980s and 1990s, the wall became one of the country's most visited tourist attractions. The international recognition of the Great Wall as one of the world's greatest architectural achievements further solidified its status as a national treasure. Tourism brought significant economic benefits to the regions surrounding the wall, particularly in areas like Beijing and its environs, where sections of the wall, such as Badaling, have been extensively restored and developed to accommodate visitors. Despite the positive impact of tourism, the Great Wall faced significant challenges in the modern era. Vandalism, environmental wear, and the pressures of mass tourism posed ongoing threats to its preservation. Over the years, graffiti, souvenir hunters, and even reckless construction around sections of the wall have caused irreparable damage to the historic structure. The wall's long exposure to the elements has also taken a toll, with wind, rain, and temperature fluctuations causing parts of the wall to erode. As a result, the Chinese government and preservation organizations have implemented stricter regulations to protect the wall from further damage, including limiting access to certain sections and promoting more sustainable tourism practices. In 1987, the Great Wall was inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, further solidifying its importance as a global cultural monument. This recognition brought international attention to the efforts to preserve and protect the wall. The inscription as a UNESCO site has helped garner support for preservation initiatives, both from the Chinese government and from international conservation groups. Over the years, various restoration projects have been undertaken to repair sections of the wall and restore its historical integrity, using traditional construction techniques and materials wherever possible. One of the primary challenges in preserving the Great Wall is the sheer size and complexity of the structure. Stretching over 13,000 miles, the wall traverses a wide range of terrains, from mountains to deserts to plains. Some sections of the wall are well preserved and have been carefully restored, while others remain in a state of ruin, requiring extensive conservation efforts. The most famous sections, like those near Beijing, have been restored and modernized to accommodate large numbers of tourists, while more remote and rugged sections face greater challenges in terms of access and preservation. The balance between preserving the historical integrity of the wall and accommodating tourism remains a delicate issue, with ongoing debates about how to best protect this ancient monument while ensuring that it remains accessible to the public. The legacy of the Great Wall continues to be a source of pride and inspiration for the Chinese people. It serves as a symbol of China's enduring strength, unity and determination, representing both the country's historical achievements and its aspirations for the future. In the 21st century, the Great Wall stands as a testament to the ingenuity, hard work and vision of those who built it, as well as to the resilience of the Chinese people who have maintained it through the centuries. As a national monument, the Great Wall is not only a reminder of China's past, but also a beacon of its cultural heritage and national identity. In conclusion, the 20th century marked a period of rediscovery for the Great Wall of China. Once a symbol of defense and military strategy, it became a cherished national monument and a powerful symbol of China's historical and cultural significance. Efforts to preserve and protect the wall from modern threats, including vandalism, environmental damage, and the pressures of tourism, have been ongoing. Through these efforts, the Great Wall remains a living testament to China's resilience, strength, and enduring legacy. In the 21st century, the Great Wall of China has transformed into one of the most recognizable and visited landmarks in the world. It stands not only as a symbol of China's ancient history and military prowess, but also as a beacon of national pride and cultural heritage. Today, the Great Wall attracts millions of tourists annually, drawn by its rich history, stunning architecture, and the breathtaking landscapes it traverses. The wall's global significance extends beyond its role as a historical monument. It has become a key symbol of China's rising influence on the world stage. As a major tourist destination, the Great Wall has played a central role in China's booming tourism industry. With sections like Badlang and Mushenyu near Beijing being among the most visited, the wall is often one of the first stops for international visitors exploring China. The Great Wall offers not only a chance to witness an architectural marvel, but also a connection to China's rich cultural heritage. The wall's symbolism, representing resilience, strength, and unity, resonates deeply with visitors from all around the world, making it a must-see destination. However, the growth in tourism has also posed significant challenges for the preservation of the Great Wall. The sheer number of visitors, combined with environmental factors such as weathering, pollution, and natural erosion, has put immense strain on the wall's structural integrity. The sections that attract the highest tourist traffic are particularly vulnerable to damage from both human and natural forces. As a result, there have been concerted efforts by the Chinese government and preservation organizations to safeguard the wall for future generations. Efforts to preserve the Great Wall in the 21st century are multifaceted. The Chinese government has taken steps to balance tourism with conservation by implementing strict regulations on visitor access and introducing restoration projects. Some sections of the wall have been carefully restored to their original condition, with traditional building techniques and materials used to maintain their historical accuracy. In more remote areas where access is limited and tourism is less concentrated, conservation efforts focus on preventing further erosion and protecting the wall from environmental degradation. Preservation challenges are particularly acute in the more remote sections of the Great Wall, where the wall has deteriorated due to neglect and exposure to the elements. Efforts to protect these sections often involve the restoration of damaged parts, reinforcement of weakened structures, and the construction of protective barriers to shield the wall from the harsh environmental conditions it faces in the desert and mountainous regions. Additionally, conservationists have worked to raise awareness about the importance of preserving the Great Wall, highlighting its role not only in Chinese history, but also as a symbol of global cultural heritage. Modern technology has also played a key role in the wall's preservation efforts. Satellite imaging, drone technology, and other advanced tools have allowed experts to monitor the condition of the Great Wall more effectively and identify areas in need of immediate attention. These technologies have provided new ways to assess the wall's structural integrity, detect vulnerabilities, and plan targeted restoration efforts. This combination of traditional craftsmanship and modern technology has been crucial in ensuring that the Great Wall continues to stand as a testament to China's history. Beyond its physical preservation, the Great Wall has also become an integral part of modern Chinese identity. It represents not only a link to the past but also the strength and resilience of the Chinese people in the present. The wall serves as a reminder of the challenges faced and overcome by previous generations and as a symbol of China's modern aspirations. In the 21st century, the Great Wall has become a symbol of national pride for the Chinese people and a focal point for patriotic sentiment. It has been embraced as part of China's identity, reflecting the country's long history, its cultural legacy, and its growing role in global affairs. On the international stage, the Great Wall has become a symbol of China's global recognition and influence. As China continues to assert its presence in international politics, economics, and culture, the Great Wall remains a potent symbol of the country's long history and its modern ambitions. The wall's status as a UNESCO World Heritage Site further solidifies its global importance. It stands as a testament to the enduring nature of China's civilization and the country's rich cultural heritage, which continues to captivate people around the world. In addition to its historical and cultural significance, the Great Wall also serves as a symbol of China's commitment to environmental preservation. The wall's role in modern Chinese identity is intertwined with the country's efforts to balance development with sustainability. As China modernizes and grows economically, the Great Wall stands as a reminder of the need to protect the environment and preserve the nation's natural and cultural heritage for future generations. The role of the Great Wall in China's modern global identity is further emphasized by its representation in popular culture, art, and literature. The wall has appeared in countless films, documentaries, and books, serving as a backdrop for stories of adventure, conquest, and perseverance. Its image is often used in advertisements and marketing campaigns, both in China and internationally, reinforcing its status as an icon of Chinese culture. Looking ahead, the future of the Great Wall will be shaped by ongoing preservation efforts and the evolving role of the wall in Chinese society and global affairs. As China continues to develop its infrastructure and economy, the Great Wall will remain an enduring symbol of the country's historical roots and cultural heritage. The 21st century will undoubtedly bring new challenges in terms of preserving the wall and ensuring that it remains intact for future generations. However, the wall's significance as a national and global icon will continue to grow, cementing its place as one of the most important and recognized cultural landmarks in the world. In conclusion, the Great Wall of China stands today as not only a remarkable historical monument, but also as a symbol of modern China's national identity and global significance. As tourism continues to grow and preservation efforts intensify, the Great Wall remains a testament to China's enduring cultural legacy. It serves as a powerful reminder of the resilience and strength of the Chinese people, both in the past and in the present, and its influence continues to be felt around the world. The story of the American frontier begins long before the Wild West as we know it. In the 1600s and 1700s, long before cowboys and gold rushes, European powers began exploring and settling the vast lands of North America. The earliest efforts came from Spain, France, and England, each seeking to expand their empires and extract wealth from the new continent. What they encountered instead was a land already inhabited by diverse and complex Native American societies who had lived, hunted, and traded across the continent for thousands of years. Spanish explorers were among the first Europeans to enter the interior of what would later become the American West. As early as the 1540s, conquistadors such as Francisco Vázquez de Coronado led expeditions through what is now the American Southwest, searching for the fabled 7 cities of gold. While they never found these mythical riches, they laid claim to vast territories and established missions and settlements in present-day New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, and California. The Spanish brought Catholic missionaries who sought to convert native peoples, often by force, and imposed European systems of governance, labor, and religion. In the north, the French pursued a different strategy, focused primarily on the fur trade. French trappers and traders ventured deep into the Great Lakes region and down the Mississippi River. They developed close alliances with tribes such as the Huron and the Algonquin, learning native languages and intermarrying with local communities. French settlements like Detroit and St. Louis began as trading posts, slowly expanding over time. Compared to the Spanish and English, the French presence was more dispersed and less confrontational, though not without its share of conflict. The English, meanwhile, began to establish permanent colonies along the Atlantic coast. Jamestown, founded in 1607 in Virginia, was the first successful English colony in North America. The English pushed westward slowly, encountering resistance from native tribes who had no intention of giving up their land. Conflict erupted frequently, including the Powhatan Wars in Virginia and King Philip's War in New England. These early clashes set the tone for centuries of frontier conflict. As European settlements grew, they encroached deeper into indigenous territories. Native tribes were forced to adapt or resist. Some chose to trade and form alliances, while others fought to defend their homelands. Disease brought by Europeans devastated native populations, wiping out entire villages and reducing the ability of tribes to resist colonization. Despite the hardships, Native American cultures remained resilient, preserving traditions and adapting to new realities. Life on the frontier was harsh and unforgiving. Early settlers faced threats not only from hostile encounters, but also from the environment itself. Winters were brutal, food was often scarce, and medical knowledge was limited. Communities had to rely on cooperation and shared labor to survive. Homes were made from whatever materials were available, wood, sod, or stone, and life revolved around subsistence farming, hunting, and trade. Throughout the 1700s, the frontier continued to move westward. The Appalachian Mountains were a major barrier, but settlers slowly began to cross them in search of new land. The Proclamation of 1763, issued by the British Crown, attempted to halt westward expansion beyond the Appalachians in an effort to stabilize relations with native tribes. This proclamation was largely ignored by settlers eager for land, leading to increased tensions and violence. The French and Indian War, which lasted from 1754 to 1763, was a pivotal conflict in the struggle for control of the North American frontier. The war was part of a global conflict between Britain and France, but on American soil, it involved both European powers and their Native American allies. Britain emerged victorious, gaining control of vast new territories, including Canada and the land between the Appalachian Mountains and the Mississippi River. However, the war left Britain deeply in debt and set the stage for colonial unrest. With the American Revolution in the late 1700s, the dynamics of the frontier shifted again. Colonists rebelled against British rule and sought to expand westward without interference. After the war, the newly formed United States began a more aggressive push into the interior. The Northwest Ordinance of 1787 provided a framework for settling and governing western lands, laying the foundation for future expansion. By the end of the 18th century, the seeds of the Wild West had been planted. The land was vast, untamed, and contested. The encounters between European settlers and Native Americans had already shaped a legacy of conflict, adaptation, and survival. The frontier was not yet the stage for gunfights and cattle drives, but it was already a crucible of ambition, endurance, and cultural collision. This was the beginning of a story that would continue to unfold across the next century, forging the myth and the reality of the American West. In 1803, the United States made a monumental move that would forever change the course of its history. President Thomas Jefferson negotiated the Louisiana Purchase, acquiring over 800,000 square miles of territory from France for $15 million. This single act nearly doubled the size of the young nation and opened up vast regions of land for exploration, settlement, and economic development. The Louisiana Purchase stretched from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains and from the Gulf of Mexico to the Canadian border. While the land was largely uncharted by Americans, it was already home to numerous Native American tribes who had lived there for generations. Jefferson saw the acquisition not only as a strategic economic opportunity, but also as a safeguard for the agrarian ideals he believed were vital to the Republic. He envisioned a nation of independent farmers, each owning their own land and contributing to a stable democracy. To make this vision a reality, the United States had to push westward into the newly acquired territory. In 1804, Jefferson commissioned Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to lead the Corps of Discovery, an expedition to explore the new lands and find a water route to the Pacific Ocean. Their journey took them across rugged terrain, through the lands of powerful native tribes, and into what is now the American Northwest. Along the way, they mapped the region, documented wildlife and plant species, and established contact with Native American nations. Their expedition inspired further exploration and opened the door for settlers and traders who followed in their footsteps. The idea of expansion soon became more than a policy, it became a national belief. By the 1820s and 1830s, the concept of manifest destiny had begun to take shape. This was the belief that Americans were divinely destined to expand across the North American continent, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Manifest destiny was not just about geography, it was also tied to a sense of cultural and racial superiority. Many Americans believed it was their duty to bring what they considered civilization, Christianity, and democracy to the western frontier, even if it meant displacing or conquering native peoples. As this ideology gained traction, more and more settlers began moving west. The government encouraged this migration by offering land grants and passing policies that made it easier for individuals and families to claim and settle land. Steamboats and later railroads helped make transportation more accessible, and trading routes such as the Santa Fe Trail became vital arteries of commerce and communication. The expansion also had a profound impact on Native American tribes. As settlers encroached on their lands, tribes were often forced to move or resist. The government began negotiating treaties, many of which were later broken, to relocate tribes to less desirable lands. These relocations were frequently carried out under threat of violence or through military force. The era of westward expansion set the stage for the series of conflicts that would later be known as the Indian Wars. At the same time, the frontier economy began to develop. Fur trading became a lucrative business, particularly in the Rocky Mountains and Pacific Northwest. Mountain men, independent trappers who braved the wilderness alone or in small groups, played a crucial role in exploring the frontier and establishing trade networks. Figures like Jedediah Smith and Jim Bridger became legends of the early American West, navigating uncharted lands and surviving in harsh conditions. By the 1830s, the push west had become a national movement. Towns and outposts appeared in previously uninhabited regions. The frontier began to take shape as a place of both opportunity and hardship. Pioneers faced isolation, disease, and the constant threat of attack. Yet they were driven by dreams of land ownership, economic success, and the promise of a better life. The Louisiana Purchase and the ideology of manifest destiny were foundational in shaping the trajectory of American expansion. They provided the land and the justification for moving westward, setting into motion a series of events that would culminate in the dramatic and often violent era of the Wild West. This chapter of American history was marked by ambition and idealism, but also by displacement, conflict, and the irreversible transformation of a continent. In the 1830s through the 1860s, a new chapter of American expansion took form as thousands of settlers packed their belongings, gathered their families, and set out west along the Oregon Trail. This was the Age of Pioneers, a period defined by migration, endurance, and the drive to forge a new life in the uncharted territories beyond the Mississippi River. The journey was long and perilous, but for many it represented the promise of land, opportunity, and freedom. The Oregon Trail stretched over 2,000 miles from Independence, Missouri, to the fertile Willamette Valley in Oregon. It crossed plains, deserts, rivers, and mountain ranges. The journey typically took 4 to 6 months, depending on weather, terrain, and the health of the travelers. Most migrants traveled in covered wagons, also known as prairie schooners, which were packed with supplies, tools, food, and personal belongings. These wagons were usually pulled by oxen or mules and moved at a slow, steady pace across the rough terrain. Families would begin preparations for the journey months in advance. They needed to gather enough food, clothing, tools, and livestock to survive not just the trip, but also the early months of settlement once they arrived. Emigrants faced many hardships on the trail, including extreme weather, accidents, disease, and the constant wear of travel. Cholera was especially deadly, sweeping through wagon trains with little warning and claiming countless lives. Rivers posed significant dangers, as wagons and animals could be lost during crossings. Despite these challenges, the promise of a better life drove people westward. The U.S. government encouraged settlement of the Oregon Territory through treaties and legislation, including the Donation Land Claim Act of 1850, which offered land to settlers willing to cultivate it. For many, this was the first chance to own property and build something lasting for future generations. The journey also relied heavily on cooperation. Wagon trains, often made up of dozens of families, banded together for protection and mutual aid. Leaders were elected to maintain order, and decisions were made democratically. This sense of community helped many endure the physical and emotional hardships of the trail. At night, wagons were often arranged in a circle to create a protective corral for livestock and to provide shelter from wind and wild animals. The Oregon Trail migration had a profound impact on the American frontier. It brought settlers into direct contact with Native American tribes, whose lands they crossed or settled on. While many encounters were peaceful and involved trade or assistance, others were marked by tension and violence. As more settlers arrived, tribal lands were gradually taken over, leading to growing resentment and conflict. The trail itself evolved over time. Initially marked by mountain men and fur trappers, the route became more established as thousands traveled it. Forts and trading posts sprang up along the way, offering supplies and a measure of safety. Missionaries, merchants, and farmers all made the journey, transforming the West from an unknown wilderness into a land of growing settlements. By the 1860s, the Oregon Trail was at its height. Homesteads began to dot the landscape of the Pacific Northwest. Towns were established, farms were built, and the frontier began to take on a more settled character. However, this migration also intensified the displacement of Native American tribes, who were pushed farther from their ancestral lands. The federal government began to implement more aggressive policies to remove and relocate indigenous peoples, contributing to the long and tragic history of the Indian Wars. The Age of Pioneers helped define the American identity. The stories of families braving the wilderness in search of a better life became part of the national mythology. The covered wagon became a symbol of American perseverance and hope. The hardships endured on the trail and the determination required to complete the journey exemplified the values of self-reliance and resilience. The Oregon Trail was not just a route across the continent. It was a crucible that tested the spirit of those who traveled it. It forged new communities, reshaped the landscape, and forever altered the lives of those who made the journey. In doing so, it laid the groundwork for the westward expansion that would continue into the era of cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen, and helped shape the character of the American frontier. In the decades following the Civil War, from the 1860s to the 1880s, the American West underwent a dramatic transformation as cattle ranching emerged as a dominant economic force. The wide open spaces of the Great Plains and Southwest became the foundation of a booming cattle industry, and at the heart of this transformation was the cowboy. These rugged, skilled laborers became iconic figures of the Wild West, though their real lives were often more grueling and complex than the romantic image portrayed in popular culture. The roots of cattle ranching in the American West trace back to Spanish colonists who introduced longhorn cattle and ranching techniques to what is now Texas and the Southwest. Over time, these herds grew and adapted to the harsh environment, developing into the resilient Texas Longhorn breed. After the Civil War, large numbers of cattle roamed freely across the open range, and their value increased significantly due to growing demand for beef in the industrial cities of the North and East. Railroads played a pivotal role in this emerging economy. As rail lines extended westward, particularly into Kansas, they created access points where cattle could be driven and then shipped to urban markets. The town of Abilene, Kansas, became one of the first major cattle shipping hubs, thanks to entrepreneur Joseph McCoy, who promoted the idea of trailing Texas Longhorns north to the railheads. These long cattle drives, often covering hundreds of miles, became a defining element of the era. Cowboys were responsible for managing the herds during these drives. Most were young men in their teens or 20s, often from diverse backgrounds. African Americans, Mexican vaqueros, and Native Americans made up a significant portion of the cowboy workforce. The work was difficult and dangerous. Cowboys endured long hours in the saddle, extreme weather, and the constant threat of stampedes, predators, and hostile encounters. Their days were filled with dust, heat, and physical labor, while their nights were spent sleeping under the stars. The tools of the cowboy trade included saddles, lassos, spurs, and wide-brimmed hats for sun protection. Their clothing was functional, designed to withstand the rigors of the trail. The cowboy developed a distinct culture, with songs, jargon, and customs that became ingrained in the mythology of the West. Yet behind the romance was a demanding and often underpaid lifestyle. Ranching operations expanded rapidly during this period. Wealthy investors established large cattle companies, and ranches spread across the plains of Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. The open range system allowed cattle to graze freely on public lands, but this also led to conflicts over land use and ownership. Barbed wire, introduced in the 1870s, revolutionized ranching by enabling property owners to enclose their land, leading to the gradual end of the open range. The cattle industry fueled the economic growth of the West. Towns sprang up near railroads and stockyards, creating new markets and job opportunities. Meat packing centers in Chicago and other cities processed the beef, linking the rural West to the urban economy. Supply chains developed, connecting ranchers, railroads, buyers, and consumers in a complex web of commerce. Despite its economic success, the cattle boom had environmental and social consequences. Overgrazing damaged the prairie ecosystem, and the influx of ranchers and settlers disrupted Native American communities. Conflicts arose over land and resources, contributing to the broader struggle between indigenous peoples and expanding American settlement. The great cattle drives began to decline in the late 1880s. Harsh winters, droughts, and market fluctuations led to financial losses for many ranchers. The expansion of railroads made long drives less necessary, and fenced-in ranches became the norm. Yet the legacy of the cowboy endured, becoming a lasting symbol of freedom, resilience, and the rugged spirit of the West. During the height of cattle ranching, the West was a land of opportunity and risk. The industry brought prosperity to many, but also reinforced the inequalities and challenges of frontier life. It helped shape the culture, economy, and identity of the American West, and left behind a powerful narrative of hard-working individuals who faced the frontier with grit and determination. This era was not just about cattle and cowboys, it was about the rise of a new economy, one that would define the Wild West and influence the development of the United States for generations to come. In 1848, the discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill in Coloma, California, set off one of the most transformative events in American history. This moment marked the beginning of the California Gold Rush, a phenomenon that would bring hundreds of thousands of people to the American West in search of fortune and permanently reshape the region's economy, society, and landscape. Within months of the discovery, news of gold spread rapidly, first across California, and then to the eastern United States, and eventually around the world. By 1849, an estimated 80,000 people had arrived in California, and they would become known as the 49ers. This massive influx of people came by ship around Cape Horn, overland across the rugged terrain of the American frontier, and via the Panama Isthmus. The population of San Francisco exploded from around 1,000 residents in 1848 to over 25,000 by 1850. The rapid population growth transformed quiet outposts into chaotic boomtowns almost overnight. The gold rush was not limited to California. Gold discoveries in other areas, such as Colorado in 1859 and Nevada's Comstock Lode in 1859, drew additional waves of miners and settlers. These rushes helped spread the frontier further westward and contributed to the development of new states and territories. Mining camps sprung up wherever gold was found, often in remote and difficult-to-reach locations. These camps were known for their lawlessness, rough living conditions, and a transient population mostly composed of young men. Most miners did not strike it rich. Surface gold was quickly exhausted, and mining became increasingly industrialized, requiring expensive equipment and access to deep ore deposits. As corporations took over mining operations, many individual prospectors were forced to take wage jobs or move on. The sudden boom brought not only miners, but also entrepreneurs who saw opportunity in providing goods and services. Merchants, hoteliers, blacksmiths, saloon owners, and others flooded into mining regions to serve the needs of the new population. Some of the greatest fortunes of the gold rush were not made from gold itself, but from the businesses that supported the mining industry. People like Levi Strauss, who sold durable pants to miners, became household names. The gold rush catalyzed economic growth across the United States. The wealth generated by mining helped fund infrastructure and development, including railroads and telegraph lines. Banks, investment firms, and shipping companies all profited from the increased economic activity. The gold rush also had significant social and political consequences. California's rapid population growth and economic importance led to its admission to the Union as a state in 1850. However, the rush for wealth also brought tension, discrimination, and violence. Native American populations were devastated as settlers encroached on their lands, introduced new diseases, and carried out violent campaigns of displacement and extermination. The influx of people from China, Mexico, South America, and Europe created a multicultural society, but also led to racial tensions and discriminatory laws. The foreign miners' tax of 1850 targeted non-white miners, particularly Chinese immigrants, and was one of many measures that marginalized minority groups. Vigilante justice was common in the mining camps. With little formal law enforcement, communities often took justice into their own hands, resulting in public hangings, lynch mobs, and widespread corruption. As towns grew, efforts were made to establish order, but the early days of the gold rush were marked by an atmosphere of lawlessness and unpredictability. The impact of the gold rush extended beyond economics and demographics. It changed the physical environment of the West. Hydraulic mining techniques, which used high-pressure water jets to wash away entire hillsides, caused massive environmental damage. Rivers were clogged with sediment, forests were stripped, and landscapes were permanently altered. The long-term consequences of these practices are still visible today. By the 1860s, the easy-to-reach gold had been largely depleted. The feverish rush gave way to more stable, organized mining operations. Some towns withered and disappeared, while others evolved into permanent settlements. The legacy of the gold rush was clear. It accelerated westward expansion, stimulated the national economy, and set the stage for further development of the American frontier. It also revealed both the promise and peril of unchecked ambition. For many, the gold rush was a dream pursued and lost. For others, it was a stepping stone to something greater. And for the American West, it was a crucible that forged new paths, new cities, and new conflicts. It was a defining episode that brought together people from around the world, united by the hope of striking it rich, and forever changed the story of the American frontier. From the 1860s through the dawn of the 20th century, the American frontier was marked by rapid expansion, booming towns, and frequent violence. In a landscape often defined by chaos and lawlessness, a special class of men emerged to bring order and justice to the West. These were the lawmen. Figures like Wyatt Earp, Bat Masterson, and Wild Bill Hickok became legends of the Wild West, celebrated and sometimes mythologized for their bravery, quick-draw skills, and determination to uphold the law in some of the most dangerous places in the country. Lawmen were often appointed marshals, sheriffs or deputies in towns that sprung up quickly due to gold strikes, cattle routes or rail lines. These towns frequently attracted a rough crowd, gamblers, gunslingers, outlaws, and drifters seeking opportunity or escape. With limited resources and no formal police infrastructure, lawmen had to rely on personal reputation, courage, and alliances to maintain peace. Their duties included arresting criminals, settling disputes, breaking up saloon brawls, and sometimes escorting prisoners across long and dangerous routes. One of the most iconic lawmen of the era was Wyatt Earp. Born in 1848 in Illinois, Earp served in various law enforcement roles across several frontier towns. He is most famous for his role in the gunfight at the OK Corral in Tombstone, Arizona, in 1881. Alongside his brothers Virgil and Morgan and ally Doc Holliday, Earp faced off against the outlaw cowboys in a shootout that lasted less than a minute, but cemented his place in Western history. While often portrayed as a fearless enforcer of justice, Earp's life was complex. He had brushes with the law himself, operated saloons, and was sometimes accused of being more of a vigilante than a peacekeeper. Bat Masterson, another legendary figure, was born in Canada in 1853 and made his name as a buffalo hunter, scout, and eventually a lawman in Dodge City, Kansas. Known for his calm demeanor and precise marksmanship, Masterson served as a sheriff and deputy U.S. Marshal. He was involved in numerous gunfights, but often preferred diplomacy and strategy over violence. Later in life, he moved to New York City, where he became a sports writer, proving that even the toughest lawmen could reinvent themselves. Wild Bill Hickok, born James Butler Hickok in 1837, was a scout, gambler, and lawman who gained national fame for his exploits in the West. Known for his sharp shooting and larger-than-life persona, Hickok served as a marshal in towns like Hays and Abilene, Kansas. His reputation as a deadly gunfighter was solidified by tales of multiple shootouts and daring arrests. He was also a showman, performing in early Wild West shows that helped shape the public image of frontier life. Hickok's life ended abruptly in 1876 when he was shot in the back while playing poker in Deadwood, South Dakota. The cards he held, a pair of aces and eights, became known as the dead man's hand. Lawmen often walked a fine line between justice and vigilantism. The lack of formal courts and legal protections meant they had to make quick decisions, sometimes based more on instinct than procedure. This blurred line led to both praise and criticism. Some saw them as heroes who protected the innocent. Others saw them as men who imposed order through force and fear. Many lawmen were also part of the very systems they tried to regulate, owning saloons, gambling halls, or brothels. Despite the contradictions, these men played a vital role in bringing stability to the frontier. Their presence deterred crime and provided a sense of order amid the chaos. Their stories were widely reported in newspapers and dime novels, turning them into national figures and embedding them into American folklore. As the frontier began to close and towns became more civilized, the need for such rugged lawmen diminished. The rise of more structured law enforcement agencies, statehood for many Western territories, and increased communication and transportation reduced the scope of lawlessness. But the legacy of the lawmen endured. They became enduring symbols of courage and justice in American culture. Films, books, and television shows portrayed them as fearless defenders of order in a wild and untamed land. While the real lives of Earp, Masterson, Hickok, and others were far more nuanced than the legends suggest, their impact on the development and stabilization of the American West cannot be overstated. They stood as both men of their time and as lasting icons of the values and contradictions of the frontier era. Between the 1860s and the early 1900s, the American frontier was not only shaped by pioneers and lawmen, but also by the outlaws who defied authority and operated outside the law. These bandits and rogues became legendary figures, feared and admired in equal measure. Their daring crimes, bold escapes, and violent ends contributed to the mythos of the Wild West, painting a picture of rebellion and danger that has fascinated generations. Among the most infamous outlaws of the Wild West were Jesse James, Billy the Kid, and Butch Cassidy. Each of these men carved their names into history through a combination of violence, charisma, and notoriety. Jesse James, born in Missouri in 1847, began his criminal career as a Confederate guerrilla during the Civil War. He and his brother Frank were part of a group known as Quantrill's Raiders, responsible for brutal attacks against Union forces and sympathizers. After the war, Jesse and Frank turned to a life of crime, forming the James Younger Gang. They carried out a series of daring bank and train robberies across the Midwest and South. Jesse styled himself as a modern-day Robin Hood, claiming to steal from the rich and give to the poor, though there is little evidence to support this image. The gang's exploits were widely reported in newspapers, and Jesse became a folk hero to some. But he was also ruthless. Innocent people died in their raids, and he remained on the run for years. In 1882, Jesse James was betrayed and killed by Robert Ford, a member of his own gang who hoped to collect a bounty. James was shot in the back while dusting a picture on the wall in his own home. Billy the Kid, whose real name was Henry McCarty, was born in New York City in 1859 and orphaned at a young age. He drifted westward and by his teens had already become involved in petty crime. By the time he was 21, Billy had killed multiple men and was one of the most wanted criminals in New Mexico. His involvement in the Lincoln County War, a violent conflict between rival ranching factions, thrust him into the spotlight. Billy was charismatic and reportedly well-liked by those who knew him, but he was also deadly. He escaped from jail multiple times and was known for his quick draw. In 1881, he was shot and killed by Sheriff Pat Garrett, a former acquaintance, in a darkened room at Fort Sumner. Billy's legend grew quickly, helped by newspaper stories and dime novels that portrayed him as a tragic anti-hero rather than a ruthless killer. Butch Cassidy, born Robert Leroy Parker in Utah in 1866, took a slightly different path. Along with his partner Harry Alonzo Longabaugh, better known as the Sundance Kid, Cassidy led the Wild Bunch Gang, which became famous for robbing banks and trains throughout the western United States. Unlike many outlaws, Cassidy often avoided unnecessary violence and preferred planning over gunplay. The Wild Bunch conducted some of the most successful and well-organized robberies of the era. After law enforcement intensified efforts to capture them, Cassidy and the Sundance Kid fled to South America. Their exact fate remains a mystery. Some accounts claim they were killed in a shootout in Bolivia in 1908, while others suggest they escaped and lived under assumed names. Regardless of the truth, their story captured the imagination of the public and inspired books and films for decades. Outlaws of the Wild West were not merely criminals, they became symbols of rebellion during a time of rapid change. As railroads, telegraphs, and government structures expanded into the frontier, some people viewed these men as resisting encroaching authority and industrialization. Their stories reflected both fear and fascination with the untamed nature of the West. Newspapers played a crucial role in shaping the legends of outlaws. Sensational headlines and dramatic retellings of robberies and gunfights turned criminals into celebrities. Dime novels added layers of fiction, portraying them as gallant rebels or misunderstood loners. This romanticized image often obscured the violence and hardship they left in their wake. Many outlaws came from disadvantaged backgrounds. Some had served in the Civil War, others were orphans or laborers who saw few opportunities in a changing economy. The lawless conditions of the frontier provided both motive and opportunity for criminal behavior. Outlaws often formed gangs for protection and efficiency, relying on tight-knit groups to carry out their plans and evade capture. These gangs would often find temporary refuge in isolated hideouts, such as Hole in the Wall in Wyoming or Robber's Roost in Utah, where geography made it difficult for law enforcement to reach them. Despite their daring, most outlaws met violent ends. Few retired peacefully. The frontier was an unforgiving place, and loyalty was fragile. Betrayal was common, as in the case of Jesse James. Others, like Billy the Kid, were hunted relentlessly until they were gunned down. Their deaths only added to their legends, turning them into martyrs of the frontier mythos. By the early 1900s, the frontier had largely closed. Railroads connected distant regions, telegraphs enabled quick communication, and professional law enforcement agencies became more effective. The age of the outlaw faded, but their stories endured. They became part of American folklore, shaping the way future generations would view the Wild West. The outlaws of the frontier era remain some of the most intriguing characters in American history. Their lives were marked by danger, drama, and contradiction. They were both products and provocateurs of a tumultuous time. And though their actions often caused suffering, their stories continue to captivate, reminding us of the complex legacy of the American frontier. From the 1850s through the 1890s, the American frontier was the stage for a long and violent series of conflicts between Native American tribes and the expanding United States government. Known collectively as the Indian Wars, these clashes were rooted in land disputes, cultural misunderstandings, broken treaties, and a relentless drive for westward expansion. As settlers pushed into tribal territories, indigenous peoples resisted the invasion of their ancestral homelands, leading to tragic and often brutal confrontations that reshaped the West. The roots of these conflicts go back to earlier decades, particularly the policy of Indian removal adopted by the U.S. government. One of the most infamous episodes was the Trail of Tears, which took place during the 1830s. Under the Indian Removal Act signed by President Andrew Jackson, thousands of Native Americans, including the Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek, Chickasaw, and Seminole, were forcibly removed from their lands in the southeastern United States. They were marched west to what was then called Indian Territory, in present-day Oklahoma. The journey was marked by disease, starvation, and exhaustion. Thousands died along the way, making the Trail of Tears a symbol of suffering and injustice. In the decades that followed, as settlers continued to pour into the Great Plains, the Rocky Mountains, and the Southwest, more tribes came into direct conflict with the U.S. military. The Plains tribes, such as the Sioux, Cheyenne, Comanche, and Apache, were among the most fiercely resistant. These were warrior cultures with deep spiritual connections to the land, and they did not accept the encroachment of railroads, homesteaders, or soldiers without a fight. One of the most iconic battles of the Indian Wars was the Battle of the Little Bighorn in 1876. It took place in Montana Territory and is often referred to as Custer's Last Stand. Lieutenant Colonel George Armstrong Custer led the 7th Cavalry into battle against a coalition of Lakota Sioux, Northern Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors led by Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse. Custer underestimated the strength of the native force and divided his troops, which led to the complete annihilation of his unit. Over 260 U.S. soldiers were killed. While the battle was a stunning victory for the native tribes, It galvanized public opinion in the United States and led to an aggressive military campaign that eventually forced many tribes onto reservations. Other significant conflicts during this era include the Sand Creek Massacre of 1864 in Colorado, where a peaceful village of Cheyenne and Arapaho was attacked by a Colorado militia, resulting in the deaths of over 150 people, many of them women and children. The Red River War of 1874-75 in Texas and the Southern Plains saw the U.S. Army clash with Comanche, Kiowa, and Southern Cheyenne tribes. The Nez Perce War of 1877 involved a remarkable retreat by Chief Joseph and his people, who traveled over 1,000 miles in an attempt to reach Canada before ultimately being forced to surrender. The Apache Wars in the Southwest lasted for decades and involved legendary figures like Geronimo, an Apache leader who resisted U.S. and Mexican forces through guerrilla warfare. Geronimo's campaign spanned from the 1850s to the 1880s and became symbolic of native resistance. His eventual capture in 1886 marked one of the final chapters in the Indian Wars. The last major conflict is often considered to be the Wounded Knee Massacre of 1890 in South Dakota. Tensions had risen due to the ghost dance movement, a spiritual revival among native tribes that preached the return of the buffalo and the retreat of white settlers. The U.S. government saw the movement as a threat. When the 7th Cavalry attempted to disarm a group of Lakota at Wounded Knee Creek, a shot was fired and chaos ensued. Soldiers opened fire, killing around 300 Native Americans, including many women and children. Wounded Knee symbolized the tragic end of the Indian resistance and the closing of the American frontier. Throughout the Indian Wars, native tribes suffered tremendous losses. Their populations declined from disease, warfare, and starvation. Many were confined to reservations, often far from their traditional lands and with limited resources. Treaties were frequently broken, promises were unfulfilled, and generations of Native Americans endured systemic displacement and cultural erosion. Despite these hardships, native cultures endured. Many tribes preserved their languages, traditions, and spiritual practices. In the face of adversity, they adapted and survived. The history of the Indian Wars remains a painful but essential chapter in the story of the American West. It highlights the cost of expansion and the resilience of the peoples who resisted it. The legacy of the Indian Wars continues to be felt today. Native communities still face challenges related to land rights, economic opportunity, and cultural preservation. But they also continue to celebrate their heritage and reclaim their histories. The tragic events of the Indian Wars remind us that the American frontier was not only a place of opportunity, but also a place of deep and enduring conflict. By the 1890s, the Wild West had begun to change, signaling the end of an era that had once been defined by lawlessness, rugged individualism, and the unregulated life of frontier towns. The closing of the frontier, officially declared in 1890 by the U.S. Census Bureau, marked a turning point in American history. As the frontier receded, the promise of uncharted land and endless opportunities began to fade, replaced by the realities of industrialization, organized law enforcement, and the expansion of the railroad. The Indian Wars, which had been waged for decades, effectively came to a close by the end of the 1880s. With the defeat of major Native American resistance movements, the remaining tribes were confined to reservations, and their traditional ways of life were all but destroyed. The vast expanse of the American frontier was now largely under the control of the U.S. government and its settlers. The idea of the frontier as a place of freedom and opportunity, where anything was possible, began to be replaced by the reality of a rapidly evolving nation. The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869 had already begun to transform the West, facilitating the movement of people, goods, and resources across the country. The railroad made it easier for settlers to travel to the frontier and for products like cattle, crops, and minerals to be transported to markets back east. Railroads also brought in lawmen, businesses, and social structures that began to bring order to the once untamed West. As trains crisscrossed the land, they connected the far-flung corners of the country and made the vast distances of the frontier seem smaller and more manageable. The expansion of the railroad also led to the rise of towns and cities, where the frontier's rough-and-tumble days of lawlessness gave way to the growth of more regulated urban societies. By the turn of the century, cities like Denver, Phoenix, and Albuquerque had become thriving centers of commerce and culture. As settlements grew, so did the need for organized law enforcement. The vigilante justice that had once been a hallmark of the frontier was gradually replaced by more formalized systems of policing. The rise of modern law enforcement during this period played a significant role in the decline of the Wild West. The U.S. government began to establish more permanent law enforcement agencies, and local sheriffs, marshals, and detectives replaced the independent, often lawless figure of the frontier lawman. These new institutions, along with improved communication methods like the telegraph, made it easier for authorities to track down criminals and enforce the law across larger areas. The widespread use of the railroad also made it more difficult for outlaws to escape to remote hideouts. The days of the notorious train robberies and bank heists began to diminish as law enforcement grew more sophisticated and far-reaching. At the same time, the rise of corporate interests and industrialization changed the nature of the Western economy. Cattle ranching, mining, and farming were increasingly dominated by large corporations, and small-time homesteaders and independent cowboys were gradually pushed out. The once wild cattle trails were replaced by barbed wire fences and more organized corporate ranches. As a result, the economic boom that had once fueled the Wild West began to slow. The promise of free land for homesteaders dwindled as the government sold off land to private interests or gave it to railroad companies, further closing off opportunities for independent settlers. By the 1900s, the romanticized image of the Wild West had become a thing of the past. The outlaws and lawmen who had once defined the frontier were now relegated to history books and popular myths. The social and economic changes that had taken place over the previous decades had brought an end to the untamed world that had once been synonymous with the American West. The final chapter of the frontier era was written not with the last gunfight or the last train robbery, but with the closing of the land that had once been open to all. Despite the decline of the Wild West, its legacy lived on. The stories of the outlaws, cowboys, and lawmen, as well as the great battles between settlers and Native Americans, continued to captivate the public imagination. The myths of the frontier were immortalized in dime novels, plays, and eventually in Hollywood films, which romanticized the characters and events of the Wild West for generations to come. The Wild West became a symbol of American toughness, resilience, and individualism, qualities that were associated with the pioneering spirit and the forging of the nation. The closing of the frontier signaled the end of a specific chapter in American history, but in many ways it marked the beginning of a new era. The lessons and legends of the Wild West continued to influence American culture, politics, and identity for years to come. The frontier may have closed, but the spirit of exploration, the desire for freedom, and the quest for new opportunities would continue to shape the country in the century that followed. The Wild West has long been a symbol of freedom, adventure, and rugged individualism, but much of what we think of as the Wild West today is shaped by myth and legend. From the moment the frontier began to close in the late 19th century, the stories of cowboys, outlaws, lawmen, and the untamed land itself began to evolve. What was once a real and chaotic part of American history gradually became a romanticized vision, exaggerated and idealized in the popular imagination. The myths of the Wild West were not just confined to books and folklore, they were amplified by the emerging movie industry in the early 20th century. Filmmakers eager to tell stories of adventure and heroism found a rich source of material in the legends of the American frontier. Westerns became a genre all their own, with iconic films such as Stagecoach 1939, The Searchers 1956, and High Noon 1952 solidifying the myth of the lone cowboy, battling the forces of chaos and lawlessness. These films often portrayed a stark contrast between the rugged individualism of the cowboy and the encroaching modernity of society. The cowboy, as depicted in these films, was often an anti-hero, a figure who operated outside the law but still maintained a sense of honor and justice. His world was one of adventure, danger, and the fight for freedom, embodying ideals of personal independence that resonated with American audiences, especially during periods of social and economic upheaval. But while the films painted a picture of the West as a place of high drama and moral complexity, they also often glossed over the realities of life on the frontier. The violent conflicts with Native American tribes, the struggles of settlers and homesteaders, and the challenges faced by women and minorities were frequently sidelined in favor of more heroic and romanticized narratives. In the years following World War II, Hollywood westerns reached their peak. Actors like John Wayne, Clint Eastwood, and Gary Cooper became synonymous with the image of the cowboy hero, and their portrayals became the standard by which all westerns were measured. Yet, despite their popularity, these films often failed to accurately depict the true history of the Wild West. They turned the historical complexities of the frontier into a one-dimensional narrative of good versus evil, with cowboys representing the forces of righteousness and outlaws symbolizing chaos. In reality, the Wild West was far more nuanced. The outlaw figures who became legends, like Jesse James, Billy the Kid, and Butch Cassidy, were often romanticized as rebels fighting against oppressive authority. Their robberies and violent actions were portrayed as acts of defiance rather than criminal behavior, turning them into folk heroes in the eyes of many. These stories, sometimes embellished and exaggerated, were passed down through dime novels, newspapers, and later, Hollywood films. But while the outlaws were glamorized, the Native Americans who resisted encroachment on their lands were often demonized as villains or savages. The history of Native American resistance, the forced removal from their ancestral lands, and the lasting impact of the Indian Wars were frequently overshadowed by the myth of the Wild West as a place of heroic struggles and battles between good and evil. Over the years, the romanticized vision of the Wild West continued to influence American popular culture. Television shows like Bonanza, 1959, 1973, and Gunsmoke, 1955, 1975, as well as more recent films like Dances with Wolves, 1990, and True Grit, 2010, kept the spirit of the West alive, even as the country entered the 20th and 21st centuries. The cowboy remained a symbol of rugged masculinity, independence, and a nostalgic yearning for a simpler, more adventurous time. Yet, even as the Wild West has been mythologized in film and television, it has also been subjected to reinterpretation. Modern westerns, like No Country for Old Men, 2007, and The Ballad of Buster Scruggs, 2018, often deconstruct the classic myth, offering more complex portrayals of frontier life. These films explore the harshness of the West, the morality of the characters, and the consequences of violence, presenting a more critical and nuanced view of the American frontier. The legacy of the Wild West remains strong, not just in entertainment, but in how the American frontier is perceived today. The symbols of cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen still evoke a sense of freedom and adventure, despite the fact that much of the mythic history of the Wild West has been distorted or simplified. The romanticized image of the frontier continues to shape American identity, representing a time when the nation was forging its path and expanding its boundaries. But the Wild West's mythology has also contributed to the marginalization of important aspects of history. The reality of the American frontier was often far more violent, divisive, and tragic than the stories we tell about it. Native Americans, whose lives and cultures were deeply affected by westward expansion, have often been relegated to the background in favor of stories that glorify the settlers and outlaws. The history of the West is much more than the legends of cowboys and gunfighters. It is also the history of displacement, injustice, and survival. Today, the Wild West remains an indelible part of American culture, but it is also a reminder of the complexities of the nation's history. The legends of the cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen are still cherished, but they are no longer the sole narrative of the West. As we move forward, there is an increasing effort to tell a more complete story of the American frontier, one that includes the voices and experiences of those who were often overlooked or silenced. The Wild West will always be a symbol of adventure and freedom in the American imagination, but it will also be a reminder that history is never as simple as the stories we tell about it.